FM and HD1 Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. We are live with the Thursday edition of that program that the announcer man just said. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Roberto Bell. We got Peyton Phillip Russell running things on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube, and of course the Odyssey app. Got a lot to get to today, even though the Texas Rangers did not play. We got the World Cup again in our backyard, and one of the GOATs getting surprised with a tie. But we begin with the fallout from the interview yesterday that really took off. Bobby booked Brendan Sorsby's agent, Ron Slavin. He set up the pins, and we just knocked him down with the interview that went viral all over the country. Biggest reaction or biggest takeaways from the reaction to Ron Slavin, Sorsby's agent, for you was what?
Well, Cincinnati's response was a part of it. Slavin is getting just destroyed. Just as I think he should. And also, Texas Tech fans have not learned to chill. That's the other one. Those are the three main takeaways for me from this.
Cincinnati getting involved yesterday, and because that's going to directly impact the lawsuit that they have.
Let's get to that. Let's stick on that for a second, because I think an oh wow moment, and I looked up at you guys when Ron Slavin decided he named names, and he was talking about Cincinnati. Why are they skating? A question that many of us and many people have been asking, but Slavin just pointed towards a smoking gun and said they knew. They knew that Sorsby was gambling while there and did nothing about it. And all of that avalanche of coverage and reaction led to Cincinnati releasing a statement. And they're basically like, hey, we're here to help student athletes. If we knew, we would have turned it in. So people are now saying if Cincinnati knew, obviously, we got another big major problem.
Yeah, they do, and it's going to be very difficult to prove what they knew. I guess if there's documentation of it, it'd be much easier, but I'd be very surprised if there was. And you can find that. I'm sure Foyaball will be able to. He'll be the one to uncover all this.
I think they.
Who's that?
It's David Cofield, I think is his name. He runs a whole website where he just basically puts in FOIA requests to get information about college football programs. But I think I got to look. I think there is documentation that Cincinnati says they did know some things and they submitted what they were supposed to submit, and that they handled everything. I got to look that up specifically, but I think they've said that they did follow protocol.
Here's the exact audio from Slavin.
The people at Tech have been great, very supportive. Joey McGuire, I think, is one of the best human beings on the planet. He's a lot of head coaches are transactional. He is not. And they didn't do anything wrong here. If anybody should be questioned or be catching heat, it should be Cincinnati, because they knew for 2 years and never said anything and didn't do anything about it. So that's the part of the story that gets lost. And again, it's like, this is a 22-year-old kid who doesn't drink, doesn't smoke. He's had 2 girlfriends his entire life. He's at church every Sunday. He's a great human being, and I guess his biggest fault might be he's too giving. When I say that, his involvement with some of his friends and the predatory world of gambling, where you turn 18 and deposit $5, you get a free 100, and every single show on TV and every single radio show, everything is sponsored by a gambling site. So it's a scary world we're living in, and we, these kids have all been raised now with phones in their hands, so it's real easy to get on an app and place a bet.
Cincinnati knew for 2 years. Now, it should be pointed out that Cincinnati is suing Sorsby for breach of contract for $1 million.
Yeah, which is separate from the gambling stuff. Like that's a completely. Yeah, that's focused on that.
But it leads me to believe, Slavin as his representation is like, oh, you're suing us for this. Okay, here's a little return fire. Let's get a little investigation and a magnifying glass launched on you and what you knew.
I find it really hard to believe Cincinnati didn't know.
I agree.
And I think they they didn't want, like, they were trying to keep him eligible and didn't want people to know. And so they were, like, they're fighting for the breach of contract because they planned on having him as their quarterback this year. But
does Sorsby have text messages? Is that what he was alluding to yesterday when he's like, there's going to be a lot more, right? Was there some type of correspondence back and forth to where they're like, hey, we noticed you doing this, we're catching word, and they're texting back and forth about his gambling. I don't know whether that smoking gun exists on Sorsby's phone or emails or communications.
It's really important whenever you read a statement about something like this, like, what is all that it's saying? What is the only thing that it says here? Like, you can't infer anything else. You got to just say, this is all that it says. This is all they're taking responsibility for. And their statement said, we will reiterate what we have said before. All of our student athletes receive extensive gambling education multiple times throughout the year, and we would never knowingly play an athlete who violated NCAA sports wagering regulations. If we ever became aware of impermissible wagering, we would report to the NCAA and comply with sanctions. That's what he's saying.
They knew he gambled.
Cincinnati's saying, like, yeah, we knew some things, but we didn't know the stuff that broke the rules. And then we reported what we were supposed to report, but that was the extent of all we knew.
And that's, I mean, that may be there out. Like, obviously, in that statement, it's a very vague statement. There's a whole lot, like you said, only read what's in, don't infer.
Yeah, ESPN said in response to a public records request, Cincinnati said it had received the software they use to monitor gambling called Prohibet. They received 6 alerts. Active student athletes were betting between January 2024 and February 2026. None of the 6 active student athletes was the subject of more than one alert. None of the alerts was triggered for impermissible wagering.
And man, what he said in that clip, it just makes my skin crawl. The predatory world of gambling, well,
that's just a personal thing for you then, because it's a defense attorney. A defense attorney is going to give.
I know, but like, we're just skating all personal responsibility here, like, just all of it. Like, it's not a predatory.
I mean, he is, but
yeah,
that's his job. Like,
I get it. I get it. Yeah, I know.
He's in the 3%.
Yeah.
I mean, you're Better Call Chop. I don't know why it would be like a skin crawl thing to hear a defense.
You should be loving it.
Defense being thrown up.
Because this one hits me personally with gambling. Like, it's not predatory. Like, that's I don't like the word. I like the use of the word. Predatory are like actual predators out there. I think you're diluting the power of the word when you say, oh, well, these commercials for gambling, it's just predatory.
Yeah, if you replace it with a different word,
use a different word.
Predatory's not right, but it's absolutely an enticement. Yeah. They're absolutely trying. They're 100% trying to do the carrot on the stick,
absolutely.
And ultimately for the goal of they would like to win money.
They're trying to make a case to a judge. Put a 16-year-old in a liquor store, and in closed hours, and no one else is in there. And when they end up reaching into the fridge and opening a bottle of alcohol and drinking it, what do you expect them to do? That's just his case that he's building. But look, ultimately, Texas Tech caved. They gave into the pressure, and when you sort through all the legal weeds, as Mike Florio did with like 6 different articles on this interview yesterday as an attorney, Florio said in English, Texas Tech told Sorsby on Monday the school would not allow him to play. Period. End of discussion. So on Monday, Tech told him this isn't happening, and then here we go to the supplemental draft. So that's part 2. Part 3 is Sorsby going to be punished by the National Football League because of 2 different cases? 1 is Terrell Pryor, and 3 is the LSU kid, Booty, that Slavin referenced yesterday. So is the NFL going to act upon this? Slavin was pretty confident, saying, well, precedent has been set. Of course, he's going to choose the precedent that best serves his case, and that Sorsby will be good to go in their minds. But as we know, the National Football League and Roger Goodell, they don't necessarily care about a precedent and what exactly should happen legally, because he's the commissioner.
Yeah, now some of the stuff that exists in terms of enforcement like that with Terrell Pryor or Zeke doing stuff in Columbus before and getting suspended 40 years later, that was before the last CBA, and the last CBA narrowed things a little bit. And so that's Kayshon Boutte has been since the last CBA.
And Boutte's stuff happened after he began in the league. This is all out in the open and in front of everyone right now before Sorsby enters.
Yeah, and I think that generally, I would anticipate that, some of that when somebody speaks on that, it can be bravado or whatever else. But I think generally, Ron Slavin's got a good relationship, a good enough relationship with the league that he would have an anticipation of if there was going to be something there. And he doesn't seem to think there will be.
More World Cup action, and to finish the fourth point on
I would hope there's no punishment from the NFL. I don't like it's a different company. I don't like the idea of you going to a new place of work and them finding out that you did something at your old job and they take punishment on you here.
What if I bet to throw the national title game as a senior?
I mean, but he didn't.
No, I know, but I'm saying, but I'm just saying. You said you don't like it carrying over.
I don't like.
You wouldn't like that either. You think it should just be like
it's a different league.
So you think it's a statute of limitations?
Yeah, once you're gone from that company, I don't like the idea of a new company punishing you for something you did there. Just clean slate, man.
I agree. And if you're going to do it, then Jim Harbaugh should have been had his ass punished.
Yeah.
The charlatan he is when going to L.A. with the Chargers.
What can you prove?
Well, I mean, they got punished a lot.
They just had some fun signs up, that's all.
Some action in Arlington.
Bellingham, as that wasn't dealt with by the Croatian defense, and Jude Bellingham running it from a tight angle and dead off the post from one end of the field to the other. Jude Bellingham puts England back in front 90 seconds into the second half.
Fox and FIFA with the audio. England doubles up Croatia at Jerry World 4-2.
This is a game even Bobby would have liked. This was
if I would have watched it.
I thought you were in sports. This was fun.
Oh,
yeah, I am. So I don't watch soccer. It makes my skin crawl, Chop.
Dude, this game had everything. I mean, from a goal standpoint, they hit the over. They hit the over before halftime from this one. Up and down, back and forth, up and down. Game was awesome. 4-2 England. That team is that's a solid team. That England team is a solid team. Croatia is nothing as Luka ages. I mean, he looks very, very old. England looks like they are ready to make a little bit of a run. They got some staying power here. And it was a scene. Apparently, yesterday, I had buddies that texted at 9 o'clock out in Arlington was just a madhouse. 9 a.m. 9 a.m. was a madhouse. This game didn't start until 3. This is the scene at Texas Live. Just going nuts. I mean, just this crowd is awesome. And then we got, these England fans are showing the U.S. doing their little chant, and it's embarrassing. Our chant was embarrassing. We need to stop that. We're going to get so embarrassed by the other countries if we try to do this crap. And I've heard people say the U.S. game had they've seen better crowds at a funeral. It was awesome.
It was in L.A., too.
Well,
their fans are even worse. The stunner of the tournament so far is the Spanish tie. Was yesterday number 2.
Portugal? Yeah, it was one of them. It was there's Spain from Spain's perspective is they're one of the favorites. Portugal necessarily wasn't, but the stunner is, oh man, Ronaldo's really old and he's really washed. And at this point, he is not. And I think a lot of people knew this going in, but Messi was 29-1 to win the Golden Boot award, which is the one person with the most goals in the World Cup. Well, now he's the co-favorite with Harry Kane, but he was 29-1 because they were like, well, he's kind of old, he's 38. How good can he be? Well, let's go look and see what Ronaldo's doing at about the same age, and he looks like a completely different player. He looks pretty washed, and people are wondering, are they going to have him come? Are they going to have to bench him? What are they going to do?
Oh,
because no shots on goal, no shots, 0 for Ronaldo.
Like most soccer games.
I'm gonna have to go and check the under for his next one.
Might have to, yeah.
Against the Congo.
Is that who they're playing? Now that was,
no, that's who they played.
Oh, that's who they played. Yeah. I'm saying who they're playing next. I don't know who they're playing next. But there were some interesting games last night. Like Ghana in the 94th minute last night gets a goal to go up and to win and to beat Panama. And then you had Colombia in the nightcap with a comeback against Uzbekistan.
All right, Bobby was at the Ford Center, the Star in Frisco. Unlike other morning shows, he is there as our Cowboys insider for day 2 of Cowboys open practice. Who are Christian Parker's early leaders, and why are they saying that Brian Schottenheimer feels a lot more dangerous? Inside the Star on your home of America's team after this. And this is the Tolo team of attorneys at Frankel and Frankel. It is Mark, Scott, and Gene with the amazing communication.
complete. The Texas Authority and Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3. The Fan segment here brought to you by the Personal Injury Lawyers. Frankel and Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3233. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the Star on 105.3 The Fan.
Day 2 of Cowboys mandatory minicamp. Bobby Belt was there from the morning show. Brian Broaddus representing the afternoon with the G-Bag Nation. This is Sean and RJ. Thanks for being a Tolo. Shout out to the 6 a.m. club, our best audience of the entire program. Bobby, kind of a snoozer out there on the field?
Yeah, it's first off, we have not moved indoors yet. I don't know why. There's only one more practice.
That train for the heat got to get tough.
Like half of their practices are usually indoors at like Ford Center. No, they were out there braving the wind, having some like trouble just getting snaps down for kicking team and different things like that, training for the elements. And so because of that, it was a little bit of a modest practice. The wind was affecting a lot of different things. Couple different times that, Anthony Smith, the receiver they picked in the 7th round, I thought he had a decent practice. A couple times where he popped, but a little boring, to be honest. Not as much action as we saw the first day.
DallasCowboys.com with their observations, and they talked about Quinnen Williams making some plays in the backfield. That was Tommy Yarish. And then Christian Parker, Patrick Walker said it is evident, that P.J. Locke has a ton of familiarity with Parker and the scheme through their time in Denver. PJ breaking up passes on multiple occasions.
PJ Locke's a guy they really like. And I know he was kind of thought of as just like sort of an afterthought, but I mean, especially with Jalen Thompson not practicing yet, then he's been getting a lot of those reps in there. And he is somebody who is completely familiar with what they want to do.
And who has Christian Parker been spending a lot of time with?
Jayshon Barham, which is it kind of been surprising me. So the way that he delegates practice, he 100% lets and it's a little unusual in terms of not used to what I've seen Cowboys defensive coordinators run practice as for the past several years, where he really does delegate and operate like the head coach of the defense and just kind of oversees things and then goes wherever he feels he needs to be at that moment. And a lot of the guy I've seen him spend the most time with as a player is standing with Jayshon Barham when he's doing linebacker stuff. And Barham obviously is a guy who split some time between linebacker and edge, and they're projecting him out as a linebacker to start. But it seems like Christian Parker wants to make sure that he's attention to detail there with him, working with him and helping him get over whatever learning curve might be there for the position.
Christian Parker also asked who has stood out early on from a leadership standpoint on that defense.
Yeah, I think, everything starts up front. So I would say, with Quinnen and Kenny, Rashawn coming in, those guys have taken a significant step forward in terms of just the pro habits. Those guys have rookies in their rooms, but they affect the whole defense. Those guys have really taken the bull by the horns in terms of how we practice, the strain and effort it takes, and just leading by example. Their habits in the meeting room, pre-practice, post-practice, those guys are true professionals. So I would say it starts with them.
And speaking of leadership, are you getting any sense for a green dot preference out there so far?
Yeah, so they obviously have talked before. We have not seen Jalen Thompson practice yet. And Shoddy talked him up a lot a couple weeks back, where it seemed like he thought that Jalen Thompson was really strong in the communication department. So that hasn't happened yet. I think that between the two of Overshone and Winters, I think Overshone would probably be the preference. Just watching the way that when you see them out there on defense in practice and the way that they're operating and the way that they're communicating with their defense, the guy who's going to wear the green dot has to have that big chest, like be able to bark everything out, be able to be a strong communicator, not have any timidity about anything. And we know that's not Overshone. Not that D. Winters is, but Overshone clearly has taken ownership of, hey, this is my unit and I'm in charge here. And so I think that they like leaning into a little bit more of his vocal leadership, and I think they would want him to probably take that on if it wasn't Jalen Thompson or somebody else coming to the top.
I wonder how much time you invest in a green dot player whose health you aren't too sure about.
Sean Lee. That's the Sean Lee question. Who, like, consistently, he was
Because
the
once
guy.
they go off the field, it's like, all right, who else has practiced
scatter drill.
all this communication?
I mean, and it very well could be that it's something like the most vocal player I've heard out at these practices on defense at times is Caleb Downs. And it's something where I would guess if their primary was overshown and they had any issues with that, that's where they might fall back to one of the nickel guys. Like say, all right, well, let's have Thompson do it. Let's have Downs do it. Maybe they would have D. Winters do it as well. But D. Winters, obviously, when he got here, said he practiced with it a couple times in San Francisco last year, but he's never called a game with it. And it would be a new thing for him.
What else does CP have to say?
All right, so this is one of the big things that we've gotten consistently is the communication aspect, and that has been the big focus. And the question of, did you have players who were just defiant last year and did not want to learn things from Matt Eberflus, were basically protesting? Or was this the coaching staff just not on top of the communication? This is Christian Parker yesterday talking about where their communication's at.
I think that, communication on the field and in life in general is just different. There's more extreme circumstances in the pre-snap in terms of what you need to communicate. So those guys embrace it. There's certain people who are giving communication. There's certain people who are receiving it by position, not necessarily by their personality. We don't really care about that. Like if you're in a position of communication and you're commanding and you're responsible for the checks and things we have to do, that's what you have to do. So whether you say 1,000 words out of these walls or 2, it doesn't matter. When we're on that grass, it's a premium.
So when they talk about 1,000 words or 2, and last year the question was like, well, how simple or how difficult is what Matt Eberflus wants to do? And we know historically, like, Shoddy's play calls are super long. We played that audio from Collision Low Crossers when he first got hired, where John Gruden went to their practice and he was like, "What the hell is this? Like, this is not reasonable to have play calls this long."
Gruden.
Gruden's
are super long.
Gruden looking at it and being like, "This is wastes time. It confuses people." Shoddy believes in it, and a lot of the guys believe in it. You just got to be on top of things. But Christian Parker talked about that yesterday about the verbiage that they use, and one of the things he said it's a long process because there's different word banks. There's an Excel document that lives on my desktop list. You've got weapons, NBA teams, insects, whatever. It's like, do we have enough inventory here that's going to fit this type of scheme, or do we have enough S and W words or F and B words or whatever it might be? So it takes a lot to go into that. So that's one of the things that you'll hear. Randy Moss and Brian Urlacher talked about this once years ago, that they always knew in an audible or anything else, Denver was usually going to be signaling that the play was going to the right. Dallas was signaling the play was going to go to the left, because you're just looking for L's and R's and different things like that, and they're all code words that mean different things. So Christian Parker wants to simplify as much of it as he can with this just Excel document that he's got in front of him that lists off various words that he thinks would fit and have them learn those things. And that's something that memory experts out there, like the people who have, there was a TED Talk on this once that they say that's the best way to be able to memorize things, is memorize code images and be able to commit that to memory.
What is a TED Talk? I've heard people say TED Talk for 10 years. I've never actually known what the hell a TED Talk actually is. Is that the little
teddy bear?
The teddy bear?
No, I'm stunned you wouldn't have watched these.
I've never seen it.
It's where it's like a little lecture where somebody puts like a little earpiece on, and like they're Tony Robbins or something, and they do like a 15-minute lecture, sometimes longer, on a really specific topic that they're super knowledgeable on. Huh. And I mean, it's interesting. A lot of them are.
But was it Ted who originated this?
Yeah, who's Ted?
No, it's like stands for something. It's like TED, and it's short for TED Talk. But yeah, TED conferences, which ideas that change everything. I don't know where TED comes from, though. It doesn't say clearly right here. All right, Christian Parker, though, also on his teaching philosophy here.
I take a lot of pride in it. I think our staff takes a lot of pride in it as well. At the foundation of it, if you're a coach, you're a teacher. That's the essence of what we do. We have to get guys taught schematically, technically, fundamentally, all those things, and allow them to come to life. So, I think just over the years, you kind of have different ways of doing it, whether it's cahoots, whether it's, hard quizzes, whether you give guys a personal whiteboard to carry around in the meeting room, whether you put them on the board in your office and surprise them, whether it's film and have them write out responses and hand it back to you. Like, there's so many different ways to check for understanding, and that's all we're trying to do. Again, that goes back to the communication and making sure that everybody's on the same page. You don't want guys to sit there in silence and assume that anybody knows anything. So it's a constant process of getting those mental reps. You kind of tricking your brain into thinking it's another rep on the field when you're, doing it on the paper. So we try to take that approach and just be as thorough as possible.
I'm smiling. It makes me laugh. It's because I'm certain that's not something Matt Eberflus was doing last year. But when he says Kahoot on there, and I don't know if Choppy, you're familiar with this. You're going to get familiar with it, I would guess. Kahoot is like something schools use as like quiz games so that kids in elementary school and other stuff like that will memorize certain things. And so it's like whether it's flashcards or different things like that. So the fact that he's talking about like, hey, I use that in application for getting guys to remember stuff out here. And he's talking about all these different ways of reaching people. That's 100% opposite of Matt Eberflus. Matt Eberflus was, and not like just throwing dirt on the guy, but Matt Eberflus had been in the league for a long time, believed in a certain way, and was like, I'm not going to change up who I am when it's gotten me to here.
Yeah.
And so I understand why he would have done that, but this is also the advantage of getting somebody who's got younger, newer ideas, doing some different things, is implementing things like, oh, let's use the stuff that school kids are using to remember flashcards and math answers and things like that.
Todd Archer did a piece on a different Brian Schottenheimer in year 2. Jake Ferguson said, quote, you know what the right word is? He feels more dangerous. I feel more of a dangerous sense from him. Like he's in his bag, you could say. I don't want to say comfortable is the right thing because we're never comfortable here. We're comfortable being uncomfortable. You can see it from him, and you can feel the energy. It's there. Overshown, quote, it's no gray areas. You see that Todd went to the morning show favorites for quotes in this piece. Overshown, it's no gray areas. It's black and white. He's seen what we lacked last year. He's not going to let that happen again. He learns from his mistakes, listens to his players. So the stuff that we thought we needed more of, or the stuff we didn't get last offseason, he's making sure we got it this offseason. He's just making sure everything in the facility is getting taken care of. Every team meeting, you dang near want to shed a tear. You're ready to run through a wall. When he communicates like that with the players, you know you got something with your coach. So there it is.
I've stashed a lot of these clips we played, like they're sitting in a desktop folder because it's all great, and I'm excited about it. We're going to circle back to this stuff if you have problems with communication this year. Like, you cannot – I don't want to hear fluff
by
about
the midway
anything else.
point.
Yeah, not obviously. The first couple games, they're going to have issues with it because they're going to be trying to figure it out. But no, you can't talk like this and then not follow through with it. I anticipate they will follow through with it. It's just they're now putting a lot on the line.
The viral question that has exploded on the internet: which bathroom do you take your daughters to? Next in the payload.
After we get you over to basepowercompany.com/thefans.
Butler. Broadcast time 1 o'clock today on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get a Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world, 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Okay, am I hearing this right? The morning show is letting Peyton Russell have his own segment?
I just don't get it. We've known Peyton for years. He's horrible on the mic. I mean, gathering the foreigners, this is going to be a train wreck.
Daddy does work, and Peyton just does board hopping.
That is right. It is Thursday. It is time for the payload. Every single Thursday at this time. And guys, we had some controversy all over social media the other day. It took place at a gas station a few days ago where a dad with 2 young daughters were in a quick trip. The girls had to go to the bathroom, so he took them to the women's bathroom. And, some guys take their daughters to the men's bathroom, some take them to the women's, to each their own. But in this video that we'll get to here in a little bit that had millions of views all over social media, tons of reaction debate, he decided to take them to the women's bathroom. While the girls and their dad were washing their hands, a grown man whose wife was in the girls' restroom at the time was at the door to the restroom and called the police on him because he says this dad isn't allowed in the women's restroom, despite being with his 2 young daughters. And in this video, you can tell, they're probably, 7, 8, 9 years old. They're young daughters.
Younger.
Yeah, maybe even younger. And before we get into who's right and who's wrong, here's some of the audio of the back and forth between the dad and the other men calling the cops. And if you listen closely, you can sort of tell in the audio the girl starting to cry while the man is on the phone with the cops. They're obviously upset.
There is a man with his 2 little girls using the women's bathroom. Wash your hands, baby. He is. He's washing his hands with his daughters right now. He is leaving it. All right, baby. She is waiting to use the restroom with her mother, who is very ill. Wash your hands. And who is on oxygen. It's okay. Some of them are just immature. And he's refusing. He's taking his sweet time. I have 2 girls washing their hands. You let this lady, this woman is she's a woman. She can bring her daughters in here. She's a manager at the QT. I'm their dad. You can ask her. I understand. And you don't have any business bringing her into the women's bathroom. They're girls. They go to the women's bathroom.
You can video me, okay? And you got
Don't put your hands on me.
Yeah, well, stop videoing me.
Yeah, he just put his hands on me.
Yeah, I touched you. I brushed you on the shirt.
That's still touching.
Yeah, that's
Don't
ridiculous.
Put your hands on me.
That's ridiculous.
I got it on video.
He's standing here videoing me.
Big deal about me taking my little girls
justifying what he's doing
to the women's restroom because he wants me to take them to the men's restroom.
I'm just standing here.
Probably a weirdo that wants to see them in there.
Oh. Amazing topic. Been waiting to talk about this for 2 days. I think you have a question.
I don't think I've seen 2 dumber individuals.
Who?
They're both arguing the same thing.
How so?
The one guy,
of them, they can't equally be dumb.
The guy who's got the kids says, they're girls, they have to go in the girls' restroom. You want me to take them to the men's room. And then the other guy's like, you, man, don't belong in the women's restroom. They're arguing the same thing.
Well, the father's arguing I need to be in here, and the other guy is saying you need to be in there.
Right, but the guy who's in there is like, well, I can't take him in there because it's the girls' restroom.
Let's start with Bobby. He is the one with 2 young daughters. You're in this exact same situation years ago when they can't go by themselves. Which one are you going in? I think this is an easy answer.
I typically go into the men's restroom, but
that's the answer.
No, yeah,
gone to the women's?
But if there, but I'm saying if there was ever a reason like bathroom was full or I thought there was somebody sketchy in there or something like that, I would take them in there. I just would not. I haven't done it, but to me, I can understand the thought process of the priority needs to be the vulnerable in the group. So that's the little girls need to be in their comfortable space, and then I'm just watching over them. I've always just thought of it as like the adult is the one going to the bathroom, and then you are shepherding them or whatever.
Yeah.
And so I take them to the men's room. I would maybe be like, okay, odd choice to go in there instead of there, but I would not. This dude standing in the bathroom to tell him men are not allowed in the women's bathroom is ridiculous to me.
Yeah, like let them finish about their business, then you can talk to them outside.
I don't even think it's like a talk. I think you can just like mumble under your breath, but he clearly has girls with him. He's not in there doing anything.
Got to take him to the men's room. If it's my daughter, because the number one thing is I can't go in the women's restroom.
Right.
That's it.
I wouldn't.
And if Amanda has Oliver, she has to take him in the women's restroom. I'm not letting her take him in the men's restroom.
I've accidentally went in the women's restroom one time at the airport. Terrible experience.
I did it at AT&T Stadium last year. It was awful. I didn't realize till I was in there going to the bathroom that I was in the women's room.
I found out before that.
I don't think you would. I'm glad that you added you've never done it. I don't think that you're ending up taking them in the women's restroom with you going in there. I think you try to wait it out, search some alternative, get a bottle.
Well, luckily
I don't know.
Addison's old enough now. Like I feel like Addison can watch Laura if Laura's got to go.
Oh no, I'm just talking about at
this age.
4.
This is 4 years old.
4 and 5.
And the other guy, like I know you don't like it. That's I don't know that's a mind your business kind of thing.
Yeah,
that's how I think they're both idiots.
Now you could have women freaking out in the bathroom, and saying there's a male in here, and then you have someone come and get involved who works there.
What was he with this guy? Didn't work there, right? He looked like a
the guy did not. In the video, you could see the manager of Quick Trip that was at the door.
Yeah,
Bobby, you should report him. Get him fired.
Yeah, I should. The fan text agreed with that I should have. I didn't, but the fan text also agrees that. The guy going in there and saying you shouldn't be in the women's bathroom is wrong. There's the vast majority of people are here who have daughters are saying they've taken them to both.
Oh, Pepe, what would you do?
Obviously I'm in the men's restroom, so I've seen them take,
I don't know how obvious.
guys take their daughters into the men's restroom. I probably would feel more comfortable going straight from, in the guys' restroom, taking them to, the stall and just being in there, because it is kind of an awkward situation. We've all been in it. We've been at the urinal and the guy, the daughter walks right behind you. You kind of have to angle yourself in a, different way. But probably as a guy, I would feel more comfortable just doing the usual, taking them to the men's restroom and going to a stall there. But I think it depends on the situation as well.
Now I know that no one's in the women's restroom. Fine. If it's an airport restroom, I'm not going to the women's restroom. If it's a convenience store and it's a door behind me, and then fine, you can take them in there. But when it's a communal one, keep it to the men's room.
Yep.
I don't know. There's a lot of people on here saying that they think. Not just like you can use either. There are a lot of people on here saying you should take your daughters to the women's restroom.
I've never heard of a man walking into the women's restroom.
Same sort of thing I was mentioning earlier. They look at it as like the vulnerable one should be in the comfortable spot they're supposed to be in. You shouldn't have to.
And you know what the comfortable spot is?
With your parent.
On the toilet seat. With your butt. As long as there's a toilet seat that has your butt cheeks on it, there's your comfort. They don't know if it's the men's or the women's are walking into one. They don't know. Get them to the toilet, let them pee, do their business.
I would say I think there's definitely, like, just statistically a much stronger chance there's somebody creepy in the men's bathroom than the women's, though, too.
Yeah, exactly. But I'm in there with them.
Right.
I'm taking them in there.
Yeah.
But the number one point in all this is me going into the women's restroom.
Right.
That's the number one no-no.
And that's a non-starter.
I think the number one no-no is the guy calling the cops.
I mean for the decision.
Yeah.
For the decision, the number one factor in my mind, I cannot go into the women's restroom if there's a bunch of women in there.
Period.
Now, I guess I could try to run to a stall. Once I'm in the stall, okay, fine. But walking out, no, that to me is that's the number one.
And the male Karen, or what do they call them, Chads?
Chad and Brad.
Chads are like just douchebags.
Yeah, okay, whatever the male Karen is, that guy's wrong too. Like, just stay out of it.
And in the story,
alert the employees.
I thought he worked there.
You do think it's equal? You think it's equal? They're both wrong?
I do. I mean, like, mind your own business, and then the other guy, stay out of the women's bathroom. It's that simple.
He's got daughters. Like, even if there's a preference for men's, like, I think to say they're on the same level of wrong is ridiculous. That's ridiculous. That's you just not having daughters.
You think the employee's more wrong?
100%. He's not the employee, but that guy there is 100% wrong.
In the story, the dad did. He opened the door and he said, "Hey, I have 2 daughters. I'm coming in." So he did announce himself to any women that are in there. "Hey, I'm coming in with 2 daughters." But yeah, I mean, the guy calling the cops make it seem like the dad was a perv, because that's what you do if a guy's in the girls' restroom. You call the cops because he's in there and he shouldn't be in there.
Also,
he's got 2 girls.
Also, kind of lame that the dad is like setting up his phone on the sink to record on video. Like, that's the last thing I'm thinking of. unless I'm trying to go ahead and get.
I think he's just trying to I think he's just trying to all right, here, this is the kind of thing you respond to. But it is funny that he's stepping into the women's restroom to say men should not be in the women's restroom.
Yeah, that's right.
All right, is the payload every single Thursday at this time. Thanks to all the Tolos texting 877-881-1053. But guys, going bungee jumping can be fun for some, but only if the employees remember to attach the bungee cord to you. This unfortunate incident took place in Brazil last week where 21-year-old Maria Rodriguez was going bungee jumping off of a bridge. And there's a video of 2 employees throwing her off the bridge, just yeeting her right off the top. And they quickly realized no one attached the bungee cord to Maria. She fell, unfortunately, 130 feet straight to the ground. She was surprisingly still alive when people and paramedics found her, but she quickly died on her way to the hospital. An update on the story. 3 of the 6 employees on the job that day were arrested for Maria's death. But what an awful incident and just a mistake. That can't happen in this job. There are checklists and things you follow for this procedure, but young girl died because employees didn't do their job there.
It's like they said about doctors. We all can make mistakes. We're all going to make mistakes at work. You make a mistake as a doctor, and it could be a catastrophe. You make a mistake, and
as a bungee jumping coordinator, yeah,
you're going to jail.
When I saw the backstory here, that the guy that was attaching him, turned his back to go help somebody else because somebody else had backed out, and then he just hears screaming. He's like, "Oh no!" And then you see the guys getting taken away in handcuffs. This is an awful, catastrophic. I mean, I don't even want to call this a mistake. I feel like the word mistake is too light with this. This is just...
I mean, this can't be this employee's first rodeo on this thing. Like, you that's the only thing you need to bungee jump is the cord. Like, how do you forget the cord to the to put it on the girl's legs, I guess?
How do you pick the girl up as the other employees? Not even the guy who's the coordinator. How do you pick the girl up without seeing... You can't see the rope? You can't see a rope? I mean, it's not like the rope wasn't attached on the back end. It wasn't attached to her.
So the instructor was...
The instructor was not there. So the instructor... So somebody was supposed to go. Another girl was supposed to go.
Yeah.
Right? She backs out. So the instructor was with her, taking all of her stuff off.
And the other one went.
His back was to her. His back was to according to him, his back was to the bungee. And then the other guys lifted up the other girl thinking that she was ready to go and then throw her off. And then he hears like the girl screaming and he turns around like, what's that screaming? And then he looks down and he sees her hit the ground. He's like, oh no.
And they're in jail?
Yes.
Yeah. I don't know about the instructor, but the other 2 guys are.
Yeah, 3 out of the 6 employees on the job that day were arrested, and I'm sure more and more involved in a lawsuit. Big lawsuit for them as well. All right, we'll get to one last story here on the payload every single Thursday at this time. Watch out for teachers in Denver, Colorado, who might have your kids kissing their own classmates. This is Jennifer Honka, who has been fired from Northeast Early College after students complained that she was making them kiss their classmates for a grade. They were doing skits in class, so technically it was acting, but this wasn't a theater class. It was a French language and culture class. But the story gets a little strange here. Some of these skits included girl-on-girl kissing, but the students claimed that Ms. Honka told them if they didn't participate in the skit, it would result in a 0 for the assignment, so they felt the pressure a little bit. Despite being a 50-50 split in the class between boys and girls, she never picked a boy actor for these skits. It was always girls. Later on, it came out that Ms. Honka was indeed lesbian. And after all of this, Ms. Honka did land another job later on, this time as an English language development teacher at an elementary school. So she apparently got her job back somewhere at an elementary school.
What?
But yeah, a very strange story here that you feel like, okay, she should be just away from students and kids in general, but they let her have another job.
Well, again, kids, it is college.
I have a question. Was she having them do full-on makeout, or was this like...
No, this was pecking.
Kiss the cheek. Kiss the cheek like they do in France. It was a French culture?
It was not French kissing.
What age were the kids?
At first it was college, so 18 to 22.
Did y'all ever have I had an uncle. He would do the
young co-eds.
By the way, let me just say it. Dumbass teacher. She shouldn't have the follow-up job. What are you doing?
Did y'all ever have an uncle or something like that would do the kiss on both cheeks?
No.
I think it's Italian.
I don't have any uncles with pinky rings.
Yeah, I had that. And I was always so weirded out by it. And I'm like, what's going on? Why are we doing this? But, I mean, until he died like a couple years ago, just both cheeks, man.
An update on the Mavs coaching search, what they're telling teams about Kyrie, and we already have round 1 suspended of today's major. That's next, along with the Shakira ticket giveaway after this.
But first, affordability is the biggest problem in today's car market. New vehicles average nearly $48,000, and most people's wages just have not kept up. That's why some are stuck with 7-year loans just to make their payments work. At D&M Leasing, they solve that problem with the Easy Lease, offering lower monthly payments, no money down, and terms that make sense. Don't overpay. Solve the payment problem today. At D&M Leasing, they know how much trust you're putting in them when you're getting into a new vehicle, and they don't take it lightly. That's why D&M has been the right fit for so many of our friends, family, and neighbors. It's the same D&M Leasing that Cars.com ranked the top leasing company in the country for the 12th year in a row and best overall dealership for customer experience in the Southwest region of the United States. With such little staff turnover, the same person you trusted to help you lease your vehicle is likely to be the same one helping you lease the vehicle after that and the vehicle after that. They're going to be with you for so many different milestones in your life and know the exact right vehicle for your needs. So join 50,000 other satisfied customers by calling 817 or 972
driven by our D&M Leasing Studio. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
The New York Knicks parade is today. They're already, the Knickerbocker fans, sitting in line as of 4 a.m. this morning, and just be on social media because these videos are going to be entertaining.
Man, you know, what was that 30 for 30? It was June 17th, 1994? Was that the one?
You talk about like Rockets, Rangers, OJ?
It was the Rangers parade, the OJ one. This is another U.S. Open started that day.
Day after Tupac's birthday.
That's right. This is the same thing. You get the U.S. Open starting today. You've got the World Cup going on. And you've got the parade. It's like it's a big sports day.
You got a murder on the
I was
loose.
going to say, who's the murderer that's going to run today?
We don't know yet.
Man, your boy Louis?
Could be Luigi.
Luigi
with the psychiatric defense that he is throwing out there, saying he was in the throes of an extreme emotional disturbance when he gunned down the UHC CEO. That's what he is saying. That's what he's going to.
Cody Campbell's going to pay for his defense fund.
I would have called it an emotional disturbance.
Yeah, I would say so too. But it was a big sports day, right? You got the U.S. Open starting. Obviously, you got the World Cup going on. Ranger baseball back today, Sean.
Yeah.
Ranger baseball back today. So it is a good sports day, and then you got the parade, which it is going to be nuts. I mean, this is,
and people are reserving spots in line, like dinner reservations when you pay people to stand at a popular restaurant?
They are paying people hundreds of dollars to save spots for them.
It's like you at Billy Bob's, Bobby.
Except I don't get paid for it.
So the parade, obviously, at 10 a.m.
And you don't save it.
They are expecting more than 1 million people to attend. There's going to be tons. I think it's going to be more than that. But there were some sites or some posts posted by people offering to pay $750 to have 3 spots returned. Someone else ponied up $800 to anyone willing to show up at midnight, hang around till 8 a.m., while a number of other fans are hoping they could just drop $100 to get the job done. But to me, spend it. If you've never camped out for tickets before, that is half the fun of the event. That is the fun part of the event.
If you're in college.
It's
like going to Snow's barbecue. This is this 80-year-old woman who is a janitor, and a couple days she goes and runs her barbecue restaurants, become legendary Netflix special. If you're going to go to Snow's, I want to go there and camp out. I want to go sit in line and have the cooler with the fellas and tailgate for that experience. And, the camera crazies. They all sit there and just set up tents.
Krzyzewskiville. And we used to do this for basketball because basketball was, football, you got tickets. On Tuesdays, you went to the bursar's office and you scanned your ID and they gave you your tickets, right? But for basketball at Tennessee, you had to camp out. It was just GA, general admission. So you camped out the day before. So that was the fun of it.
You're calling those paying fans and Ben Stiller soft.
Yeah. What's Stiller doing?
Your video topic.
Oh, the video thing is that. Okay, I thought he was doing something with this. But this, I'm calling you soft. If you're not camping out, you're not a real fan.
Camping out here? Is it here today? Or is it where's the spot where this is going on?
This is New York.
New York.
The New York. Okay, I thought this was for the ticket thing here. So this is the I don't think I never have wanted to. Anytime we've done I did Black Friday one year and got up at 2 a.m, sat outside. It was awful. Waiting for I've never thought. Huh?
What did you want? What were you trying to get specifically?
A TV. Yeah, I was trying to get a TV, and ultimately I got it, and I was like, this was not worth it. I would have rather had rabbit ears than wait outside and do that again.
And what did Ben Stiller do that you have a problem with?
So Stiller, I don't know if you've noticed this, but at all these events, he's just constantly filming, right? He's got his camera phone out. He's just camera phone. That sounds so old. He's got his phone out. He's just constantly filming. And it turns out he's making some kind of a documentary, which, whatever. That's cool and all. But to me, this is kind of a sports crime. You have never seen a title. Or if he did, he was 6 years old. They haven't won in 53 years. Don't you think you would want to put your phone down and just watch the game?
Yeah.
And be in the moment?
It's like Sandler yesterday went to the
England game.
The England game. I think it was his wife that was filming Harry Kane's penalty kick. Sandler, if he's this diehard England fan, he can't be filming that in that moment.
Watch the
game. You got to watch it and experience it.
The shot. He had the video. Now it's a cool video. It's a very cool video. But that video of Castle of the inbounds pass in Game 4, he shot that. he was able to shoot that on his phone.
He's also going to make a assload of money off of it.
Ton of money.
Yeah.
Ton of money. But, man, I got to say, like, if Tennessee's in the Final Four, I'm not filming this game.
What if I told you you're going to make $8 million off of it?
I'm filming the game.
Mark Stein, again. The Dallas Mavericks don't have a coach.
Why not?
There's no whispers. I don't know. Because Masai Ujiri didn't have someone to replace Jason Kidd instantly. Mark Stein on the Mavs search. There's a persistent belief in coaching circles that Toronto's Jama Malela, along with Minnesota's Micah Nori and Houston's Royal Ivy, continue to factor into Ujiri's thinking if he opts to hire a current assistant. So that's just if he opts to hire a current assistant. We're looking at Toronto, Minnesota, Houston, NBA Draft Tuesday.
Maybe Masai Ujiri just says, I'll do it. I'll do it. We don't have to worry about this.
Man.
Royal Ivy would be fun for Texas X's, obviously, because I mean he's a Texas legend. But, those are not the names that I was anticipating we were going to hear thrown around the job, to be honest. So
apparently the Mavs are also telling teams no on Kyrie. They're open to trading, which, by the way, Kyrie is catching some Cleveland crap for ghosting the
J.R. Smith was giving him hell.
The Cavaliers golf outing to reunite their championship team, and they're like, we invited Kyrie, he ghosted us. Very, very unlike. Does not sound like Kyrie these days. The Mavs are...
Maybe he just hates golf.
Well, you can text him back.
Or he's just like, that's a part of my life I don't want to go back to. Like, there's no need to dip back into a time when I was not the person that I was.
Yeah, you can text him back.
Unless those are people that he felt were toxic and he, cut them off.
Maybe he did text and they're still qualifying, not showing up as the ghost. The Mavericks are open to trading Klay Thompson, P.J. Washington, and Daniel Gafford, according to Stein. But right now they're telling teams, no Kyrie. All right, here we go.
Then that had better be you're hedging on he's going to play and we're going to build up his value. That's what that had better be instead of just, we're going to contend right away with him, because that's just not going to happen.
I agree. The latest on Giannis, it just does not stop. I'm getting tired of him, even though he's one of the most lovable people in all of sports. Brian Windhorst with this.
Yes, the league believes that this is finally going to happen. I would be remiss if I didn't point out that he still could commit to re-signing with the Bucks, but talks have intensified over the last 7 to 10 days. Look, he has focused on wanting to be a member of the Miami Heat, and because he's only got 1 year on his contract, he has some control over that. But the Heat and the Bucks have been talking for months, Greeny, and not agreed to a deal because the Bucks don't love the Heat's offer. There are 3 teams involved. There are 4 teams involved. In recent days, we have seen that the Boston Celtics have shown some interest there. But a Celtics offer has a stumbling block. Number one, you'd be breaking up potentially Jalen Brunson and Jaylen Brown. Number two, it would mean changing the entire structure of the way the Celtics play basketball. So stay tuned. We'll be more on that as the week unfolds.
And I think it was Mark Spears who reported Jaylen Brown does not have any interest in going to Milwaukee. Tyler Hero is a Wisconsin kid, but so far Milwaukee not really amazed with Miami's offer, which would center on Hero. They're not going to trade or move Bam. And I agree with those who are questioning Giannis here. And Miami in terms of what do you... The Miami Heat with Giannis and Bam Adebayo are not contenders. So maybe Giannis just wants to be on the beach. I get it. Maybe big Greek population, get some spanakopita. I don't know. But going to team up with Bam Adebayo does nothing, in my opinion.
No, that's a life.
Michael Wilbon destroyed Giannis the other day, where he's like, I'd rather have Tyler Hero, and Giannis Antetokounmpo these days is just a rumor. I think he called him a rumor. That's what he said about him.
I mean, how often? I mean, does he play the amount of games you're looking for? Has he shown in the last couple of years that he could A, stay healthy, and B, lead a team to utmost success in the last couple of years? Obviously, he's got the title.
That's probably why he wants to go to Miami, because Milwaukee is... Damian Lillard has destroyed any image of Milwaukee for anybody who would have thought about going there. Jaylen Brown is already saying, I'm not going to Milwaukee. I'm not playing there. The older Giannis gets and the more he can't carry a team, he probably looks at it as like, I can't do this by myself, and I can't get people to come here anymore because I'm not the draw that I once was, and it's Milwaukee, and there's a lot of people who don't want to come here and play.
Yeah.
South Beach is an easier pull to recruit people to come over there. It may be about Bam, but it may also just be about Bam and me, come over here, come join us, and that he feels like he can recruit better.
Wilbon saying he hasn't done jack since 2021. 5 years is forever in professional sports.
Really is. It's a long time. I mean, like if he thinks he's cooked as the go-to guy,
is he cooked?
Then go to Miami, man. Just enjoy life. It's Miami, and maybe Bobby's right. You could pull other players there more easily, but Boston makes sense.
Would you trade Jaylen Brown?
If I'm Boston?
Yep.
What's the age difference?
Like 2 years, 3 years.
I don't know, man. Like they just won a title when they had Tatum and Brown like healthy. I know they had Porzingis.
Sounds like a crappy law firm.
They had Porzingis.
31 and 29, and they just got eliminated round one.
It's less than it's 31-29, but it's also less than 2 years. So it's because he's like Giannis's birthday's later, so they're actually closer in age than you might think they are.
I don't know.
Trae Young declines a $40 million player option with Washington, even though the Wizards are still supposed to be the favorites to go ahead and re-sign him. So that's Trae Young news.
Hilarious. I love it. That's hilarious that he's walking away from that after he played. It was 5 games last year he played for them, and everybody was like, "All right, you got Trae Young, you got Anthony Davis. We might be able to compete."
I'm sorry, it's a $49 million option.
Does he think he's getting more money?
Some people are like, Trae thinks there could be a max offer to coming in for
who?
It's going to be hilarious if he has to re-sign for less than 49. I certainly would not give him anywhere near that much. If I was his agent, I'd be like, opt in.
Yeah.
Opt in. Please go ahead and do that. Golf major today, kind of suspended?
Yes, it is suspended right now. And, it's at Shinnecock, which is one of the more difficult.
Dump that.
Yeah, no, well, my buddy, our buddy is he's a caddy on the tour, and he's like, y'all want anything? And I said, yeah. Can you get me a hat?
How about tickets, bro?
I said, can you get me a hat that leaves off the shinna? And it just says "the" on it, because a lot of times these golf courses will have that. Like I played Congressional, and their course, the blue course, just says the blue. The Osha course at Key West says the ocean. Right? I wanted one that just took off the shinna and see if they have that, but they didn't.
And then it would say the cook.
It would not say the cook. But yeah, it is started today. High winds. Expect over par to win. There have been
play suspended right now.
Yeah, there have been 3 under par rounds in the history of the U.S. Open at this golf course. 3
rounds?
Finishes.
Okay.
So finishes. So of all the finishes, there's only been 4 tournaments there. Only 3 guys have ever finished under par for the weekend. 2 of them were in the same year. Mickelson and Retief in 2004, and poor Phil. The only time Phil's got the second best round, or second best tournament to score in the history of the Open at this course, didn't even win.
So which is worse, that where nobody even finishes under par, or whatever? Was it the Nelson a couple weeks ago that y'all were talking about, where it's like everybody's finishing 40 under par?
They're both. I don't care for either. I don't necessarily love the over par. I could handle the over par better though. Like that's a real test.
Choppy had his mentions getting lit up yesterday from some Red Raider fans. I am, for a change, going to be able to sit back, relax, and read the fan text towards Bobby and Choppy after they've decided it's finally time to trade Corey Seager. Next. First, let me go ahead and shout out Tolo, Jason Michaels. He came out to the Wild Fork party that we just had in
wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
We are your home for Texas Rangers baseball. In case you did not know, Sean and RJ, along with Cowboys insider Bobby Belt on DFW Sports Station, and your home of the Shakira ticket giveaway. Coming up, this segment, commercial free, and the 9 o'clock hours. The Rangers back in action today, afternoon baseball on this station against the Minnesota Twins. Right now, the Rangers are 2 games back in the American League West. Seattle leads the way by a game and a half over the Athletics. We are a game and a half up on the Astros. Everyone in the division is currently losing except for the Armpit, who has won 2 straight games. Bobby Belt wrote this the other day, and I was wondering if he'd follow through with it. And then yesterday, he said it on the show, so I said, okay, good to go. We got a green light from Roberto. And then in RJ Choppy's email last night, he decided to agree. So I'm going to sit back, relax, chill, and enjoy my Just Love coffee while you guys trade Corey Seager. Bobby, you mentioned it first. Go.
Look, I think that the timing matters.
I hope Sandler's still asleep.
The timing matters and the context matters. So this was previously brought up as just like a could this happen sort of thing, like a year ago when Choppy had mentioned it, and people freaked out on social media. And it was just a wave of negative reaction and different things like that. 1 year later, I think the appetite is very different. And I think that people view Seager very differently. And that's one of the reasons why it's really tough to be the team that gets out in front of something. When you get it out in front of a trade, or you're trying to get ahead of somebody on a decline, it's tough because you're getting ahead of it. You're trading it when they're still giving you returns. And so it's oftentimes tough to justify. But then by the time everybody looks at it and goes, oh, this is the time to do it now. Now you may have missed your window. And I just wonder if that's reached that point with Corey Seager now. He's always banged up. He is not playing nearly to the level that he has in recent years. You're starting to see, not just this year, you are starting to see a bit of a decline the last couple of years, or at least the numbers have not been as good. Whether that's an objective decline or not is up for debate, I guess. But very appreciative of the World Series title. We'll never forget his role in that. He has the most iconic home run in franchise history.
I guess we'll never know.
I guess we'll never know. But it is, to me, time to just start calling around and seeing, like, can we get off of some salary and get some pieces to move into the future? Because if they're going to be this tight on finances and say that it's just this difficult on their budget and Corey Seager's giving you diminishing returns, you need to look into it.
Listen, I know it's a lot of fan bases don't like trading the face of the franchise, the best player. The smart franchises do have no problem trading that player, and it doesn't matter where they're what team they're on. It's okay to trade your best player. It is. It's okay to do that. It's okay to trade the fan favorite, especially when you recognize that they are maybe on the decline. Also, I've got 2 words for you: 10-5, which means that this is his 5th year with the team, which means that after this year, he has a full league-wide no-trade clause.
And Spittle has just texted that. Looks like the full effect is after this season of the 10-year, $325 million deal allows him to submit an 8-team no-trade. He will gain full no-trade protection to all 30 after the 2026 season.
Because his current trade, no-trade, is like you said, the 8 teams or whatever.
Yeah.
But when you're a 10-5 guy...
So basically,
as per the baseball CBA, every Major League Baseball player who has 10 years of service time and they've been with the team for 5 years, full no-trade, regardless. It's a full no-trade clause that they are offered through the baseball CBA, which means that Corey Seager, after this year, let's say you get... If the Kansas City Royals call you up and say, we'll give you Bobby Witt.
Yeah.
And Corey Seager could say, I'm not going to Kansas City.
Yeah.
Sorry. So
no deal.
No deal. And
so basically do it. If you're going to do it now before he has full control.
You got to do it before the trade deadline, because once the trade deadline rolls around, because they don't have a league year. You know, baseball doesn't really do that, right? So you got to trade him by the deadline if you're going to do it.
Would you like to hear the first several texts that have come in?
I already know what they're going to be. There is a Rangers Colt. There's
No. You don't know what they're going to be. The Rangers waited a year too late to trade Corey Seager. 443. Rangers should have traded Seager 2 years ago. 903. I'm with Chop and Bobby. You need to trade Seager. 469. Seager brings no energy to the team as a leader. Get something for him while you can. Bring better chemistry to the team. They are unanimous so far that they need to look into trade.
That's not cool, guys.
If you agree that he is probably more than likely on the decline, that you have to move on.
3, 2, 1. More like Corey Meager.
You should be.
But what about being 2 games back? You got to wrestle with that.
Okay, and this is where I think you can.
They're going to wrestle with that.
Right, and I think this is where you could play.
One person is going to wrestle with that.
And they may not even wrestle.
They may not wrestle.
Chris won't wrestle.
You could play both sides against the middle. Like, you could trade Corey Seager, free up $30 million, and then acquire somebody.
Yeah.
Now, that may be the other thing you look at. You may go to the trade market and somebody goes, yeah, we'll take him, but you're taking salary. You're paying for some of this. That hit with some of the Max Scherzer stuff.
Right. It happens. It happens a lot. But, there's a way where you could trade Corey Seager and then pick up somebody who is a win now.
Well, you talk about teams at the deadline selling and buying.
Happens all the time. The Rays do this a lot. Like, they will sell and buy at the same deadline. There's nothing wrong with it. We've seen teams do it. The smart teams, in my opinion, always sell, and they always buy. It's to me, it's the way to go. But you also, I think, got to look at what are the odds, percent chance, that he finishes out this contract and plays another 5 years to this year.
How much is left on that deal?
5 more years.
No,
no way.
I don't think he's got 5 years.
No, if you want Corey Seager to come to Texas, it's the same thing as with the Chew deal and other things. You have to give him a contract that you know is going to hurt in the final 3 years that you will not be able to get off of. But you make that in exchange for getting him.
Yes.
Right. Also, his brother. Now, I don't know if you can gain
Kyle
a lot.
Seager.
If you can gain a lot from that. But, his brother retired in 2021 after a 10-year career. His brother retired after he had a career high in home runs with 35. And the next year he said, man, it's too much to get up to go to work. It's too much to do the off season. I just want to hang out with the family. Maybe Corey and his brother are a lot alike. Maybe they're not alike at all. Who knows, right? But I don't see Corey Seager being able, not forget wanting to play, being able to play 5 more years.
I agree.
I don't see it. So if you don't see it, and you know that he has a full no trade clause coming after this year, then you got to consider moving him. The problem is, what is his value?
Right.
If he's always kind of hurt, his value, you're looking at a team like, okay.
And by the way, we just don't sign, like, as to Bobby's point of having to overpay. When are you getting another Corey Seager again? Like, you had to pull off that same type of quote-unquote overpay for DeGrom to get a DeGrom here. Someone damaged goods that people were worried about.
We're not worried they wouldn't get off Simeon's deal. Same thing. Simeon was a big deal like that. And they have gone through those.
But I'm saying getting those types of names and players here to the business standpoint of Ray Davis of, all right, now give me the jerseys. So we sit down, right, and see why. Let's just say he's like, let's trade him. And Ray goes, all right, now tell me the jerseys that people are coming to watch. I'll sit back and listen. Tell me.
He's going to say, I'm going to trade Corey Seager for 6 pitchers, and people love pitching.
Well,
and
they come once every 5 days.
Yeah.
Langford?
You saying that, though, this to me is like tough to swallow for someone. 817 is one of the ones who doesn't want to trade Seager. Says, I'm going to hold on to Seager as long as possible because I don't trust this ownership to build an actual team and be competitive. So I just want star power and to be entertained.
Yeah.
That sucks if you're a fan who feels that way, that I don't want to make the smart team building move because I don't trust them to be a smart team building it back up. So I just want enjoyment out of watching them be an okay team, but they've got stars. That sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a tough spot to be in, but like I think that a team like.
But who are you going to see? Like
you're going to see the pitcher. That's it.
I want y'all to answer.
If Langford's healthy, Langford. Right. But right now, there's nobody.
But who's the second name? DeGrom.
I'm going to see the pitchers. I'm not going to see Corey hit 189 anyway.
Okay. Seager, I'll be honest, Seager just doesn't even feel like the player that you want to go see right now.
Not right now, but there's Seager jerseys in the crowd.
Sure, absolutely. And look, I mean, he is forever etched in lore here. There's no doubt about it. you're gonna, because of his contract, because of his age, you're gonna be limited in teams. You're gonna be limited to Dodgers, Padres, Mariners, Yankees, Mets, Blue Jays. Those are the teams that would, want to. They're so win now, right, that they would want to trade for him. The Dodgers, are they gonna do that again? The Padres, they're not gonna do that. They're too hit and miss.
You can talk about the full no trade clause, and that's, it would narrow your options. But I'll be honest, he does not look. There are times you watch him out there where I'm just like, would he block getting out of here? He doesn't. He does not look like super thrilled to be here all the time.
But he also, I don't think he wants to be in the noise either.
I don't think he does either.
He's not a New York type of guy.
I think he would block any trade to New York, either one. I think he would block any trade.
But who? I'm trying to think of one of the other. If you take a, I don't know, take one of the small, let's say Tampa does want to get him, and Tampa's the one that has the whole retirement community going to their games. That might be something that'd be okay, sure.
So ESPN put together a trade deadline candidate list. By the way, let us know your Seager thoughts. Frank on the Franco fan text 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. Of course, they put Scooble number 1, chance of being traded 85%. Byron Buxton number 2. Pena in Houston number 3. Joe Ryan Twins number 4, C.J. Abrams, Nats 5, Reed Detmers, number 6, Jose Soriano, 7, Aroldis Chapman, 8, Wilson Contreras, number 9, who we just saw,
number 9,
Alcantara, number 10, Freddie Peralta, Taylor Ward. So if you're going to trade, and just keep in mind, Rangers adding or Seager dealing, these are the names that are out there.
Which Contreras and Buxton have been, those were two that Jeff Passan listed as the Rangers would be in the mix on. Contreras and Buxton are having really good years. And Buxton's had a good last several years.
Gleyber Torres, Sonny Gray, sorry, Choppy, real quick. Christian Walker, Waka, Matt Chapman. He doesn't have Seager on here. Seth Lugo. But these are some of the names you're talking about and dealing with, possibly. Jaron Duran.
That should tell you.
Is that the one with the sister?
No, that's Roman Anthony.
Okay, never mind.
Jaron Duran's the one that yelled at the fan.
We could do Duran.
He'd be perfect here.
We could do Duran, which would almost make it worth it, though.
Yeah, that would be.
But no, it's funny. 100 players listed there. And I think Passan's generally had a decent beat on some of the Texas thought over the years. So I think he's probably got decent connections here. Passan and 100 players listed did not list one Texas Ranger as a trade option.
Wow.
Which means I would guess he doesn't believe the Rangers are going to trade anybody.
I think that is a very interesting observation. You going to put a Ranger on here?
I know. Not a single one. And you got a handful of players that they're going to be in on, or they should be in on, like you mentioned, Contreras and Buxton and Christian Walker.
Should they be in?
If they're... The common thought right now is that they're going to be buyers across the sport.
Yeah.
But if they're going to trade Seager, then yes, I think even more they should be in. Because you got to find somebody to replace him.
Buxton, Contreras, and Christian Walker were 3 of the guys listed that Texas could be in on. All 3 of them would lead the Rangers in home runs by now by at least 4. They are better slug options than you've had with any of the others. And so any one of those players that they're talking about that you could potentially add. Now, Contreras is old. Contreras is 35 or something.
Mm-hmm. Buxton's
so
old.
Is Walker. Walker's older.
Buxton's
32.
Buxton's not that Buxton. Yeah, he's
32.
He's 32, but he got up to the majors so early. He was 21 when he got up. But it's just, yeah. If you want to contend, if you're hey, we think we got a shot. All right, fine. But go get me somebody who's playing at a really high level like Buxton, or somebody who's done it for a couple years now like Buxton.
Are the Rangers trying to mess around with television to get some more money?
I was stunned. This just got kind of tucked away in a Sports Business Journal article. But yeah, the Rangers, Sports Business Journal says that the Rangers are attempting to broaden their horizons. Maybe they are going to try and spend a little bit more. They're just trying to bring in some extra revenue. The Rangers Sports Network, according to Tom Friend over at SBJ, says they're trying to acquire the local broadcast rights to various NBA teams that exited Main Street Sports Group. So this would not just be like, let's go get the Mavs. No, it says that they have reached out to several NBA teams, including the Oklahoma City Thunder, who have already apparently turned them away, and were kind of caught off guard that an MLB team called them. But the Spurs apparently have been interested in the model, and they've not shut them down yet. And so the Rangers, in theory, if they want to expand their horizons a little bit, get into the NBA game, like it could be a thing where you're seeing Rangers Sports Network is got paired offerings that have the Rangers in it, but also have, Spurs games in there.
877-881-1053 to hit us up on the Franklin Injury Attorneys text line. Rangers baseball returns this afternoon to finish up against Minnesota on DFW Sports Station.
And I'm crazy, but you like it.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Right now, caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Shakira at the American Airlines Center in Dallas on Tuesday, June 23rd. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
8 o'clock. Why we're being called losers by other spectators of the World Cup. RJ's World Cup update coming up at 8. Another Shakira ticket giveaway in the 9 o'clock hour, but let's get local.
We need to take people out of their bubbles and their safe place and make them think about the world we live in.
You are fake news. So what do you guys hear? What's the scuttlebutt?
I'm going to start off today.
By Neighborhood Watch, sponsored by D&M Leasing.
D&M Leasing. I'll be heading to Waco after the show.
Well.
Joining the Branch Davidians.
That's exactly what I was going to say. Going to Elk, Texas.
Wife walked in the door, had her little charming smile, her little cute delivery. I came up with an idea, and I just want to see if you'd be interested. I said, what? What is it? Because she had wanted to go to Broken Bow on a family trip with her other relatives today or this weekend, since I'm off tomorrow. And I said, you already know, Ava, travel ban. That's not happening. You can go, and I'll stay here. I'm not taking that girl while there's 12 other people trying to enjoy a vacation. Not doing it. I'll even stay home with her. You can take Ollie, and I'll stay home with my little princess. But she started cooking up something else. Did she cook? Did she cook? Yeah. Ooh. I'm going to a place called Camp Fimfo. Camp Fimfo.
It sounds fake.
They have trailers, RVs, tent areas, and cabins. And it looks like a pretty cool place.
Yeah. It's like Jellystone. Like around here, Jellystone Park. It's like one of those. Yeah, these are cool.
Nothing wrong. Yeah, she'll have fun.
Well, we're trying to do it for the kids.
Ooh, it looks like there's more to do here than Jellystone. Actually, this looks really nice.
Yeah, looks good.
Yeah, this looks fun.
So I was like, okay, and she's like, there's a cheaper cabin. There was one cabin left. I don't know how crazy it's going to be with everyone probably traveling today, but yes, we hitting up our boy Dave Smoke to figure out where to eat, what else to do. But yeah, I'll be at camp today and tomorrow, coming back Saturday before Father's Day.
Smokey played our Ron Slavin stuff yesterday.
I know, he texted us for permission.
Do you have the Coyote Clubhouse or the Coyote Suite? Or do you have the Hilltop Coyote Bubbly Cabin? Or the preferred?
These cabins are cool as hell, the design.
This reminds me of like Rocker B without the baseball. It looks pretty cool.
Yeah, one that I overpaid for, and I don't have near enough people to fill it because it was the only one. But she's like, got to get out of town. Got to get out of here. I have my to-do list today that I was all set to do outside, but nope, I'll be packing up for Waco.
214, we do daddy-daughter camp out there once a year. 214, that's the best place, Sean. 940, the Camp Fimfo in New Braunfels is awesome.
Yeah.
And then 214, you're going to hate it, Sean. But they also spelled your name S-E-A-N.
There is a pool bar.
I did see that.
There's a swim-up bar. There's a swim-up bar, and then for Ava, because I just wanted to find some cool, some badass splash pad facility, because I know Ava would freak out and go crazy. She already wants to swim in the pool. But this is like some standing pool area, which she'll be in love with. And then they got the swim-up bar.
Oh.
So we're just going to have to alternate.
Oh, I see the price of this. Oh, wow.
Well, you don't know which one I got.
Yeah, you don't.
You said it's a big one. And I'm seeing 2 nights. I'm not going to say the price, but
we'll talk about it on the break.
Yeah.
So that's it. Starting off Neighborhood Watch with Waco. That's not it.
That's not it.
No.
That's
I would
more.
not pay $1,400.
Okay, all right. I was like, wait a second.
I was not going to pay.
It's $700 a night.
No. Not going to. But I guess the price of the cabin does include like all the events, all the things you do, but obviously not the food and the drink. I am concerned about the food, though. I think there's one place called like the Squirrely Tavern, the Squirrely Cafe, and that's the only option. So I need to see
on site
if there's a great on site.
Okay.
I need to see if there's a great Waco pizza delivery that I can enjoy tonight.
All right, Neighborhood Watch here on 105.3 The Fan. We did it. We may not win the World Cup. I mean, I don't know. I haven't been paying attention. We may have a shot, but. We
it's
have
right by
one.
hang on, it's right by Canyon Lake. That's
dangerous.
No. That's like
my boy Jimmy's like,
that's
are you
gorgeous.
going there? The
Canyon Lake,
yeah.
really pretty.
Roy texted. Camp
really?
Finfo is
Hard dub.
awesome. Cliffside roller coaster and chilling pools for the win. So there's a RW3 endorsement. Yeah, it's got like the longest roller coaster, I think, in Texas in terms of a man can go on that. Like 30 miles. I've seen too many roller coaster stories.
One of those mountain coasters.
Yeah.
Those are supposed to be really cool.
It goes up to 30 miles per hour or something.
I had to stop doing roller coasters about 7 years ago.
But these are those
it's like I go, they were every time I got off. As soon as I get off, I'm like, my body hurts. Like I gotten that old. Where
This is like an alpine coaster.
It was right around
I think.
30 years old. It would. And those turns and everything, I'd just get off and I'd be like, I feel like I've been in a car accident.
I think this, though, is like one of those alpine coasters. It's like a car. It's like a bobsled almost.
Yeah.
It's got like a brake.
Yeah.
So you could kind of go down it at your own speed.
All right. We may not win the World Cup, but we have been crowned the champions of World Cup fan interviews here in Dallas or Arlington, I guess. So over at Dallas Stadium, which I heard that apparently somebody told me this yesterday, who I think would know that I was like, why does everybody keep calling it like Dallas Stadium? Like it's not for their purposes. They can still call it what the name of the stadium is. And I was told, yeah, if you call it Dallas Stadium, like FIFA may revoke your credentials. Like if you don't call it Dallas Stadium in your broadcast.
I have to find out who this media czar is that is being this stickler over all these details, because it's like the Kelly Finglass of soccer over there. I need to figure out that this person is ruthless. Tape being put on seats.
So Gillette Stadium,
the amount of crap we had to go through just to get the play-by-play from Fox and FIFA. Yeah. I mean, it was it was some work.
So you've seen they put the tarp over the AT&T at AT&T Stadium, like on all the signage. They had to do that at all the stadiums. So Gillette Stadium in Boston or Foxborough, where the Pats play, on every seat is the Gillette name on every seat. And they went and they had to take electrical tape and put electrical tape over 64,000 seats.
Dang!
They
the
like
carpal tunnel that guy has.
They were they're taping like ketchup bottles and press boxes and stuff to make sure that like the logos aren't exposed.
Man.
Like they're.
Who's the head of FIFA PR? That's what I need to know.
We got copyright strikes for just having it on in the background in a video at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers. Like it got struck because
Gianni.
of that. Yeah. So all right. So there's a couple interviews that went viral. Both of them.
What is that?
Gianni Infantino is the
oh my God.
president of FIFA. Then Snooki would go, it's Gianni.
Nobody knows that reference but us.
Both of these came out of Dallas yesterday, and both of them caught fire a little bit. And you can just pick which one is your favorite. I'll start with the one that locally, like this was really popular on G-Bag yesterday when they were playing it, and then we'll go to the one that blew up on the internet. But this is a fan in England talking to Fox 4, an England fan talking to Fox 4 yesterday morning.
Hi, I love this beer in this country, by the way. It's really good.
You like the beer in this country? All right.
Hospitality has been amazing as well.
Really? Have you had any Texas barbecue yet?
I had Texas barbecue yesterday. I had a lovely bit of brisket.
Tell me about it. What was your experience? Was it what you expected?
I went fatties. Do you go fatty or lean?
Oh, yeah.
I went fatty. I went to slow bone, picked it up, put the sauce on it, dropped it in the mouth, melted in my mouth. It was absolutely beautiful. It's the best beef I've had in my life.
Really? Yeah. We love to hear that. Did you try any of the other fixins with it or no?
I had a pork chop. I had some pork ribs.
Okay.
I had mac and cheese. The mac and cheese was average though.
Yikes.
And the other thing is, what's this Brussels sprouts gratin about? We have Brussels sprouts at Christmas in England. Why'd you have it on your barbecue? I don't know.
I don't know. There's so many questions here.
Yeah.
Tell me what you're doing today. You're heading into Texas Live right now. What's the plan ahead of the match?
We're going to get drunk before the game. We're going to get drunk during the game. And then we're going to get drunk after the game. All that matters is England wins today.
So good stuff there. This was the one that just exploded though yesterday. This was Fox. This was Fox 4 2 days ago, I think, but it really took off yesterday. And you're just trying to grab various fans that you see walking by during a live shot, like, "Hey, come here, let me talk to you." So this reporter pulls over a fan for Japan, and he comes over, and you'll hear it. They have a fun interaction for about a minute, and then she is trying for about another minute to get him to leave her live shot, and he's just not getting the message.
Yeah. Nice to meet you.
Okay, how you doing?
My name is.
Okay.
Yeah, my name is Hirochika Nakakuki.
Oh, wow.
It's live?
Okay.
It's live?
Yes, it's live. Baby.
Yeah.
Yes. How
Yeah.
excited are you?
Yeah.
You were so excited, right? Japan, right?
Excuse me.
Okay.
I cannot speak English, but I'm excited.
I love it! Yeah, baby! Let's go!
Japan,
baby! Look, it's lit. It's lit.
Look.
Okay, what are we looking at? Oh my gosh, can you tell me what this is? We're looking at his back.
Japanese Toyama. Toyama. Okay. Toyama's message. いっぱい集めてる. Yes, collection.
Amen.
Message collections. Toyama's message collections.
I love it.
Okay.
I love the energy.
Yes,
Thank you so much for talking to us.
Yeah.
You got any predictions? You got a score?
Yeah.
What do you think?
Yeah.
Japan?
Yeah.
What is the score? The score. What do you
Yeah.
think? 1-0? 1-0?
2-0. Win Japan. Yeah.
I love your energy, buddy.
Yeah.
Okay, hey, let's go. Thank you so much for talking to me, you guys. Yes, thank you. I love it.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir. Once again.
It's me.
Okay.
Every time, one channel or number one.
I love
Every
it.
time number one. いつも一番頑張れ日本.
Listen, there you have it. I love it. Love the energy.
Yeah,
Thank you again.
thank you
You
very
have
much.
a thank you.
Yeah, thank you very
Oh
much.
yes, I love hugs. It was so nice meeting you. Thank you guys. What time for what USA?
USA.
At USA, baby. Hello. I love it. Okay.
I love
What time for
USA.
culture? Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
USA. USA.
Amen.
Japan.
Okay.
And USA. I love it.
Okay.
One of the skills that I'm gonna make sure that both my children have, and I think it's an invaluable one.
No one to leave?
No one to leave.
Oh, yeah.
The signs, the tells that person doesn't want to talk to you anymore. And I pat myself on the back and being able to recognize it for myself. You're tired of what I'm saying, and I would really like you to know that I'm tired of what you're saying. Eject on the button.
Oh, yeah.
You can't hear the wrap-ups. Now, Japanese.
Yeah, there's a
different.
language
Lost in
barrier.
translation.
But
He
I'm
may
just
not know
talking-
what the word thank you is.
Yeah, I'm just talking in general. That's a skill. It's a valuable
It's a
life
skill.
skill. I don't want to talk to you anymore.
I spotted it yesterday. I was walking down the hall to tell Kevin Hageland that what we were going to be talking about in Crosstalk. And I got around the corner, and Kevin, I'm a heavy walker. He heard me walking down, so he knew who it was. And I caught of him walking down. I saw him go, like, God, I'm in the middle of show prep.
Yeah.
And so I was like, I'll be brief. But I made sure to yesterday when I was in here with Kevin, I had said something. I was like, and then I was like, I caught that side eye when I was walking over, and he did not dispute it. He just quietly went,
Yes. Gotta know.
So I saw it. That's you will. I've seen several instances where somebody will walk in here or we'll be talking, and you'll just go, yeah, I just don't care. So
Amanda
I
will
don't
get
have anything
mad
to say.
sometimes that we ran into someone in a restaurant, and I'm just like, I'm trying to watch the game. I'm like looking at a big game, and they're just talking to me, and I'm, just totally basically ignoring them. And she's like, I was like, you got to let them know. Like,
I would think
stop
Amanda can be a savage. I would think she would be like all for like, no,
Yeah.
we're not going to play.
Well, I think she was trying to get something free out of it. So, yeah. She
okay.
wanted like a margarita.
There was still something to it. All right, so Japan did tie 2-2 with the Netherlands, and then what occurred was the thing that everybody loves the most. This is the tradition in sports that it's been going viral and everybody's been talking about it. The Japanese soccer fans ended up cleaning up Dallas Stadium after the tie game with the Netherlands in the World Cup. And this is something where I guess the players take part in it, the fans do, clean up the whole stadium, which is nice because I have left a game before and looked at it and been like, how freaking long does it take to clean this up?
Oh, yeah. Has to. And then, like you mentioned, the players, they left the locker room spotless. They'd put all the towels. They'd folded all the towels. They had taken the trash out. I mean, it's awesome. It really is, and it's a tradition that the Japan fans have done for a very long time. The videos of all of the Japanese fans trying barbecue for the first time are amazing. Because
my TikTok is all just reactions of people like in the United States going like, "This food is incredible."
Yeah, and just how nice the Americans have been, and how surprised they are because of, I guess they've thought that we're just like these evil people, whatever. And I'm surprised. Like, to me, Japanese food's amazing. I love Japanese food. I could eat it 6 days a week. Sushi. I can eat sushi every day. I can eat hibachi 3 times a week.
All about the tuna.
And for them to come here and think this is great, and I'm like, bruh, could you imagine me in your country? I mean, just housing stuff.
According to the AP, this behavior is taught starting in elementary school and is inspired by the phrase
for the cleaning.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I'll try my best to pronounce this correctly. It's inspired by the phrase. That's exactly what I was just thinking.
What'd you say?
All right, Roy.
Tatsu tori ato wo nigosazu.
Whoa!
Oh, that was close.
Which literally translates to a bird leaves nothing behind. And so they're taught that in elementary school and carry it over. I think that that is the thing you mentioned that they're all kind of surprised or they're acting like they're. I think generally you hear that people in the UK are usually like pumped to have Americans show up, like it's cool to them. And I think over here, like, yeah, when we see like, oh my gosh, they're from England, this is fun. Oh, they're from Australia. Tell us about things.
Everyone, both parties are treating each other like it's a brand new animal being discovered in the wild.
Yeah, I know.
We're really like, oh my God, there's a person with a Japanese accent. So the goal of all these reporters now is to get, if I'm a news director, I'm saying go out and get their reaction to everything new that is American.
Right.
And that's the number one viral thing. And now you have some of their influencers, right? You have influencers here from other countries who now they know they'll blow up when they go into a Walmart or go into a Buc-ee's. So everyone's treating each other like a 3-headed giraffe.
Seen fans of other countries, and like you said, in the Walmart, the Buc-ee's, the videos.
Us watching their chants and singing.
Yes. And, which, by the way,
it's very refreshing. It's very refreshing not to have this ignorant, hateful, normal, view of foreigners and other people. It's just very refreshing. Maybe it's a Southern thing people are saying.
So WFAA also yesterday, just one last note.
And for them to experience
what America's really like, not what they're told America's like.
Well, there is some of America that's like that. We are arrogant and we think our ass doesn't stink, and everyone else is 4th, 5th, 6th place. That's all true. But for them to experience, the warm side of it.
Yeah. Our friends over at the State Fair of Texas announced their musical acts that'll be playing this fall. Some of the acts that'll be coming to town: Gym Class Heroes, 303. You've got Deep Blue Something. Bowling for Soup. Y'all ready for Bowling for Soup? And then we've got Lee Bryce, friend of the show. Lee Bryce will be performing September 30th.
All right, a lot of World Cup there in the neighborhood watch, so we'll move RJ's World Cup update to 9 o'clock. Can any of our local teams become the next New York Knicks after this?
After we get you.
Your turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Hello, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour here on DFW Sports Station, home of the Cowboys and Rangers, which both may fit into this discussion here on 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt, and Peyton Phillip Russell, along with Aiden, running the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube, as well as the Odyssey app.
Odyssey.
Who could be and who will be the next New York Knicks?
53-year championship drought for the New York Knickerbockers. Well, who is most likely to end that? Which NFL team? CBS went through 17 of them. 17 NFL teams that have a title drought. Now, they are calling a title drought. So of the 32 teams, 11 championship droughts have been at least 30 years. At least 30 years. And then you have a couple that have...
Sweet, we qualify.
Right. Then you have a couple who have never won a Super Bowl, ever. And then you have a couple some expansion teams out there like Jacksonville, who came in just before the 30-year mark. Same thing, they came in early 90s.
Are we just always going to call Jacksonville, Carolina, and Houston the expansion teams?
Yes.
Until we get a few more?
Yes.
Okay.
I think so, right?
I agree. When I think expansion team, I think Tampa and Arizona in baseball.
Yeah. I even think Colorado and the Marlins as expansion teams, right? You know, but where should and are the Cowboys on this list here?
I know the answer, but I will say where they should be.
17 in terms of most likely to end their drought is Arizona. I think that's fair because they're also most likely to have the first overall pick.
Yep.
It would make sense that the Jets would be up here too, but they're not number 16. That's the Titans. Their last title was 1961. Then Miami at 15. And then the Browns.
It's wild, by the way, that Miami gets such a pass for being as... I know I've jokingly said it before, but they really are Raiders South Beach. They have been bad for 25 years.
And it's a Hollywood-type market.
Right.
Dave Wannstedt won their last game as a head coach in the
last playoff game was 2000, right?
Yeah. It's been 26 years since they won a playoff game.
The Browns at 14. Their last title was 1964. Then at 13, it is the Jets, 1968. So the droughts on the bottom there, 68, 64, 73 for the Dolphins, 61 for the Titans, 47 for the Cardinals.
Why would the Browns be ahead of anybody? You just traded Myles Garrett. You don't have a quarterback.
They have some picks. They got a lot of picks, so maybe they can build their team better. The Raiders at 12, 1983. Carolina at 11, never won.
In my mind.
Atlanta at 10, never won. Minnesota at number 9. Their last title was 1969. At number 8, the
Detroit Lions?
The Dallas Cowboys. For those of us that grew up in the 90s, it's hard to fathom the Cowboys haven't been to a Super Bowl, much less an NFC title game, in more than 30 years. The drought has a chance, of coming to an end if it's revamped defense, a group slated to have half a dozen new starters, comes to age in a hurry. They already have a championship caliber offense led by Dak Prescott, Lamb, Pickens, and Javonte Williams. Number 8.
I don't have any major problems with this order so far.
Okay.
Too low. But again, we don't know, which is, part of the greatness of these recent teams. Oh, you're saying it's too low.
Little too low.
All right.
Okay, well, who would you replace?
Not like aggressively so, but there are a couple teams that should not be ahead of them.
Number 7, Jacksonville.
RJ's Jags.
They won 13 games last year.
13-4.
A little bit of a phony 13-4.
Number 6. Oh, this is a problem. This is the one. Washington.
Washington is not closer right now.
I agree.
I don't know what to do with Washington. I think everyone is dismissing them too quickly. Jaden Daniels was hurt last year. He had the amazing rookie season.
Did you see what everybody's calling him now?
No.
RG4.
Oh, God.
That's good. But I don't know. I'm not going to be surprised either way with them. I'm not going to be surprised if they're, 10-7. I'm not going to be surprised if they're 6-11. Are you just trying to be right about Jaden?
I don't know how they score points. And then Jaden Daniels did not look like he is. Right now, as it stands, I'd be very concerned about Jaden Daniels staying healthy. Jaden Daniels played better in his first year than I thought he was capable of. So I've already been proven wrong on that front.
He played really well.
I don't know that he's going to stay healthy, though. That's what everybody's worried about, was his body type just not holding up. And he was getting hurt like every week last year. And until they finally were just like, all right, he's done.
They also have Coach Can't. So it ain't going to happen.
Coach Can't?
Yeah, Can't Quinn. He can't Quinn.
And then if we ever had Dan Quinn in front of us and we're like, Choppy calls you Coach Can't, then he'd be like, well, actually, it was something I heard in Atlanta. I've never said it myself personally.
Sergeant slogan I heard in Atlanta. This one I just made up, just right there.
You got to read the Sirianni profile and tell me what you think about it. It's a very good profile in The Athletic.
I saw the photo.
I want to know what your differences are between Sirianni and Quinn.
One's Italian. That's it.
Okay.
That's it. Number 5. Maybe another one that I have a problem with. I definitely have a problem with Washington. The L.A. Chargers.
No problem.
Of course you don't have a problem.
No, I mean, like, Harbaugh's shown an ability to build programs. I don't like. They've gotten better since they've gotten better since he's been there, and they are closer right now than Dallas is.
I am a little disappointed with Harbaugh's.
Too conservative.
That's my knock on him.
We always knew that.
That's my knock on him right now. I'm like, if I'm doing Charger radio, I'm like, all right, can we take the top off a little bit? You know, you got the wonder kid.
So weird for a former quarterback to be that way too.
I know, and he just feels like he's running a Bill Parcells offense.
Either he's too conservative or he knows that Justin Herbert can't play.
Yeah. Now look, they lost their offensive line last year. Right, that's a humongous deal.
Could not block.
A lot of other team they lost both their tackles. But when are we going to get some explosions?
Yeah.
When are we going to get some 35, 30-point consistent outbursts?
Number 4, Detroit.
I don't have a huge problem with it, but there is a sincere question of, was last year the beginning of a decline that they're not going to be able to afford to replace players who are declining?
Yeah, I think they'll be a lot better this year, but I think this is I think their window is shorter than Dallas's.
Yeah.
I think they're closer today.
They're an older team.
I think they're closer today than the Cowboys, but I think their window isn't as long.
This is the NFL list of candidates to be the next New York Knicks and break their droughts from CBS.
Number 3.
Oh, man.
Chicago.
My Chicago Bears. Micah must have voted for this one. 1985 with the drought. Do we have a problem? They made the playoffs over us. They beat us. And you could talk about the whiz kid quarterback and head coach.
I think that...
Can you disagree with it while not having a big problem with it?
You can't disagree with it. Even if you think it's going to be wrong, you can't, in good faith, disagree with it right now.
Yeah, they're better. Although I don't think they're going to win. I don't think they're going to win the North.
I think they were a little fluky last year. They had some of the same Kansas City stuff with their late victories. Yes. I don't know, but again, they beat you. They won a playoff game. Like, they were right there at the end of a divisional game. It's really impossible to like say with a straight face, like, no, yeah, we're closer.
Yeah. I don't see how.
You don't see how what?
I don't see how you could say the Cowboys are closer than the Bears. Number 2, Cincinnati.
They're the same team. I don't know how Dallas, like, you could argue, is closer in other ways.
Joe Burrow, though, yesterday said, I have LSU vibes.
Yeah, like, I would agree that most of their offensive line is like college players.
I got
most of their O-line.
Yeah, and their entire defense. Well, I don't know that their defense is more high school.
Dexter, Jonathan Allen, Boye, Brian Cook.
I think they've got this is going to be a really good year for them. Like, maybe not they don't win the Super Bowl, but this is going to be a really big bounce back. I think nobody has a bigger increase in wins.
It's easy to say.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah,
there's no way to forecast.
Well, it's really hard to forecast because for some reason, maybe Zach Taylor was given the schedule in advance, and he knows that the first 2 weeks exist in the NFL.
Yeah.
But I think this is a team that wins 12 games.
Okay. Well, I would never bet.
Yeah, the if is Burrow's health and
Joe.
and the
But even when Burrow was healthy 2 years ago and played like an MVP, they were under 500.
Burrow's played in 10, 16, 16, 10, 17, 8. I give credit to Gavin Dawson. He's the one years ago after Burrow got that injury scare in training camp. He's like, is this guy injury prone? Like I'm too scared to trust.
Yeah, it's a lot of trust, a lot of faith you got to have. And the number one, the Buffalo Bills.
Yeah,
makes the most
Nothing
sense.
you can say about it.
Yeah, I mean they're the closest.
They should have won a title already. They haven't, and that's a problem.
I think Dallas is closer than Washington. I think Dallas is equal at least to Cincinnati. And then
they're a similar team.
And then Jacksonville won 13 games last year, but there's a lot about that team that you don't know if it's sustainable that I would think there's an argument there.
I want to play this audio. It's probably going to cause a fight with Choppy. We've always disagreed with this over 15 years.
Oh, no.
Even though you guys were good not taking the bait between your Jacksonville shot, the Chargers dispute, it's been good so far. And it's already done now because Dak got paid a second time. But I've always said, if you sacrifice some money, what's more important to you? Is it the bank account or how you're going to be remembered that you can float around your city? This is Jalen Brunson being asked by Malika Andrews, was the $113 million that you gave up with your Knicks contract worth it?
$113 million-ish is what you left on the table that you could have signed with the New York Knicks. Is $113 million worth it, knowing it's for a championship?
100% worth it. 100% worth it. I would, even if we didn't achieve this, I feel like being able to do that and grind and go on a journey to try and achieve it would have been worth it as well, but this is definitely the cherry on top.
Jalen Brunson won't be copied, but he should be copied by certain people in sports. Is it worth $100 million for Jalen Brunson to be an all-time New York Knicks legend where people are taking him over Luka Doncic nowadays and having Patrick Ewing fights? I think it is because I assume, Jalen's going to be fine for the rest of his life. LeBron made this mistake. He made this mistake. He cost himself. You still have LeBron as the best player of all time fans, but they're in the minority. He cost himself any legit chance of catching or topping Mike because he wanted to max out every single deal. They're even talking like he don't want to take a pay cut to go back to the Lakers right now with the negotiation. So that's all fine. You're going to be richer. You're going to be fine.
He has ownership goals and stuff that he wants.
That's fine. You're never going to be regarded by everyone by the majority as the greatest player of all time. And Tom Brady sacrificed. It paid off for him. Dirk did it. Duncan did it. Jalen Brunson did it, and he's going to be better off for it in terms if he cares about his legacy over the bank account.
Tom sacrificed in only a sort of way. Yeah. He got his backdoor money with right. Oh, Alex Guerrero, you get to establish your whole setup here at Foxborough. So he got his just off the cap.
But I think Dak made this mistake.
So here's the thing:
Dak made this mistake in taking and making sure he got the $60 million because with the first contract, I'm assuming he's taking care of the money. Just like Dak Prescott could be the Jalen Brunson of Dallas-Fort Worth.
How much should he have taken? Like what's an amount that you think like that is worth you or that respects where your market value was and also like helps the team out? Like what's a number?
I mean, the first number jumping into my head is 50.
That's what I would assume most people think. Take $10 million off, $50 million.
Yeah,
$10 million today is going to get you like Reed Blankenship, like, and that's fine. But it's not. I don't know that it's a lot of times the flexibility that people think it would be. And Brunson didn't leave 113 on the table. He left 37 on the table. Was what he cut them a break on, and then he just did his extension a year early. Assuming he's still playing where he is, the Knicks are going to pay out that fourth year anyway, and probably at a higher rate at that point. And so they're actually going to end up spending more money on him in that fourth year than they would have. It's just.
But they dodged the second apron earlier.
Yes.
And Dolan said, no matter what, I will not go to the second apron.
Which those factors don't exist in NFL, obviously.
Yeah.
And I wonder
it's a different equation.
what I would have to go back and see what they got with the reduction
I don't know
Like,
that
what
anybody
would
would
they-
have trusted the Cowboys to spend that $10 million the way they need.
Just an article I've read, the flexibility enabled them to retain key pieces, trade for Bridges, and add Karl Anthony Towns.
Look, that's a lot. Now, $113 million. That's, and I know you're right, Bobby. Like it's not. It's like accounting. It's an accounting. $113 million, but like taking a $113 million pay cut is a substantial impact to the rest of the roster. But if Dak took 50, yeah, he's right. Like it's not. You're not getting anybody.
Or
Now,
45.
Let's just say okay. That's a lot less.
And is it 10 a year? I mean, we're talking about 10 a year, too.
Yeah,
so,
right.
like,
So, yeah,
let's add a $10 or $12 million player a year. And I know, you're not adding Randy Moss. Like,
but if Dak takes, let's say Dak took 45.
Yeah.
Or let's say Dak took $10 million less. So whatever percentage that is, 60 to 50.
Yeah.
You would also, in order for really it to impact, you need CD to take 10% and then this 10%. Or because like if Dak's the only one taking the pay cut, and CD's not taking a pay cut, and Tyler's not taking a pay cut.
And I do acknowledge, and it's scary to say this, that Brunson had more faith in Leon Rose. I won't say Dolan. In Leon Rose to make that money work. I do acknowledge I would have a major skepticism and concern and fear if I was Dak in Stephen Jones putting that money to use.
Good use.
To good use before this past offseason. I acknowledge that. I'm just saying, think about Jalen Brunson and the world he will live for the rest of his life
or
now.
Dirk here in the city. Dirk gave them $200 million in savings over the course of his career.
Dirk. 877-881-1053. Frankel and Franco fan text to hit us up. Bobby's next shoe is going to be a female's after this. And this.
The personal injurers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Below the belt on the home of the Cowboys at 8:40. Bobby Belt, the only full-time morning radio host in the city, heading on out to the Ford Center at the Star in Frisco. Broadus has it covered for the afternoon on the G-Bag Nation. AZ Fudd has played better as of late. After a very rough start, she's gone for 17 points, 18 points, 19 points in a beatdown of the Aces, a 30-point win over the Dynasty, basically. And then she scored 10 the other night in 37 minutes. The problem is that the Horned Frog is taking over the league right now. Olivia Miles last night scored 31 on 12 of 15 shooting with 4 rebounds and 4 assists. She joins Paige Beckers, the only rookie since 2000 with 30 or more in a game on 80% shooting or better from the field. They're 12-3, and they're doing it without Collier. Wait a sec. Even after getting this win to improve to 12-3, the Aces secure the second spot. I don't think that's their record for Minnesota. But the headlines this morning, when you type in Olivia Miles, the goggled Wonder Woman pulverizing WNBA opponents. Forget Rookie of the Year. Olivia Miles belongs in a bigger conversation. Olivia Miles is a throwback point guard of the future. And then Lynx star Olivia Miles joins Rare Paige Becker's club.
What does that mean? A throwback of the future? That is one of the most contradictory things I've ever heard.
Yes. That is contradictory.
I don't know. Huh. But they are 12-3.
I'd still take AZ Fudd.
Why?
Because Paige said so.
Because.
877-881-1053. You messy. 877-881-1053. So that's what happened and has been happening with our Rookie of the Year watch. This is a Rookie of the Year watch like we had with Cooper Flagg. And
just like it.
And Khan.
Yep. All right,
it's
Bob.
The same.
All right, Bobby, take over.
ESPN told me so.
Have your sarcasm runneth over.
Yeah, look, the Caitlin ones were released yesterday.
Like
we got a nice photo of them. People made sure to Photoshop me. Spieth Island did of me wearing the Caitlin ones.
It was good.
They were good. And this is.
And then you added to the Photoshop.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I added what I was anticipating, which was a heel and an open toe, and it was not there.
By the way, people inside the shoe business are apparently saying this is one of the biggest fumbles in the shoe game's history. Why are we getting the Caitlin ones after the avalanche of attention and coverage 3 years into the career?
Boy, that's a good point. That's a really, really good point.
He didn't say the 13s. He didn't say the 3s. He said the ones.
It takes longer for Nike to design a shoe than Boeing to design an airplane.
Yeah. Like I watched the Shaq Iverson Reebok documentary, and you're seeing how they're timing everything out with.
This should have been done in college.
Who's the Me-Bound queen?
Angel Reese.
Yeah, they were timing everything out for Angel Reese and the other people that they were, recruiting. And they're like, all right, we need to launch it for the Caitlin Clark game. We need to launch it for game 1 of the season, a big matchup. And here we are 3 years later for Nike.
This should have been.
Julian's been asking why.
Yeah,
when's it going to hit the show?
He's sitting there with Sabrina's, and he could have been having the Caitlins. Now they have they got the waviness to the outside of them, which is that's a newer. Nike's got that on like all their football cleats right now. They got that kind of wavy thing. Because we were looking at football cleats. My kid hates them. He hates the waviness. He doesn't like it.
Well, I know everybody's been waiting for my review of the shoe. This has been the most anticipated shoe since, I don't know, the Billie Jean King Keds 12.
Wow, stop. That was K-Swiss.
Yeah, they were the nice after what? It was like 1979, so we're talking about like it's been 47 years or whatever it's been since we could get this hyped about a shoe. So here was my write-up that I had on the shoe, which I think is fantastic. Well worth the 80 cents on the dollar that you pay for a men's shoe. Nike wanted to create a shoe that represents Caitlin's own career.
Stop it.
And this shoe is thoroughly CC, gentlemen. You expected the game to be reinvented, and what you got was the same thing you see at church youth group pickup basketball games. And that's the brilliance of this shoe. It poetically mirrors the person it's named after. The colorway is a deep, rich royal blue, like the blueberries that Indiana so plentifully produces, and like the heat map of Caitlin's WNBA shooting chart.
Stop it!
The Caitlin 1 shoe is built around three things Caitlin asked Nike to solve: speed, range, and unpredictability. That is literally a quote from Nike's press release. Because she'd only be slower if she was moving backwards, she has the range of a Toys R Us walkie-talkie, and her shot is as predictably bad as Carter Freeman's people skills. Nike told her they couldn't fix any of those things with a shoe, and she'd have to take those things up with God. The shoes brilliantly come 2 sizes too big for your foot, so you can have the same problems Caitlin does dribbling the ball off her foot and turning it over half a dozen times a game. Well worth the $180 that the price point says they are.
$180?
Yeah.
180?
It's not your night.
Kind of like her game has done a 180 from it's any good to she's trash.
I feel like shoes have been the same price for 35 years. When I was in high school,
Which year was that?
1997. But in 96 is when I probably bought my last pair of shoes. It would have been in the fall of 96, my last pair of basketball shoes. And, it was always the same thing. The Jordans were $120. They were $120 back then. And they've been $120 seemingly forever. Now, then maybe they're $140.
I was like, they're not anymore.
Maybe $140, but they're not $180? Lunacy.
Kevin Walker, as far as the CC shoe conversation.
Oh, Khakis Kicks.
She was a big hit carrying the Kobe brand in the W, he writes. She had her own player exclusive, so that may be the reason for a delay.
Kevin, don't say the W. God.
Kevin, never work on the
Tran,
show.
talk to your guy.
877-881-1053.
Actually, Joe would be like, I agree. I love the W.
In order to hit us up on the Frankel and Frankel fan text. Pepe, are you into shoes at all?
No, I've never owned a pair of basketball shoes.
What?
I never got the style of them. Like it's like no one wears baseball cleats or soccer cleats for style. I'm not wearing basketball shoes for style.
Basketball shoes just look like kind of tennis shoes you would wear out.
Well, they're high top.
They
get
high
different,
tops now. But there's not a lot of high tops
back then.
Yeah, and I'm white.
Now they're all low.
White. Yeah, they're the foreigners.
All right, RJ Choppy and his Crime Watch update.
All right, so I'll give you the more detailed rundown on the Luigi situation. Literally, he's going to mount but what a headline by the New York Post. Luigi Mangione to mount an eyebrow-raising psych defense.
Dude, they had a great headline years ago when Anthony Weiner had said that he was not going to leave office, and their headline was, Weiner, I'll stick it out.
Oh, wow. Very nice. So his lawyers will argue that he was in the throes of an extreme emotional disturbance, experienced a profound loss of self-control when he gunned down Brian Thompson, the CEO of United Healthcare, in December of 24. God, it's been 2 years on that.
Why is this not done? Why is this idiot not sitting there just rotting with his sentence yet?
Yeah, I don't know. So they're the legal gambit. Well, because his lawyers are trying to get him off as much as they can.
Good for them.
I knew why. I was asking, figuratively.
So
does this make your skin crawl, Chop?
No,
he's Italian.
That's right, he's Italian. So what they're trying to do is if they get the jury to agree to the psych defense, it will knock it down to manslaughter, which is stunning. Manslaughter?
That's cold-blooded murder.
He slaughtered a man.
This is murder.
Yeah.
Like, this is murder.
And the manslaughter sentence roughly would be what?
Well, it would drop it down and it would put it in fractions. I mean, it would be maybe upwards of 20 years tops on a manslaughter charge.
Anything where you had to ride a bike to get there and then ride a bike to get away, I feel like you had enough time to think about it.
I feel like with Carmelo Anthony, imagine if this is manslaughter and Carmelo's wasn't, like that. Like the Carmelo Anthony would have gotten less than 20 years on manslaughter, been 2 to 20 years, and the murder was 10 to 99, something like that, and he's getting 35, and you're going to have Luigi who guns down a guy in complete cold blood.
Or like Peyton told us about, the guy who stole the Legos and got 80 years or whatever.
45.
Crazy, right? Yeah. Crazy. So there's Luigi. He's trying for the psychiatric defense. And then the Gilgo Beach murder.
Make sure you include him, by the way, tomorrow at 9 for his little white people not wearing basketball shoes comment.
Well, that's a worse take.
Make sure that's in worse.
That's a bad take. But the Gilgo Beach.
Gilgo Baggins.
This is a serial killer. This is Rex Shewerman, and he killed, he has admitted to it, at least 8 sex workers between 1993 and 2010. All right, he killed him in what he had called as a kill room in his basement.
Oh, how original.
Okay, and so they have the...
What's my kill room?
What should we name that?
Yeah, they have the sentencing for it. So he has already admitted to it. So he was sentenced to 3 life terms for these... Obviously, these crimes that went from 1993 to 2010.
Just play the psychiatric breakdown. Knock it down.
This is a dude who would get caught when that's all he names it. It's like, this is where I kill people, so it's my kill room.
I mean,
it's like when Gilbert Arenas.
Where do you live? A bloody drive.
Was it Chauncey Billups or no? It was Gilbert Arenas who did the poker games where he's like, I wasn't involved in those, and they're like, we confiscated this poker table which has your face on it, and he's like, well, I don't know where that came from.
Where does he like to eat and hang out? Cleaver.
And his family, the aunt of one of the victims is slamming his family because his family did a documentary on Peacock, and now his family's saying like, no one's hiring will hire us. We're unhireable, which I don't.
For the family?
The family, which I don't care for that. It's like.
Unless they've like been outwardly, I don't know, I'm ignorant to the case.
Unless they were just
outwardly supporting him and being like, he's innocent, like, hey, nothing's wrong here.
or
I'm not hiring him.
Or helped.
Yeah. Or helped. Did they
right?
do either one?
They did not help. I don't know if they were like. I mean, I don't know. I could see like if my son was convicted or charged with murder, I'd be defending them forever. Probably, right? Yeah, I mean,
if he named it the kill room?
If he named it the kill room, I'd be like, dude, come to me for these things, please.
Who would most likely name it that? Would Julian or Luca most likely just name it the kill room?
Luca.
Yeah. Julian will come with a better name for that one. But they're getting slammed for making money off the documentary.
Why the Cowboys' magic number this season is 15. Bobby has it in B-Lo. Right here on 105.3 The Fan. But your
you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not. Over to you, Bobby.
Why Caleb Downs will lead the Cowboys' defensive turnaround. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. Let's talk about it below the belt, which is sponsored by Window Nation. The Caleb Downs buzz, by the way, seems to have just like you get into normal practices. Safeties in these sort of things are not going to stand out a lot of different times.
F for minicamp.
It's just it's going to stand out more, I think, when you see a training camp and he's able to you're in the team periods and you're going to be able to see him reading, reacting, doing different things. But it's like
I still like to have heard you guys come in here, you and Broadus, and say he's locked down the slot receiver. He's a nickel corner lockdown already.
It's not really the way it's not.
Oh, they don't run patterns? Oh, they don't throw footballs to receivers out there?
No,
they don't have people covering. I heard CD burnt Durant. And look, I'm 98% joking.
What's the 2%?
The 2% is I'd be really. I need to fill my hype cup of Caleb Downs lockdown CD on these couple plays.
You know who is smaller than I thought? Because I know some people are like, "Ooh, Downs is a little shorter." But you know who's?
I saw that on my tape on 5-minute tape.
you know who's smaller than I thought he was going to be is Jalen Thompson.
Yeah, you said
Thompson's just he was I think PJ Locke. I don't know.
Jump balls against us. Cavante Turpin going to be winning jump balls out there, throwing it up in the red zone like McCarthy did.
So PJ Locke is 5'10" is his listed height, and I thought Thompson was listed 5'11 and a half. They were standing next to each other yesterday. They are eye to eye. That Jalen Thompson's definitely that's a 5'10", solidly. But yeah, you're seeing with Downs right now. More. I think the impressive thing with him is he's the one I hear the most at practice on the defensive side. The one I hear talking the most, whether it be talking through drills or barking out an audible or whatever. So he's the one that I hear communicating the most, which is good and something that I think they want. And Christian Parker got asked yesterday about, hey, are you okay being the savior? Like that weight of being the savior of the franchise. He's like, it's that's not really a good way to term it because it's such a collective effort or whatever. But the reality is, it's Parker and it's Downs, and everybody's like, you two got to hit.
That's the media. That's my media guide cover. That's it right there.
Parker and Downs?
Yep, Parker and Downs is the cover of my Cowboy media guide.
Are they going to be in the moment? Or are you going to have that practice field one of look, it starts here with these two putting in the grind?
It's that picture Machota took. Machota took one of OTAs, and it was the two of them together, and I was in love.
He took it I was standing next to John the other day, and he was taking, and I just walked up to him, I was screwing him, I was like, it was a crap photo. And he was like, that's why I take 1,000 of them. I was like, do you really? And I'm like, he takes about 1,000 photos at practice every day.
No, he doesn't.
He does.
1,000?
Because he does burst photos.
He's going on G-Bag today. I don't know what a burst photo is.
He was on G-Bag yesterday.
Oh.
At 5 o'clock. So they may have booked him 2 days in a row. That sounds like something G-Bag would do. All right. So over at NFL.com.
We used to have fish on every day.
That was a scheduled hit, though.
It was a Mavs Insider show.
When you got the text yesterday from MF Mike, that's what I thought it was first.
What text?
The one you sent us about the interview, about the Cincy interview.
Oh, Florio.
Yeah, I thought it was Fisher.
I got more texts about that Slavin interview. I can't remember the last time. It may have been the most about an interview since the Jerry blow up.
You got the FaceTime in the very opening segment of Jim Rome's show yesterday. Phenomenal.
Yeah.
You were
How many
all
people
up on
saw
it.
that?
However many people are subscribed to Roku TV or whatever. I don't know. All right, so over at NFL.com, they've got the defining number for each NFL team. So they're just basically, it's like one of those by the number articles where they're like, seven times on Sunday, the team converted third down or something like that. And they're just using it as a hook to basically provide commentary about different things. So for instance, the Eagles number, the key number in 2026 is 28.4%. And they said, how will first-time offensive coordinator Sean Mannion's offense differ from that of his predecessor in Philly,
Here it
Kevin
is, by the way.
Patullo?
This is the media cover.
That's a good one.
That's the pick. That should be the media guide cover.
18, though. Got a doctorate.
Oh, it's
You're going to have to
18.
Photoshop some blue and color around it.
All right.
So Kevin Patullo used spread formations 28.4% of plays last year, second most in the league. But Mannion is a branch off the Sean McVay tree, which is now that tight formation, different things like that. So that's kind of the hook that they're using. So Dallas's number, their key number this season, the defining number for the Dallas Cowboys is 15. So between 8 free agent signings, they write, 2 trades, and 5 draft picks that involve defensive players, Dallas added 15 new faces on that side of the ball this offseason. Pro Bowl pass rusher Rashawn Gary, first-round safety Caleb Downs, and others joined 2025 additions Quinnen Williams and Kenny Clark in an attempt to resurrect a struggling unit that ranked bottom 3 in scoring and total defense in each of the last 2 campaigns and allowed a league-high 30.1 points per game last season. And I think 15 doesn't even catch like the true weight of how much change has gone over on that side of the ball. Because 15 players, you're going to end up with 25 defensive players on the final roster. You're probably sitting at like 40 right now, whatever it is. But it's not just 15. If you just jump back and say, what did they enter training camp with last year? What did it like? Because you're generally thinking this is kind of going to be your team. You'll cut from here. If you think about just who they added after training camp, Reddy Stewart, who's on the roster right now, Quinnen Williams, Kenny Clark, go down the list of guys that they've. And then you take guys who just weren't even active and ready to play then. Revel and Overshown. There is essentially an entirely new defensive roster that you're now working with than what had been available to you at the start of training camp last year. Which maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. But it speaks to 2 things. One, and I understand it's a little bit like when we talk about the defense attorney push that you have to have if you're representing Brendan Sorsby or something like that. The fact that they insisted for so long, players are fine last year. Defensive players are fine. It's, we've got the players to make it happen, really, because you just churned over everybody.
Yeah.
You got rid of everyone, which just speaks to when they tell you some things, you need to take it with a grain of salt of the Cowboys said this. Well, Jerry said this. Okay, that's fine that they said it. That doesn't often always mean necessarily that that's genuinely how they're approaching it.
You can tell by about week 4 who they're going to scapegoat at the end of the year.
I heard from somebody that they had pretty much made up in their mind Eberflus was gone by week 8 last year. And that they just felt like there's not really somebody who can step in. So our best shot at this point would be it just clicking for them. So we'll stay with continuity, but they had already kind of determined he was not coming back.
Someone at the Star just texted me, nope, to my media cover idea. You're lost. Oh. You're lost, Cowboys PR.
That's a bummer.
Come on.
All right, so in addition to that, that's the one thing is that they're going to sometimes just, it's like anything, you're fluffing it up or you're going to conceal some things. And so you talk a certain way. And a lot of times teams will view it as there's no sense in being negative publicly if we're going to be negative internally anyway. If we're talking, having hard conversations, the outside world doesn't need to know about those hard conversations because it just creates distractions. But the other end of this is that's so many new pieces that you're going to have to work in that I think that's where you really see the value of Kenny Clark, Rashawn Gary, and PJ Locke all having done stuff with Christian Parker before. And finding Quinnen Williams fits into what they do here. Caleb Downs really does a lot of the different stuff in the secondary that, Christian Parker has really liked. And yesterday, Christian Parker, this is Cut 7 Peyton, asked on how Caleb Downs or if Caleb Downs has met expectations to this point.
Yeah, he has. I mean, he's as advertised. We spent significant time with him before the draft process. So we had a good feel on who he was and knew some people at Ohio State, at Alabama, in terms of how he was on the day-to-day that we maybe didn't see in that 30 visit or at the combine. But he's been doing great. He's a worker. He looks for coaching. He craves that. He wants to be corrected. He wants more information. And he works as hard as he can with the extras and everything else. So it's been good. He's been good to work with, and I think that he's trying to advance at the right rate. I think that we try to lessen those expectations in terms of what goes on outside of these walls. There's a certain process to take as a rookie in general in the National Football League, and we try to abide by that process.
It's him mentioning there, he takes to tough coaching. I remember Zeke, when he was in New England, at the end of his time in New England, he had gotten asked during a press conference, hey, what's it like working with Bill? He's kind of notorious for being a hard ass. How's that been? And Zeke was like, I love it personally. He's like, tough players usually like tough coaching. They may not always love it in the moment, of just he's kind of being a jerk or whatever, but they like somebody who pushes them and is competitive and demands more out of them. And that's something that I think you see is the reputation that Downs has had pretty consistently, is that he does want somebody who's going to demand more, and that he's going to, as soon as he's comfortable doing it as a young player in that locker room, he's going to demand more of guys. We heard about Tyler Smith. You played that clip on Friday of Tyler Smith talking about how Rashawn Gary is demanding things of the guys on the defensive line already that is a different energy than what they had last year. And I think it's the Messi thing we talked about yesterday, and not to compare Caleb Downs to Lionel Messi, because Caleb Downs plays real football. But the thing we talked about with Messi of like, for all the hype, he always meets the moment. Always. It's way up there. These are not those level expectations with Downs, but when, you know, anonymous reports are out there getting written by ESPN saying, I asked a scout and they said this is the guy most likely to wear a gold jacket at the end of his career. And you're talking about, hey, the whole fix on this 3-year window for this organization is on you, dude. You, the 21-year-old coming in here, like, you are meant to be the guy who saves and stabilizes all of this on the defensive side of the ball and rescues these final years of Dak Prescott being really efficient and this offense being at a really high level. Everybody you talk to over there says he loves that. Like that Caleb Downs loves the pressure, loves the moment, loves the expectations, and not in any sort of a, oh yeah, I want all this attention on me sort of way, but just in a way of like, yeah, give me some stakes. Give me something to like push me even harder. Give me something to shoot for, attain for, and to live up to. And I think you see that mirrored in Christian Parker, and that's why when you hear Parker talk there about him, it's so glowing, and how, even though it's felt a little neutral watching the practices, Parker would say he's met every expectation you guys have set for him within these walls and the way we're handling our meetings and our practices.
Except for being locked down in mandatory minicamp.
Well, he's not giving stuff up.
Below the belt. I'm just joking around. Here on your home of the Cowboys, it's DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. We want to reward you and thank you by hooking you up with another Shakira ticket giveaway. And why is our own coach calling us a bunch of losers? RJ's World Cup update after this.
krld-fm and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Vitinha defending. In goes the cross. Tuanzebe's attacking. DR Congo have scored in the World Cup for the very first time. History for Johan Wissa.
It's us against the world, bro, just watch us shine. Choppy's here to tell us what the hell is stoppage time. World Cup, soccer at home and global too. Sit back, relax, let Chop nutmeg all over you.
Oh, baby, that was a good day. Compared to a couple of days ago where you had draw after draw after draw.
But those were awesome, I thought y'all said.
And they were entertaining games, but still, we like to have a result.
Yeah, this was sex on the pitch yesterday.
This was sex on the pitch. That England-Croatia game, it was the tease, as the kids would say. It was the tease. I can't say the whole word, but it was. It started off with Portugal against the Democratic Republic of Congo, and that game ended in a 1-1 tie, and Ronaldo he's the GOAT in a bad way. Remember, we used to say the GOAT was a bad thing back when we were kids, back in the the 90s.
Yeah.
In a year that started with a 1, right? The 19s.
Well, if it's lowercase, it's a bad thing. If it's all caps, then it's the acronym.
It's a good thing.
And you're the GOAT.
He was the GOAT because he did not muster a shot on goal, a SOG, in this entire game. 0 shots.
Man, and the uncomfortable topic for Portugal is, do you have to bench him? Do you have to play him less? What do you do?
I keep asking myself that.
What do you do?
I mean, Portugal is it's still a pretty, I mean, they're not like a title contender like they had been in the past. But they're still a proud soccer country. Like they have good players. He's got to be decent enough to make the team. They're not just going to give him a spot because of who he is, especially, and they're not going to play him like that.
As somebody who does not watch it, if they're not like a legit contender to win it all,
then just play him.
Then you just play him.
Just play him. He's Ronaldo.
Because I would imagine you wouldn't want to shame him on the way out of just you gotta sit on the bench.
He's 40 years old. He was not, as somebody said, he was a ghost. He was a ghost out there. That's what the fan text says.
Yeah, and you said best looking ghost you've ever seen.
He's a great looking guy. I mean, he really is. That's what money will buy. Because when he first came up, his teeth were all jagged. He was just not the best looking.
It's like the young pictures of Tom Brady, man.
Ooh,
where it's like,
yeah. What happened there?
That's not just Alex Guerrero doing that.
In the 94th minute, Ghana with a goal. It was an epic scene in Toronto. It's fantastic. I felt so happy for them. They beat Panama 1-0. Colombia, they beat Uzbekistan 3-1. But right here at AT&T yesterday afternoon,
Dallas Stadium.
That's right, Dallas Stadium. I mean, my credential pulled that I don't have.
Chicolene is so bitter down the hall. He's like, I'm not calling it Dallas Stadium because they rejected our credentials for La Grande.
They did, really?
Because he didn't call it Dallas Stadium.
Probably because he didn't call it. Harry Kane with a pair of goals. He's got more World Cup goals than, I saw the stat yesterday, than Ronaldo does. And he's played in half the amount of World Cups.
Scored more goals than shots that Ronaldo's even gotten off.
Pair of goals. One was a penalty kick that happened early on, like the first 10 minutes. And, he missed the first one. But then basically what amounts to a soccer lane violation where Croatia was in the 18-yard box before he kicked the ball. So that's kind of like an offsides call, if you will. He gets to redo it, re-kick, and he scores, and England goes on. They were tied at 2 at the break. It was a really awesome first half, and then England winds up winning 4-2. The scene at Texas Live, the banners. You see Croatia doing a march down downtown Dallas with this giant flag, and they had to shut down bars last night. England fans in Arlington were there so late. They're like, guys, you gotta go. I know that, and maybe in London they let you stay up all night. You gotta go.
It's jet lag.
We got rules. We got rules here. And this is this is England at Texas Live.
I've heard Texas Live louder.
This is it's a video. I mean, it's like, we're not in it. It was awesome. The scenes were just incredible for this game. Now, one of the things, and this really makes me happy, because all I've wanted to hear for years I have heard all these Europeans, when it comes time to have like a little heat, and it's 84 degrees, and they're passing out, and they just can't handle it. And they're like, well, guys, European heat's just different. The heat is just different over here in Europe. You guys wouldn't understand. 80 there is way different. Well, no, finally, we get a European that says we were wrong.
The Americans were right when they said us English can't handle the heat. I've just landed in Texas for the World Cup, and the heat is another level in America than what it is to England. Every time it's a heat wave in the UK, we post on Twitter to say how hot it is, and there's always an argument with Americans saying it's not that hot, and we always argue that it is hot, it's different heat, whatever. No, the heat here is different. The air is thick like soup, and even in the middle of the night, it's 29 degrees. Right now, it's 35, and you can barely breathe the air. Thank God Americans actually have AC.
You called it, Choppy.
Man,
this in Tijuana, your big victories of the week.
That's right. Victories over you, and then all of Europe.
Everything he said, though, is completely useless because he said it in Celsius. I did see
That's another one. They said that we were right on Fahrenheit.
I saw the video. There's a guy walking around. He goes, like, this British guy, he goes, this is a hot take. This will get me in trouble with other people in the UK. He's like, Fahrenheit is much better than Celsius. It gives you, like, margins that you can actually understand. Like, yeah, this is 20 hotter than that is. 29 to 35 doesn't sound like a real difference.
No, I get it. It's easy. 0 Celsius is freezing. 100 is boiling. I get it. It makes sense. It's from a scientific standpoint, great, but it's not practical in the use of day-to-day life.
He's like, when you give me a temperature, I want to know what that means in terms of how it feels. And telling me something's 20 hotter gives me an idea of how it feels. 29 to 35 is a wind chill.
Yeah, it's a wind chill. It's a wind chill. That's all it is. So there was some of the England game. Now, some people were saying that the PK, the keeper moved off of his line a little bit early on that penalty kick. England 4-2 winners. So today, so that was all the stuff that happened yesterday. We don't have any games here in DFW today. Now, the Czechia, who is out of Mansfield, their base camp is in Mansfield. They are playing today. They're in Atlanta taking on South Africa. That's the early game. Switzerland against Bosnia. That's at SoFi. Canada and Qatar in Vancouver. And then Mexico is back. So they played early on. They are back. They are in Guadalajara against South Korea tonight. But does it feel like the U.S. hasn't played in 2 weeks?
Yeah.
It feels like the game was like 2 weeks ago.
Tomorrow with Wolchuk and Kazum.
I mean, it's a week ago.
FOMO.
I know, but it feels longer. I don't know.
I got FOMO for that.
You have FOMO?
Yeah. I'll be in Waco.
Now.
Not FOMO.
You'll be having a mighty fine time, I think, based on those pictures we saw.
Let's get to it. Mauricio Pochettino. He is the head coach of Team USA. He told El País, which is a publication.
They got better citation and crediting than the big lead.
Hey, there we go.
Bobby, all I've been doing is working on how to message this guy who wrote, Ron Slavin, Brendan Sorsby agent, was on a radio show. I can't DM him because I'm not verified. I can't find an email. Oh, Job Morrison.
I'll find an email in
I'm
2
trying to get to you,
seconds.
Joe. Find me an email for him.
Yeah, maybe you're not blocked. We'll see.
Oh, yeah. Who's that guy who blocked us for what?
Greg Riddle or whatever.
Yeah,
I don't know. He covers Denton Geyer. I noticed it after I said my Denton Tired thing when Keller was playing them in softball. So I do wonder if he blocked me for that and then maybe just blocked y'all too.
But is what I sent you evidence of a block? Because I can still see.
Yeah, with the way Elon did
Blocks
it,
have changed.
When you're blocked, you can still see what they post. You just can't.
What's his name? Greg Riddle,
Riddler or something.
Dallas Morning News.
And I'm like, I was like, I've never interacted with him. Like, that's just a weird. I'm blocked by association. I don't care for that.
TCU track field alum.
I'm a personal responsibility guy. I didn't do nothing to you. Anyway, I'm gonna. So obviously this was in a different language. So I'll translate. Well, it's been translated for me. He says American sports, quote, rewards losers. Their culture is playful. They want to play. We told them, guys, playing soccer is one thing, competing is another. They're different sports. They grew up in the culture of playing. Why? If you start in MLS and you haven't won a game in 3 months and you're at the bottom, what's the consequences if there's no promotion or relegation, no international competition? American sports reward losers. Soccer's different. If you reward those who don't win, if you don't have goals, you don't fight. If I lose, what happens? Nothing. They just fire the coach. Also, the American player is disciplined, but with a sense of complacency that isn't good in soccer. It took us a year and a half to change that mentality. So basically, he's saying, like, if you don't have relegation in your sport, there's no real consequence for losing. Like, you might lose your job, but you can find another job with another team.
Yeah.
Whereas if you're on the roster and you get relegated, you got to go down to the AAA or the G League or the UFL or whatever. We're just not a... First of all, no owner is going to agree to
That's
this.
the problem. It must be a difference in ownership mentality where their owners are like, okay, like no fan has ever complained that I've ever heard talk about relegation. I've never heard a fan complain about it. Everyone only suggests it. No one says this is dumb, but it takes owners who care the most about competitive spirit in the league in order to, I would think, sign along with that.
Jerry Jones is never going to agree if they're 3-13 for 2 years in a row to go play in the UFL.
None of them will.
None of them will.
They won't even shorten the season by 10, 15, 20 games, which everyone is screaming and calling for.
They won't do it. Yeah, this isn't
They want to expand leagues.
Right. Yeah, like this is not an American, a player thing. This is a league thing. I mean, yeah, it sounds great.
Well, players don't. I don't think players would want to be relegated either.
I was gonna say I don't.
Do they keep their salaries with relegation when they move down? I'm totally
that I don't know. I wonder
it.
if the players have to get released. I don't know because like you can't make it. The
I would
teams,
assume you keep your same salary,
right? But the teams would like. They lose out all kinds of money. I mean, what kind of money do you make if you're not in the Premier League? As
well,
they say,
man. There's your punishment.
Yeah, there's punishment.
No, I wonder. I know everybody has recommended it before, but I also wonder if it's just like one of those things of there's a lot of ways that European leagues do things that just don't catch on here. And so I wonder if that would be one of those things where, in theory, it sounds like, yeah, everybody loves it over there. It's like, yeah, but once it gets applied over here, I don't know if it's received the same way.
Players do not automatically lose their contracts if a club is relegated. Legally, they remain tied, but relegation triggers major financial contractual shifts depending on the individual agreement.
Yeah, so those players get sold, basically, right? They probably get sold, loaned out, whatever. So the FIFA no logo policy.
And by the way, a good thing that you did not go to your pub that is getting all the nonstop free attention. It was closed down at 6 p.m. due to fire department code enforcement for the England game.
Gosh.
Told you, you're not getting in.
No.
Not getting in there. Unless maybe go right after the show.
Right, you would have to. But, now we don't have England for another game. I'm really upset we don't have Scotland. I want Scotland. I'm going to get a Scotland jersey or something like that.
Yeah, that's your people.
Right, I'm a Scotsman. I'm a lord. I have land. I'm a landowner.
What type of scene is the Argentina game going to be Monday?
Oh,
holy crap.
Crazy scene. And
now, are their fans doing something special and unique to them? We know the Netherlands. We know England.
And England and Scotland.
What are the Argentinians known for? Are they doing anything?
Chimichurri. My neighbor, my neighbor's Argentinian. He makes his mother. His mother made an amazing brisket in the oven. It was fantastic.
Okay,
one of the best I've ever had. So juicy, so great with the chimichurri, just fantastic.
I don't think they're going to be throwing chimichurri up into the air there in Arlington.
Probably not.
I was looking for their fan tradition.
Their fan tradition is amazing women. That is their fan tradition. Oh, yes.
Let's see if that's true.
Someone should have started an app for that, too, around the Metroplex.
You good-looking girl.
The judge.
Stop it, man.
That's the best drop. That and the shoddy. Hey!
Get like you get. Sit there, rate the fan bases on an app. The different women.
Real quick, money grab time. We talked about how FIFA is like all up on the.
Are you giving the no to Argentinian women?
I think
What'd you do? A Google image of three people?
On your no, it gives you a whole array of photos. I think I would be on the Brazil version of your app.
What did you type in?
Argentinian women.
Okay.
So we talked about them like they cover up the logos for everything. Well, how about this? You can get your name on the Jumbotron at these games.
Yippee.
For $79.
Oh.
They just put your name on. They don't say, hey, welcome to Dallas Stadium, Sean Sharif. No. It's in a line of people. Sean Sharif, Peyton Russell, Aiden Butler.
Like film credits?
Film credits. Just bam, 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 bam. It's just film credits. Like you can get your name, $79.
Wow.
And people are probably doing it.
Of course.
People are doing it.
RJ Choppy with a World Cup update with our own coach calling us
what a loser.
Culture of losers.
A bunch of losers.
We'll crosstalk with an update on the PGA Championship Round 1 at 9:40 with the KNC Masterpiece. But it's a slob fest for your Dallas Cowboys, and Bobby has all the audio to prove how the entire country is falling in love with America's team. Next in the Red Zone. And this is
Here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
How many people want to eat a W tonight?
You know what I like about the media? They think you can just dial 1-800 and get a quarterback.
It is the Red Zone, your football fix every day at this time, no matter what you're doing. You're like, football, I want to hear about it on the home of the Cowboys, college football, anything else. 920, Red Zone, get it? Yeah, 920 every day. Brought to you by Jess Love Coffee, home of the Sean and RJ coffee bags with proceeds going to the Sandlot Children's Charity. Sandlot Children's Charity. 940 crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece. And Bobby was seeing more Cowboys slobbering yesterday.
I don't know if we've just hit the peak moment of the offseason where it's like, all right, we've kind of exhausted topics nationally, nothing new's happening, and everybody just synced up on the same day to go, let's go back to some Cowboys love. But we've obviously talked about this offseason's been a little odd because normally the Cowboys are getting kicked in the stomach nationally all offseason. And that's not been the case this year. There's a lot of positive thoughts about what the Cowboys can do and what the Cowboys can be. So I saw a few different instances of it yesterday when I was just doing my podcast rounds that I do.
Oh, look at that.
That is not as impressive as it sounds. It just means I'm listening to podcasts while I'm walking around.
Oh, I thought you were a guest on multiple podcasts.
No, it's much more pathetic than that. So
you'll be on the same amount of podcasts as Wilchuk soon.
Sounds like it. Odyssey app, 6 p.m. yesterday. So Rich Eisen was doing yesterday, he had done last week like the top 10 defenses in the NFL, according to him. So he did the top 10 offenses yesterday. And his producer is like this big Cowboys fan. And so his producer was all caught off guard. He's like, I cannot believe you're giving us this love, Rich. Rich put them as the second best offense in the NFL. He said that they're only behind the Rams and that he thinks very easily the Cowboys could be a better offense than the Rams this year. So that's some nice glowing statements. So then go over to the Herd yesterday. Your hero, Colin Cowherd, Sean. Ugh. Colin Cowherd was talking with Albert Breer.
Fix your website, McIntyre.
Colin Cowherd was talking with Albert Breer, and this is Cut 22. Colin Cowherd wanting to give the Cowboys a little love.
It's been so easy to just pick against the Cowboys over the last 15, 20 years. I mean, it was, if it's Jason Garrett, it's McCarthy, it's Brian Schottenheimer. It's like, well, are they at the top of the league? Dak and Romo are good, but I don't trust them in the playoffs. And I did this about a month ago. I said, actually, if you stack up their 10 best players, if Caleb Downs ends up, you just start looking at their roster and you're like, this is actually Quinnen Williams and Dak and Pickens and CeeDee Lamb and
Kenny Clark, yeah.
Have we undervalued the Cowboys? Are they actually really at the top? Kind of an elite roster.
Kind of an elite roster. After last year, everybody was like, they've got an entire side of the ball that's not NFL worthy.
Yeah.
And then Albert Breer, 2 more clips here. Albert Breer putting a little bit more cold water on it, just like, well, let's slow down a little bit, but also saying this team has a real shot to be something good.
I think they've done a nice job reworking their pass rush. Now we'll see what Malachi Lawrence, their second first-round pick, becomes, but they've got Quinnen Williams in there. They've got Kenny Clark. So I think the defensive line, you go back to last year, they drafted Donovan Ezeraku out of Boston College. They have high hopes for him. I think they've done a nice job of reworking their defensive line. DeMarvion Overshawn is somebody they've got high hopes for at linebacker. You add Downs to the secondary. And then you look offensively and you've got the 2 number 1 receivers, or at least 2 receivers with number 1 receivers with talent. And you start to put it all together, and then you got to ask the questions. Okay, what's going to happen at running back? What's going to happen in left tackle? They're throwing that open, with their former first-round pick, Tyler Guyton, having to earn that job. What's going to happen at corner? This is post-Trayvon Diggs. I think there are some key positions that need to be worked out. But if they can be good enough at left tackle, if they can be good enough at corner, if they can be good enough at running back, I think there's a makings of a really good team there.
Some Javonte Williams out there. From
does Albert know who Javonte Williams is?
I think it's more he knows they would like to have a 1-2 combo, and they don't know about 2, is what I would guess he's more thinking along the lines of. But the clip that went viral yesterday, it was a popular topic, top 10 offenses, because Mina Kimes was doing it on her podcast too. She put the Cowboys number 5, glowingly talked about him, even referenced Ryan Flournoy. So she's been listening to Steven, I guess, because she said Flournoy the whole time.
Listen to Zach, who's been hyping him.
Nate Tice, who blew Broadus away at Super Bowl. Broadus thought he was incredibly sharp.
Who is he?
He is he's done a lot of different writing and film study and stuff like that. I think he is related to Mike Tice.
Has to be.
But Nate Tice, he writes for Yahoo now. But he's written for The Athletic and done some others. He does a lot of film study. Nate Tice in his list said the number 1 offense in the NFL to him is the Dallas Cowboys, and he was glowing about their team.
They have not just like answers to the test with Dak back there, but just receiver-wise, it's depth. So if George Pickens on the outside, CeeDee Lamb, and then a guy I'm very high on, Ryan Flournoy, the receiver 3, Jake Ferguson at tight end. And it's not just Jake Ferguson. Then they have other auxiliary tight ends. Like Brevin Spann-Ford is like one of the best blockers at tight end in the league. Luke Schoonemaker is whatever, but he's a 3rd tight end, so they don't even need to rely on him. Javonte Williams, they like more than I do, but he had a great year last year, and he's perfect for their run scheme. And really, we just talk about O-line. They have some depth, like where I'm kind of squinting at a little bit as well. They drafted Drew Shelton, but they also have an offensive line coach in Clayton Adams. He's offensive coordinator technically, but I think he's phenomenal, and I think he should be a future head coach. He's been amazing. And so then you got Brian Schottenheimer, who I don't think anyone has grown more in my mind and grown more in respect for me than Brian Schottenheimer since he's become a head coach of the Cowboys.
Yeah.
How he answers questions, how he goes about things, how he communicates to players, play design. Like I've been extremely impressed. So that's really doing a lot. Of course, I've always been pretty high on Dak Prescott. I consider him a locked-in top 10 quarterback, but I can see his comfort in this offense. It's that perfect blend of Schottenheimer getting to the stuff he wants to get to, and then Dak on 3rd down and getting to do Dak things and being the sheriff and controlling things.
Slobbery.
Yeah.
Slobbery across the board on Wednesday. They all got the memo at the same time. There's starting to be some expectations here.
The Javonte Doubt memo.
2 times, too.
Todd Archer did a Schottenheimer piece yesterday where Jake Ferguson said he feels more dangerous. I get a more dangerous sense from him. He's more in his bag. And then Overshown said he was eliminating gray areas. And Archer's like, what do you mean? And Overshown said, either you want to be here or you don't. I feel like he lets that be known. The guys that are going to play for us are going to be guys that compete every day, coming ready to work, and are not going to be any excuses. So we don't want people there that we have to worry if they're going to be late or if we got to worry if they're going to study their playbooks or not. He's already cutting that out. I can't remember where I heard it, but I heard that the Pickens-Tardy thing has been addressed like multiple times or with some extra emphasis. I'm not suggesting that Overshown is specifically talking about Pickens with that quote. And then finally, Tyler Smith said Schottenheimer wants the players to take ownership of things. Their leadership council, consisting of vets, have had breakout meetings to talk about the words that we want to live by, that we want to embody. He's doing different things holistically of building our identity. And Schottenheimer, Broadus, did mention wanting to have and needing to figure out what their identity is going to be for this season.
It may not work. It may not be the cure-all or the solution that has been positioned to be. But if Schottenheimer's whole goal was, I'm coming here and the top line item is establishing a culture, and the top line item is developing expectations and a standard across the board that everybody buys into. It's been said a number of times, we've talked about it. He's a more charismatic Jason Garrett. The concepts he talks about are Jason Garrett concepts. He just has it in a more affable way. And he is, I think if that's what his goal was to establish this culture, it looks like he's getting there. Like they're definitely starting to fall in line with the standards. Again, it may not matter. And we may go, well, your thought experiment was wrong. That doesn't cause winning. But we'll get an opportunity to see it because he's getting the baseline standards he wants.
Clayton Adams getting a lot of love. He went on the Ari Meirov.
God, why?
I know. You're going to have to bust Clayton's balls for that. He went on with Ari Meirov, I think, for an hour.
Did he actually go on with him, or did Ari steal the interview and repurpose it?
And Clayton talked about the perception of George Pickens.
You know, I actually didn't know that much about him. I knew that he was a really talented guy. I think
if I'm going to tell our players that I want them to be themselves and I want them to be authentic and I'm going to be myself and I'm going to be authentic, there's like George Pickens is George Pickens. And like, I guess you probably really only know what that means until you're around him a whole bunch, but he is very rarely in a bad mood. He is happy. He loves football. He's always smiling and laughing. He's got a continuous laugh. And just like any other player, there's going to be some positives that you deal with. There's going to be some negatives that you deal with. And those are things that we all have to do, things that we deal with in-house in order to kind of make this big brotherhood work that we're trying to build. So I think he felt comfortable in being himself in Dallas.
It's all very positive, and it seems to be the case with him.
And there's one thing that would have made this offseason even more positive.
An extension?
No. A trade for Max Crosby. Which it felt like they
totally forgot. I totally forgot about Max.
It felt like they were. They put their best foot forward. It felt like they were a finalist in that process before the Ravens went, just kidding. We don't actually want him. But now there is a report from they say a longtime Raiders reporter. To be honest, this sounds like somebody from a 1930s like film noir movie about his name is Hondo Carpenter, which sounds like, hey, see, we're going to have to take it downtown. Hondo Carpenter gets another. Like, that's what his name sounds like. But he says, reported this week, he said, I'm telling you, there's a lot of interest in Max Crosby for the San Francisco 49ers.
40,000 followers, SI.
He said, though, two teams specifically are nuclear hot after Crosby, the San Francisco 49ers and the Philadelphia Eagles are all over it. Says the Raiders are not actively shopping Crosby right now, but there's two teams that are hard up for it. It would be a little harder, I think, for fans which have generally been positive about the Cowboys offseason. I think they'd start becoming a little bit more discontent if it's like, well, why did the 49ers get Crosby? Why did Myles Garrett go to the Rams? Why don't we get something like that?
After the dust has settled, we got our draft picks and everything. Christian Parker. What would you throw the Raiders? What would you give up? Forget about throw out offer. What would you actually give up, if anything?
Thornay.
A 2.
Whoa. Okay.
Maybe a 3.
You go 2 or 3.
Yeah.
Bob?
Second
still?
Mm-hmm.
I would do a second as well.
Because I mean, even let's just say the
if it's a 3-year window, he'll be fine for 3 years.
Let's say the defense is a little better, so it's probably the 45th to 50th pick in the draft. Right? Mm-hmm. That's probably fair where it's going to be.
Sorsby or Crosby?
Crosby.
Let's crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece. Get you updated on round 1 of the PGA Championship. Oh wait, it's the U.S. Open, isn't it?
U.S. Open.
It's the U.S. Open update after this.
Chevrolet Grapevine today, the #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
And I'm crazy, but you like it.
All right, tell those that's right now. Caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Shakira at the American Airlines Center on Tuesday, June 23rd. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
I have a Kevin Hagelin stance to my left.
That's a tremendous giveaway, by the way.
Thank you, promo department.
Good save.
Yeah, the stance means you have something to say.
I have a question about golf first. How did they get rid of the fog? And then also, do you ever, I asked G-Bag this last week.
Get rid of fog.
The fog just moves on.
Oh. The wind blows it away.
Oh, so y'all don't believe in weather warfare?
No, I don't.
Oh.
Yes, man. Okay, you might not, but you say things sometimes that make me wonder.
Although there is a guy at the gym who hang on.
Who controls the weather?
No. He goes to Saudi Arabia for a month every year.
Broadus?
No,
sounds like it so far.
And I said, isn't it hot there this time of year? He goes, yeah. He goes, but they'll make the rain. They'll make rain. I said, what do you mean they'll make rain?
They throw money. They're rich.
No, they throw salt in the air. He says they'll release salt into the atmosphere to create.
Sean is shaking his head yes right now.
Yeah, to create.
Because of these like machines, not just people.
No, not people.
Ski resorts make snow.
They make snow.
So you should be able to make rain.
Yeah, so they'll throw salt in the air that will create moisture and clouds
Sean,
or crap,
have you
whatever.
made it rain before?
No, I would never throw that amount of money. Just
I was talking about the weather.
Oh.
What were you talking about?
Oh, wait, you did rain dance? Wrong type of Indian.
Oh, my goodness.
I'd always get that in high school. They'd be like, oh, I'm like, wrong type.
Oh, my God.
What is that? Where's your war paint? Where's your feather?
He did grow up in the D.C. area.
About the strip club. I was just kidding. Secondly,
wrong type.
Do you ever drive differently because of what somebody has on their car? Like somebody cuts you off and you're like, son of a, and then you see their Purple Heart recipient and you're like, all right. Or they have a political sticker or a school sticker you disagree with and you're like, screw this person.
Yeah, if I see him, never mind. If I see a mask.
Which sticker are you thinking of?
Both sides.
Did something happen to you today?
No, I was
recently.
I was just curious.
Coexist.
I think the only thing is,
If I see the coexist sticker, I'm cutting you off.
I feel like baby on board.
Baby on board. I want to ram the back of their car.
Okay, that's a good one.
Student driver.
What did you just say?
I'm not driving any safer because you think you're more important because you happen to be the one person in the world that currently has a child.
Your 640 bathroom takes are making more sense.
You're angry today. What happened?
Am I angry?
You were angry at 60.
Yeah, you just said, I'm not going to protect that baby in that car.
I think it's, I'm not driving any safer. Everybody's got a child. Everyone's got babies. Sorry, Pete. Everyone's got children. I'm not driving any safer because you think you're so important that you are the only one that has a baby in the car at that moment.
Like, what's the difference between the 6-week-old and the 6-year-old?
Exactly.
You know,
I assume if you're on the road and you're above the age of like 30 that you have a child somewhere. That's my assumption. Okay, so I'm not going to sit there and drive any safer because you happen to have a baby.
But you've chosen to drive more dangerously now that you see this.
Yeah, because you think you're more important now. Now I want to hurt you.
That baby's probably ugly. I'm gonna ram it.
So the sticker I hate is the one on the back of those work trucks that'll say like keep 30 feet distance, not responsible for broken windshields. I was like, the hell you aren't.
Yeah,
you don't get to put a
viable.
sticker on your truck and say like it's not my fault if I wreck your car.
What's wrong with the coexist message?
It just tells me so much. If you put that on your car, that tells me so much.
Oh man, what does it tell you?
You know exactly what it tells me because it tells you the same thing. Stop it.
They just want the world to be able to coexist, and Kevin and Bobby don't like that.
You try to cut the student driver some slack.
The message is not wrong.
They're
if
eating
you
the dogs.
gather the symbols to like create the message, I'm like, oh god, okay, you're just like kind of.
And I definitely
corny
judge
to begin
like
with.
70 sticker person, not 70s, but you got 50, like it's your refrigerator.
903 says baby on board is for emergency services so that they know if there's a child in the car.
What if you see a Tolo sticker on the car?
Yeah.
What's the
like if there's a car accident and like a car screams, it like tells them there's a child in the car.
And screaming.
I mean, if it's knocked out. because you were recklessly driving around it.
All right. What about the student driver?
Yeah.
And then
people are using it,
scaring the hell out of them.
I'm kind of wanting to stay further away.
Okay. What about the person who's got the political sticker from like a 15-year ago race? Whether they won, whether they lost.
Dukakis for America.
Yeah. Like, are you like, what the hell?
If I see like an old school one, like
I assume one
Dukakis or Reagan Bush, I'm like, this is.
I assume one is carrying.
Okay.
And one may not. Yeah. All right, you got to vote on the QT bathroom controversy.
Oh.
That
guy with his daughters?
Yeah. 2 daughters. Let's say they're 5 years of age. And it's just you, no mom. Which bathroom are you taking them into at the convenience store?
I got to take them into the men's room.
I
I'm a
would
man.
too, but I think that guy filming them was a douchebag.
Yeah.
Like,
absolutely.
He filmed it.
So
the dad was filming himself, right?
But the other guy was filming
By the way,
him. That guy's.
Somebody said that a worker was in there with them. Like a worker had walked in there with them. And so they were like being escorted by one of the workers or something that she was like apologizing after. No, Choppy's hot take was that the dad who took his daughters into the restroom there was
they went
just
into the
as
women's
bad,
restroom.
Was
by the
just as bad as the person calling the police for him taking his girls into the bathroom. He said they're the same.
The guy with the little girls who needed to use the bathroom?
The guy does not need to be in the women's bathroom.
Oh,
get out of the women's bathroom! Yeah, it's not,
I'm not going in the women's bathroom.
That's not a political statement. The guy does not be in the.
No, it's just a dumb statement.
He doesn't. I'm sorry. He doesn't need to be in the women's.
That's not the same. Like that is not the same like social argument. And if you can't see it, that there's just no nuance that you have.
It's not a social argument.
Yeah, what you're talking about is a social argument that's being had right now about like which restroom should be used.
It has nothing to do with that. It's not even remotely close to the same.
What do you mean it's not remotely close? It's literally about bathroom usage and who can be in where.
It's a completely different. The social argument is a completely different argument than taking your kids in. Go take your kids. Nobody. This has never been a conversation.
What if the men's bathroom is full? Like there's no availability.
What if it's like one door and somebody's in the men's room and it's locked?
Then I mean, I assume you can wait.
Yeah,
I don't know.
You can wait.
It should be the men's.
It's going to have to be lesson time.
It should be the men's bathroom.
This one,
men's bathroom should be the default. If you go to the women's room, I don't think it's the worst.
Until this, it's never even dawned on me that a man would take their daughter into the women's restroom.
There's a lot that hasn't dawned on you because you don't have daughters.
It's not a thing. It's not a thing.
Because you're a man.
You're the man. You go in the men's room with your girl.
The kids have the innocent minds.
Yeah, that's the default.
The men are not.
But the fan text, half the fan text was saying no. The girls are the ones who need to feel in their element. You take them to their restroom.
I don't have an issue.
Well, half the fan text is wrong.
They go to the toilet.
Their element is the toilet seat. There you go.
Favorite moment recently though is I walked into I'm in the restroom at some event and this guy comes running in with his daughter and he's like, oh no, and you just start hearing it hit the floor and everything. You're like, oh no, and then the dad goes, he drops the S word, and then the daughter goes, S. And so it's just, he's like, no, don't say that. She just keeps saying it over and over. And I was laughing
like the tennis player. You guys got to play that tomorrow. What's coming up on the show?
We do have Skip Schumacher joining us today at 10:20, and then we got Jared Sandler hopping on with us at 11:20 today.
Oh, I wonder if both. Well, I know Sandler was at the.
Yes, he was.
And then at noon, our World Cup date, if you will, with new segment, When the Pitch Hits the Fan.
Oh, baby. What do you think about, I've been thinking for tomorrow, D's nutmegs?
That's good. 99 problems, but a pitch ain't one.
Yes.
You're going to rename it every day? That's a lot of work.
They always do.
We have. What about Gold Digger?
Yeah, that's good.
Oh.
Gold Digger?
Yeah.
I don't get it.
Gold Digger, the song?
Gold
Digger.
Oh, Gold Digger. Can you give us a U.S. Open update?
Rory is in the lead at 2 under par. This is, I think you might see some scoring today because it had a little bit of
Hudson. Sorry,
had a little rain, so the course is softer. You might see some scoring today.
How does fog affect the course?
And some fog, which means it is now a little softer. And they're also injecting the greens. They said they're going to syringe the greens this week because the last time it was here was remember when Phil hit the putt that was still moving? And he got like a penalty stroke for it. He got like a 10 on the hole.
Phil's been getting penalized a lot lately.
I know he has. They lost the greens last time. These greens were just a disgrace last time.
Touching a lot of things that are moving.
So they're trying to keep the greens.
Allegedly.
So they're going to inject them. So the course is going to play softer this week, and we're already seeing some of that. A lot of guys under par early on.
So Kevin, you're much more interested in World Cup watching and updates than golf?
So much more. I do not care at all. about who wins the U.S. Open. I've invested in the World Cup.
You got some bets, degenerate bets for us? You back in the game?
I did. I am back in the
Scotty's
game.
trading at 14% to win it all, so just keep an eye on
You
that.
what?
That's
Ooh, so you
$100.
get 7 times your money?
Yeah.
What?
Nice.
He's pushing his gambling.
Careful, you'll make his skin crawl.
What did I bet here? I bet on soccer today. Oh, I took Czech to win outright against the Republic of South Africa, and I took Mexico. So Mexico and Czechia.
Thought we were talking about golf bets.
Oh, we're talking about golf
Do you
bets
have
now.
any standing golf bets?
I had a few guys that I was hot on this week.
I've heard.
Stop it. That's not fair at all. So one of them. I mean, these are some guys. Now, 5 sleepers. The last 4 U.S. Open champs have come outside the top 10.
Ooh.
Okay? Outside the top 10 at the start. So you got to look at also guys that play well here. The last time was here, Brooks Koepka won. He's 45-1. Although he has a wrist hand kind of injury.
You didn't send me Koepka in your pick.
I did. It's in the email.
It's not in your guys to pick.
Well, he's on there. He's in that same thing. Got her up. Chris got her up at 40
prove this
to 1.
I do not know who that is.
He's really come on this year. Patrick Reed has been fantastic. He is a fantastic putter. Terrell Hatton at 40-1. Another one in 2018. He had a top 10 finish here. And then Oberg outside the top 10. He is 25-1. Those little longer shots. A little longer than throw Koepka in at the 45-1.
What's your gut telling you, though? What's the choppy golf gut say?
Golf betting, picking on the winner. We're just picking top 20s here. We're picking top 20s here, Kev.
Okay.
Okay, so I bet on your sleeper section.
Yeah. And he's in Koepka's in the sleeper section. He's in line 2 of the sleeper section. Damn it! But he's got a wrist, so I said tread lightly. So don't worry. You don't have to worry about him.
Rory McIlroy.
Hold on. So
just missed that par.
You made your plays today
not
based
even
on
Sunday yet.
what Choppy.
I made mine yesterday.
Okay,
but I just looked down at it listed.
Oh
and
no!
I messed up the Koepka.
But I think you're okay. I think you're all right because he's got, like I said, he's got kind of an injury here.
Yeah.
And already he is. Where is he? He's not
I
already.
just saw him on the first
he's
page.
+1. He's 1 over.
Yeah.
1 over.
All right. Back tomorrow. Bobby, what are you working on over there?
Nothing. I'm going to text you in a sec.
Okay. You can just tell me we're going to commercial break. It's the KNC Masterpiece.
I'll tell you tomorrow.
Next on The Fan.
Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got, oh man, Corey Majors.
That's right, oh man.
And of course, the famous Alec Medford. Gentlemen, 877-881-1053. How the heck you doing today? How the heck is everybody out there in radio land? Frankel Injury Attorney text line, or the Twitch, or the YouTube. Little bit of a shorter show today. We will roll all the way until 1 o'clock, leading you into Rangers baseball.
That is awesome.
I can tell you're pumped. How are you doing?
A little disappointed in this Rangers baseball team.
Sure.
But at the same time, I'm also like, they're doing exactly what they keeps you kind of interested. Like, if they were really good, you'd be very interested in everything they're doing. But they're also like, we're going to be just good enough. It's kind of like the Cowboys for a while. The Cowboys were like, if we could just be right there most of the time, we'll keep you interested in things. And the Cowboys have done that to us. And Kevin, is it so much as a sports fan to just ask for my team to dominate? Just, hey, be a dominant team all the time. Be the owners, be the most talented owners. Go pay the most prices. Go get the best players and produce the most championships.
Yeah.
Is that too much to ask?
I don't think it is, but unfortunately, living in the Metroplex, it appears as though it is too much to ask for that. You know what I would think, though, since this team, we can all agree, this Texas Rangers team is not very good. You could try to spin it people can try to spin it however they want and talk about run differential, and I'd be like, yeah, take a look at that now. But this team is not very good. So what perplexes me about it all is I would think they would be about the same record by having a winning record against crap teams and beating down the good and getting beat down by the good ones. And you're like, yeah, well, I get it. But it's almost the opposite. Like, you continue to struggle. They continue to struggle against sub 500 teams and have a winning record against the better teams, which makes no sense to me.
Yeah, but I guess the Stars do give us good play during the hockey season.
They do. And then when it comes down to it, they're going to lose.
And then they lose. I just want dominance. I don't think that's too much to ask as a fan, though.
Yeah, I
also wanted dominance from Ronaldo yesterday, and he really screwed me over.
Ronaldo did what he does
by not going out there and helping the Portugal win.
Well, you should have known.
And I also wanted dominance from the Wi-Fi at my gym. Whenever I was trying to double up on that England bet, when Harry Kane got his second chance to go for the goal, and I was like, it's time. And I pulled up the app, and and it's like, why is the internet so slow in here? And then I turned the Wi-Fi off, Kevin, and then I realized I think all the gym walls there are made out of steel, and they won't let anything out. And so I'm sitting there trying to get
a casino,
connect to the 5G, and I'm like, come on! And I finally got the Wi-Fi to go a little faster, and I hit go, and the app came back and said, hey, it's a little too late. It's already happened.
You know how I know this was an intense situation? Is just watching you reenact it felt intense to me. Like you were smashing that phone.
It was my hand. I was smashing my hand.
You were about to try to eat it.
Yeah, I would not eat my hand phone.
Still waiting for Dan Le Batard to say, whoa, what's that conversation going to be like in the locker room?
So I'm a little wound up right now, Kevin. Thanks for asking. Alec, how are you today?
Alex, should I just start with you and you'll give a well thought out, reasoned answer about how, and then freaking
this guy,
60 Minutes guy over here.
Yeah.
What was that guy? Andy Rooney. Andy Rooney here is like, you know what I don't like?
You know what grinds my gears?
Yeah.
Honestly, I can never compete with Corey's stories and his intrusive thoughts.
I just can't.
Have something that's pissing you off in the morning.
Which I don't like to do. I'm full of caffeine and I'm happy. I'm getting a haircut today. I'm going to the gym after work, and I pulled everything for Masterpiece of the Week throughout the week already this morning.
Nice.
We're up to 14 things already, and like 90% of them are Kevin.
I was afraid you were going to say that. Not because I heard them in the moment, but because I saw the fan text after.
He had 3-game winners in one segment.
You did. Seriously. And I'm going to play them all in succession.
Like one segment. And it was the C block, which I loved because it was amazing. I think one of the things I am missing right now is I have not caffeinated yet.
You haven't?
I have not caffeinated.
And you're this upset and worked up already?
I think the caffeine might just kind of turn things around a little bit for me.
That's like your Snickers. When they're like, have a Snickers, you just need
got to put
caffeine.
deodorant on either.
Oh, my dear.
It's one of those
goodness.
mornings, guys.
I miss having a gas station downstairs.
Hey, they've got that shop where everything is free, though.
No, it's not free.
It's not
Kevin the klepto
I've
is like,
never
how
seen
could I
somebody
get
working
away
there
with stealing stuff out from this place? I'm like, Kevin, there is a camera looking right at you, and we figured out the other day.
I wanted to get away with it. I could.
The only way you can do it,
one time.
the only way you can do it is you can't work in this building again. Like you just go in there.
The day I get fired, I'm taking so many muffins with me. Like it's gonna astonish you.
This is the first time that's ever been said in history.
Yeah, maybe you're right. Man, I hope Skip's not listening this morning. All right.
Maybe he's like, you know what? This is why they're number one.
That's a good point. Take some tips. All right, so... Oh, I'm sorry. Does that hurt their feelings? Let's talk about the Dallas Cowboys and the mini camp news of the day. So the Cowboys are signing Amir Speed. That is a cornerback from the UFL. I have a question for you, maybe an overaction or reality for you about the UFL later in the day. And once again, this could just be a body for training camp coming up next month. But the Cowboys, of all teams, have had quite a bit of success picking up UFL players. So I'm a little bit interested to see how that plays out.
Well, I mean, and also, like, we need some more speed on defense.
I don't know.
And then Will McClay was like, I literally got you speed. What else do you need?
Well, all right. So I'm going to go a different direction because I feel like that direction could get us in trouble. Here's my question. And we're going to distinguish this question from today, and then there's going to be a different one tomorrow. Who is the most important second-year player for the Cowboys this season? So it's their second year in the league. Tomorrow, I will ask you a veteran-based question kind of along those lines. But who is the most important second-year player for the Cowboys this season? It feels like the most logical candidates would be Blue, Maffa, Booker, James, Ezeraku, Stewart, and Revel. Okay, that's not his second year. Sorry.
I will say that it's neither Ezeraku or Revel.
Ooh, not Ezeraku, eh?
No, because the Cowboys actually did go get depth at positions and in those spots to kind of, whether or not those players are better, they said we want to make sure we have players there. But that was also because they didn't believe, in my opinion, that they can necessarily are ready to take that step yet. Or if they do take the step, then we're good. But if they don't take the step, we're screwed. So they made sure they had bodies in that spot. I think it's Jaden Blue. Jaden Blue is intriguing. He's the one for me because what you can do with the 1-2 punch of two different running backs, the speed of Blue is different than what Javonte gives you. Javonte gives you a very good time, well-timed train. You feel like you're going to get 6 yards, 4 to 6 yards, feel pretty good about it. If you break one open, you might get 20 or 40 yards. Awesome. Jaden Blue creates different offense. And I also think that you add the other element of, Kevin, would you rather Turpin focus on kick returns and punt returns?
Sure.
Rather than being a third receiver or a gadget guy. I agree. Then Jaden Blue can be your gadget guy. Jaden Blue has the speed to be that option as well. So, I think that his growth and development in this offense makes him a much more important piece to take the next step this year. Even as the backup, I think he can see plenty of time.
All right, so I'm really intrigued by that answer because I was not anticipating that. I love it. Mr. Medford, we have one vote for Jaden Blue. For you, who's the most important second-year player for the Cowboys this season? And again, not second year on the Cowboys, second year in the league.
I think I got to go with Revel. Just because...
Fascinating. Neither one of you picked the person I thought you would.
I wanted to go Booker just because he's that good, and I think the expectations after a stellar rookie season are going to be very high and might even be hard to meet. But I think Revel because, I mean, I've even listened to Bobby this entire offseason talking about, I'm not sure if Revel's exactly a scheme fit for Christian Parker. Like, he just might not fit what they're trying to do, but Christian Parker has been singing the praises of Revel throughout OTAs and early on in minicamp, saying, nah, this is my guy. I really like him. And we're hearing all the talk about him finally being out of the knee brace and whatnot. It seems like he's got his confidence back, and you saw last year that you were picking up dudes that nobody had ever heard of off the street to play cornerback, literally start for you like the week that you add them. And shout out to guys like Triquez Bridges, who actually played fairly well.
Agreed.
So it's not a knock against them. That's how bad your situation at corner was last year, and part of it was because Revel was not ready to go. If he's ready to go, and he looks like he did in college, and he looks like that first-round talent, and he is that nasty press corner on the outside that we think he can be, and I hope he will be, then I think that's going to be a really good sign for your defense and a good for a first-year defensive play caller in Christian Parker. But I do think if things look rough for him, his time might be limited here because of the fact that he's not exactly versatile. He's a pure outside corner.
My answer, I like both of y'all's
Devin, what's
answers.
your answer?
My answer is going to be Tyler Booker because I think the elevation potential is higher than Ezeraku. Because, I think Donovan Ezeraku can be a very good player for this team. But I've started to get some hope, maybe misguided optimism, that Tyler Booker could be the next one in the Great Wall of Dallas, you know? And maybe year two is too early to be like, let's go all the way there. But I think he could take another big step and you're like, Cowboys, you've done it again. And all of a sudden with him and Smith, you're like, I'm feeling pretty darn good.
Yeah, and you have two good guards.
Yep.
You're creating lanes for Javonte or lanes for Blue. You're giving Dak the time. There's a lot of things of two good guards is hugely important. I don't think you're wrong about it either.
Now, one of the things that got mentioned from practice, minicamp practice yesterday, and shout out to Bobby Belt was out there, Brian Broaddus was out there, bringing you all of the information right here on your home of the Cowboys and the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan, is Quinnen Williams was active in the backfield, and I know obviously you don't have pads on and everything like that, so it can be difficult to kind of determine the true effectiveness of it all. But I wanted to go to something Christian Parker said.
He was playing running back?
No, I think it meant like he was getting into the backfield.
Wouldn't you be afraid, though, if you saw Quinnen Williams getting the ball?
There are times that I wonder why that isn't your go-to at goal to go from the one. And it's not just Quinnen. I'm saying for all teams. And I know some teams will have their super heavy package or whatever, but give Quinnen Williams the ball. He'll figure it out.
I'll tell you this. I would do that in the Super Bowl. But I might not do it in a regular season game.
Really?
Because in the Super Bowl, if he gets hurt in the last minute of the game, then I'm like, well, you got all off season to recover. But if you're doing it in the regular season and you take out your best defensive tackle, defensive end guy, you might be like, son of a gun, why did we do something stupid like that?
Right.
But I would definitely do it on a trick play late in the season with everything on the line.
I love that thinking.
Yeah.
I mean, that's part of the reason Sean Payton won a Super Bowl, right? He's like, screw it, let's onside.
Onside, nobody will expect it.
By the way, from the 903, it is Ezeraku for sure. From the 682, man, somebody shouted out. Yeah, they said Triquez. From the 806, it's going to be Revel. But I wanted to go to something.
Revel's a good option too, man.
That Parker said yesterday, since we were mentioning Quinnen Williams. He was asked about the leaders who have stood out, because that's something we talked about last year. We asked Jerry Jones, who are the defensive leaders? And one of the things he said was Dak Prescott. That's a real thing that really happened. And so Christian Parker said it starts up front, Quinnen Williams, Kenny Clark, and of course, Rashawn Gary. Those guys have taken a significant step forward. And how we practice their habits in the meeting rooms, pre-practice, post-practice. And he goes, you're in the era of pro habits. And he mentioned those three people. And I love the idea that you might look at this and be like, here are actual defensive leaders, not the guy who is clearly the team leader. And we have to use him as a defensive leader.
Dude, listen, man. There are a lot of dudes on that side that they brought in specifically for that reason.
Right.
Because they knew, and then they told them when they got here, hey, we need you to do this. We know you're capable of it. Please do this for us. Like, this is a positive thing to see on the other side of the ball. Now, if we can figure out that green dot, figure out who's shuffling everybody into order right before the snap.
Do you think they want it to be Overshown, but there's just other people in the room?
I think they want
who
it to
like
be Downs.
Okay.
Ultimately, one day they're going to be like, he's the one. But yeah, Overshown would be a great option. But I'd love Overshown to have that ability to see it, but also not have to worry about everything else and just be the one that just focuses on, let me go make play.
If you're in that coaching room, you have to at least be like, are we sure that's the person that we want to give the green dot to, the guy who has trouble staying on the field? Like, I'm not saying that to be rude. I think that is a real part of the conversation with him, right?
Absolutely is.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, we will talk with Texas Rangers manager Skip Schumacher right here on the Fan.
Sean and RJ
Car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now, brought to you by Trajan Wealth and Tropical Smoothie Cafe. It is Texas Rangers manager Skip Schumacher. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, guys. How you all doing?
Man, we're doing well. Was it odd having Wednesday as a day off, and did you get a chance to go to the England-Croatia match?
Yeah, it was really odd in the middle of a series and then still playing, the Twins today. So having an off day in the middle of a series, I'm not sure I've ever had that before. But I did go to the game last night with my son. First time I've ever been to a World Cup game. One of the most amazing sporting events, maybe the best sporting event I've ever been to date. 80,000 fans. It felt like a party, for 90 minutes. It was really intense. 6 goals. So there was a lot of action. So yeah, it was. They put on a great event.
Now, kind of with that in mind, whether it was the 5,000 or so Scottish fans at Fenway for y'all's game, a few days back, Japanese fans at Monday's game, what has been that kind of trickle-down World Cup effect for some of the games and the crowds that y'all have had the last week or so?
Well, I think both games are growing because of the fans. I think there's a lot of soccer fans that are going to baseball games. I think there's a lot of baseball fans going to soccer games. I think it's been great for both sports. My son has never been to a soccer game before, other than my daughter's high school games and travel games. And
wow!
All of a sudden, he's a big Kane fan now for the English games, right? So, that's how it works. And then you have these fans come to our game in Fenway, and we had fans come here to Globe Life as well. And I think we might now have new baseball fans. So I think it's just so healthy for both sports, and it's a great time, to be a fan, baseball and soccer.
Would you love it if let's say Seager's up at the plate and the pitcher wasn't actually on the rubber, and you were like, he wasn't on the rubber, he gets another hit. Give him another opportunity like they did with Harry Kane yesterday on that PK.
Could you imagine if that happened? I honestly, my wife played soccer in college. My daughter plays soccer. I didn't even know that was a rule. And so when they were going back to replay and checking that out, I had no idea what they were even looking at. So yeah, the emotions of the crowd were pretty intense, and I would love to have a redo, something like that with our best player at the plate, and something happens like that. That would be amazing.
Since you guys do have the Twins again today, when you were younger, were you more of a little big league guy or a rookie of the year guy when it came to baseball movies?
There's a number of movies baseball movies that I think about. The Natural was probably where I was at, at the time. That was my favorite baseball movie. And then Major League started coming out. So Rookie of the Year and those movies were great. But during my time, my dad and I, the Natural was the movie that we would watch over and over again. And then it went to a more comedy version of Major League. But that was more our version growing up.
Do you think for a certain age of either kids who love baseball or people who became baseball players or managers would always dream of hearing that Natural theme song whenever they hit a home run?
I still think people should bring that. Stadiums should bring that back into the game. It's a core memory of my dad and I watching movies, 20, 30 years ago that I'll never forget. And so I still get goosebumps thinking about those memories when I hear that song. So I think it'd be great to, incorporate in the stadiums after home runs. I'm on that for sure.
I think Kevin Costner might be the greatest baseball actor of all time. He's got For Love of the Game, Field of Dreams, Bull Durham. He loves the baseball game just a little bit, huh?
No doubt. Bull Durham is absolute classic as well. It's unbelievable. Yeah, I'm with you. All those movies are absolute classics.
Do you think in the future, if we ever ask a question that kind of pisses you off and then we follow it up with doo-doo, doo-doo-doo-doo, that will help ease the tension?
Yeah, you'll reel me back in.
Okay. All right.
Skip, I was watching the broadcast the other night, and the guys on the broadcast were discussing the trend of teams bringing infield in earlier in games. these days, and how that used to be kind of looked at as an aggressive approach. And, we're interested in how you break things down like this. And I was curious on your philosophy, because I've noticed you guys doing that a little bit. And what's your philosophy on that kind of defensive adjustment early in games?
Yeah, a couple things to that. I think analytically you do that, and they want you to do that. Guy on third with one out, definitely no outs, kind of halfway. Typically, a manager won't send guys with no outs to home and making the first out at home. So you kind of go halfway. So it's not just an easy ground ball where you score a run. You make them kind of hold and make them try to do it again, where you pull the infield in with one out and try to get the run out at home. Obviously, I always think about the speed of the runner at home. Our speed of the runner at third, speed of the runner at home if we're on the offensive side. So we don't just run into outs, and if that hitter can get to second base. If we're in a rundown. So we're in scoring position again with one out. On the defensive side, I think there's a number of things. Who are we facing? How many runs are we going to score against that particular pitcher? Are runs at a premium? All of that factor in when I do, bring the infield in, and who's on our mound. So is he a ground ball pitcher? Is he a strikeout pitcher? What's the count? All that factors in before I, just bring guys in. Some teams do it right away, no matter what. There's now teams lately that are sending guys no outs with infield in as early as the first inning. So because analytically at the end of the year, it kind of shows that you'll score more runs by putting more pressure on the defense. So, I'm still learning as well as far as, kind of keeping up with the trends of the game. But I think more often than not, you bring the infield in because of those various reasons.
Now, I know obviously there's a lot of scenarios where those decisions get made in the moment, but is part of your job every single inning thinking ahead to like 2-3 different potential scenarios, both offensively and defensively, for whatever situation might play out?
Absolutely. That's why you have the ground ball rate, strikeout rate, walk rate through projections with each guy who is about to come up 2-3 hitters ahead. And then obviously an hour or two before the game, you're also thinking about different things of different scenarios. Would we bring the infield in, with Jack Leiter, who is, typically a fastball pitcher? Is he going to be throwing two seams to this particular hitter with, during this count in this situation? So all that is part of the game planning. So we have to identify with, the infield coach and the pitching coach on what we're going to do if the scenario does arrive.
I know a lot of modern baseball fans, myself included, might kind of wonder, do you balance that out with sometimes you just look in the dugout and you see that look in like Foskew's eyes and you're like, nah, man, we're going with him. I know what the numbers say, but we're going with him.
As far as the hitter's concerned?
Yeah,
there is. I mean, I do think you have guys on your roster that are here for a reason, and it's like a Foscue, for instance, is here to destroy the lefty. That's why he's here. His calling card is to beat up the left-handed pitcher, and then we should have a guy on the bench that when a righty does come in, that he's going to have that compliment to him to where he destroys that right-handed pitcher. So I do feel like there are times where, you trust your gut with, guys who are, hey, you're hot right now, you're 3 for 3, go ahead and take this at bat against that really tough righty. But it's also my job to put guys in the best possible situations to succeed. The challenge right now is we just haven't been very good at pinch hitting. So, you do factor that part in as well, of when you do have these kind of platoon matchups of guys that are already in the game taking, it's going to be their fourth at bat. They've already had a couple hits. Do you flip them out to get in that, that matchup that you want, that you have game planned for, and that player is teed up for, later in the game? That's the challenge that you're trying to try to factor in or trying to, think through during the game. I do feel like 9 times out of 10 managers in this league will tell you that they prefer the matchup righty against lefty or lefty against righty based on, what the guy's throwing on the mound. There is a real advantage left-handed hitter versus right-handed pitcher in the game. Like the numbers throughout the game will suggest that you'd rather have that matchup no matter what. But to your point, sometimes guys are hot, and it doesn't matter who is on the mound. You just roll with that guy. So there's a number of layers to it. Long story short, you do want the matchup at the end, but you also are watching the game. And if a guy is hot, you just let him roll.
Let that hot hand cook, dude.
I get it.
I'm just kind of curious and I'm sure if you had the answer to this, it would be resolved and fixed. But giving up multiple runs in the first inning, giving up multiple home runs in the first inning, is there anything in particular that you're noticing about that you're like, okay, we're going to try and key in on this now?
Yeah, I mean, it has definitely been a focus for us in a lot of conversations, with our coaching staff. It's been a trend in the game. Where it started, in my opinion, is you have now what used to be 3 and 4 hole hitters are now hitting leadoff. So you see the George Springers, the Otanis, and we have Jock Peterson now leading off, right? So there are now more damage guys at the top of the order than maybe there once was before, where it was just kind of speed on base guys, right? So now there's some real power threats leading off the game, and first pitch of the game no longer is just a get me over fastball.
Right.
And we have been burned quite often with it, too much, quite honestly, where we have to make sure that this guy that we're facing to lead off the game is a leverage hitter now. He is a 3-hole guy where we're not just get over fastball or get over cutter or 1-0 is just a get me over 2-seamer. We're getting burned too often, and we have to make the adjustment, and we haven't yet. Then that's on me. So continuing to message it where we have to make sure that these guys know that this is a leverage hitter from pitch one is going to continue to happen until we get this thing right.
I know in addition to that, you aren't just going to make any snap decisions, but we've seen some kind of trend in this direction. Will you consider the opener again for Rocker?
You have to. I think that is definitely on the table where, we thought we kind of nipped it after the Colorado series, made an adjustment with him, and he's been good, as far as the last 2-3 outings after the Colorado series where we had the opener, where we made the adjustment coming out of the bullpen a little bit later, starting his progression a little bit later, so he was ready to go from pitch one as a starter, starting the game. And it was good. Last couple have been, you do think about, maybe is it a time to open up, with the lefty, or do you start thinking about being more creative there, have consistent conversations with Rocker? But I do feel like it is lineup based on the other side moving forward. If it's 3 righties to start the game, I probably wouldn't open. If it's left, right, left, left, you do really consider that. The challenge always with an opener is if it doesn't work with that opener, and the opener, gives it up in the first inning, then what? It's always a good idea until it doesn't work. And so that is definitely on our mind.
Now, I know you're well aware of these numbers. I'm hoping you can enlighten us a little bit. Going into today's game, Rangers 19-14 against teams above 500 and 16-24 against teams below 500. Can you walk us through this seeming contradiction?
Yeah, I wish I could give you this is what we need to do to make sure we beat teams that we should be beating. Unfortunately, the numbers are real. We know what they are. We have to be better at home. I think first and foremost, if some of these losses are, lately at home, don't make, too much sense lately. And I think the ones that do burn you and do stick with you is, the ones that, we are behind early in the games against certain teams. And it feels like, if we score first and we put up a 0, we're really, really good. If we give up a couple runs in the first inning and don't, get a couple runs to fight back, our record shows that we haven't been very good. So it's really important for us, against, teams under 500, to get out to a lead early. And we've told, our guys, and we'll continue to message it to, be aggressive. We want to score first. We want to be the team that, starts out on top, and really important for our pitchers to throw up the 0. I think that's the most important part when you do face teams that are under 500. But having said that, we need to fight back when we do give up a run or two. That is another message that needs to continue because that we haven't been great at that as well.
And the last thing for you here, Skip, is Josh Smith. Good to see him back after that scare. Excited to have him back on the field. Is there like a mental struggle coming back in with the guys and trying to get back into that groove and back into the fold?
I don't know if it's a mental struggle. We're going to give him a shot, though. I mean, we have a run of righties that's what he's here for right now. We have probably 6 righties in a row at least, right-handed starters that he's going to face. We have him in there today in the middle of the order to kind of separate those righties against a really tough starting pitcher today, this afternoon, and Ryan. So he's here to hit righties. That's for sure. And I think he has shown that he's been really good in his career at hitting right-handed pitching. As far as the mental stuff, I don't think so. I think he's excited to be back. That was quite a lengthy IL stint with stuff that I've never really dealt with, quite honestly, from a player with the meningitis and then a wrist injury, and those two combination is horrible. So the guy's been through a lot. We're happy to have him back and really looking forward to him helping us win some games here soon.
Are you feeling optimistic about Seager and his imminent return potentially?
Man, I hope so. So we miss Corey. I know the fan base does. We as an organization miss having our best player playing shortstop in the middle of the order. I mean, he is, as you guys know, we are a lot better with Corey Seager in our lineup, and he's trending the right way. So hopefully soon we'll see him out there.
All right. Thank you very much for the time, good sir. Best of luck finishing out that series today.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
Thanks,
There
Skip.
you go. Skip Schumacher right here on 105.3 The Fan. A plethora of things. So just to your last question, Josh Smith right in the middle of the lineup today. And then something that you had mentioned off air is just, you got to be better at home, man. You just got to be better at home. And he brought that up as well with the potential for the Rocker opener, dependent on what that particular lineup looks like.
I thought that
every
was a pretty telling answer when he started it with, we have to. You know, you got to look at it.
Yeah, and the other thing is you heard a couple of just kind of in there where he's like, I would love to give you an answer, but we don't know.
I'd also love to just be able to punch something into existence.
Sure.
Sometimes that's
Minecraft style.
Yeah.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we're switching it up a little today. It's time for AM on the FM.
What is your most relaxing hobby, and how do you get fired as a robot? Next on The Fan. #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and it's time for AM on the FM.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the pride of Mansfield, Texas, and the mayor of the Medfordplex. That was amazing. 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day. Plus, how do you get fired when you're a robot?
I really want to know the answer to that.
I'll tell you the answer in just a moment because this is objectively hilarious. We'll get to that here in just a little bit. But the question of the day for National Phishing Day. And no, not the email scams. Actual phishing with an F.
Gotcha.
What is your most comforting and soothing hobby? 877-881-1053.
It's building Legos.
That's a great answer.
Because I can turn off the TV. I can leave the TV on in the background. I'm kind of in my own little world.
Yeah.
And you feel like you're almost in the little world of the thing you're building, especially if it's a bigger structure. Yeah, Corey, I see you looking at me. When I see the construction of that barbershop in the building that I'm building, and I was like, that's a good placement for that right there, because you got the flower shop here, you're going to have traffic coming through. Yes, all of those things are happening in my brain.
Do you love the Lego movies?
I really do, except I had to reevaluate after the first one. And I was like, oh no, am I the villain of Legos?
Were you using the Kraggle?
I wasn't using the Kraggle, but there are definitely certain, like the International Space Station, it was really hard to put together that I'm like, nope, Noah, or back in the day, Brandon, please don't touch that. It was really hard to put together.
Wow.
So I'm working on that.
My middle kid is the one that he'll be like, I lost a piece, and I'll be like, oh no, and then he's like, so I cut this piece in half, and then I'm like, no, that's not what. And then we find the piece later. And he's like, no, we can just glue them together.
That is psychotic. What?
You could have said, I think we should do a game show. Which of Corey's children is this? Because I would have gotten that one 100%.
That is actually psychotic.
Yeah, I've seen him do it before.
Hearing you say that.
Or a felon.
That made me cringe. That actually made me cringe.
He also, once we did an entire puzzle, there was one piece missing, and instead of just like looking around for it, he just decided to slide it off the table into the trash can. I sat there watching him. I was like, hold on, give me just a second. And I hear, and I was like, what's happening? I look over. He drove the trash can over, just slid it in there. I was like, dude.
If you would have looked for it,
on the floor.
I know, because you didn't even wait to look
stuck
for
to
it.
the bottom of my foot. Yes,
Damn.
Tolo going is obviously the answer for everybody out there. But
yeah, we found that out for you yesterday, Majors, or what was it, the day before or whatever. Yeah.
So good luck for all the Tolo goers out there.
Shut the door for your nighttime thing.
That is definitely an option. I will say this for me, and I did it. I have got the chance to do it yesterday. It is laying in the pool next to my wife, like not on the same float. She needs her own float. But
so
like,
you don't prefer by yourself for that pure tranquility?
Actually, she loves the opportunity to be out there alone.
Oh.
But once she gets up and off the float, like I will roll off the float too, or just dive into the water. And she's like, "Are you getting out too? I want you to relax." And I'm like, "Nope." However long it is, either. Like as soon as I'll go out there and clean the pool while she's laying in the sun or whatever, and I'll get done cleaning the pool, and then I'll get on the float. If she's like there for 2 minutes and she gets out, I'm like, okay, I am too. But I just really enjoy it. There is the moments though where it gets unrelaxing when the kids are like, "Hey, we need stuff," and I'm like, "Do not throw that puzzle away."
From the 469, their most relaxing hobby, cycling. Controversial. Let's see. From
I have no thoughts about that.
I know you don't. From the 682, mowing the lawn. Yes, 100%.
You know what? And it seems to be a theme here. Like the activities themselves are very different, but a lot of them you can kind of choose to isolate in those.
Oh,
moments.
yeah, isolation
Yes,
for sure.
100%. And from the 972, fishing and a cold beer in hand. That's a good way to relax on a weekend. Real quick, another fun World Cup story that I wanted to share just because this is amazing. There is a bar, or rather a liquor store in Boston that is called Jobby. Jobby is how it's pronounced. It's Jobi, but it's pronounced Jobby.
Okay.
And Scottish World Cup fans are going and storming this place to take pictures in front of it. You might wonder why.
Why?
Is it famous? Is it something like from a movie? No, because Jobby is Scottish slang for going to the bathroom and taking care of your business. So
this is kind of like that Rangers hat that they had to recall.
Yes,
that everybody
100%.
wanted. All right.
100%. So it is Scottish
Smart.
slang for going to the bathroom. So people are just storming this liquor store to take pictures with it, and I think that is awesome.
Good job, Scots.
Now, how do you get fired when you're a robot? According to the Columbus Dispatch, the Dublin Police Department welcomed a new member last summer in the form of Doobot, which was the name given to the K5 autonomous security robot produced by a California-based company called Nightscope. This robot has the ability to actually kind of like video call FaceTime situation a real live police officer to contact with people who may be in distress or breaking the law at the moment or whatever. And it has the ability to actually write tickets for just simple infractions out in public. Well, despite having a 360-degree camera and the emergency call button and all of that stuff, it was retired and returned back to the manufacturer for a refund this past week after a police spokesperson announced that the robot was being returned for not writing a single ticket and not helping any situation whatsoever. The robot costed the police department $128,080.
Oh, no. And it did nothing?
And they're only getting a refund of about $60,000, so they're losing money for this robot experience. So they paid over $100,000 for a robot to write tickets and help the citizens of Dublin, and it did not help a single person or write a single ticket.
Oh, robots cruising on by, just not doing anything. That was its hobby, is getting made to do nothing.
Yes, literally. So that is the most expensive waste of space that I have ever heard of, and I think this is awesome.
I can't decide if it just kept cruising by or if it posted up on the wall and just watched things happen. It was like,
the car double parked and it's just like, ooh, just goes right by it. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, after the Knicks title, which long-suffering sports franchise will be next to end their sorrow? And could it be? Next on The Fan.
Tolo. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. The Knicks parade is going on as we speak. The estimates are that there will be more than 1 million people there today. More than 1 million people at the Knicks parade.
Somebody ordered Uber Eats at the parade, and like the delivery guy was trying to find them in the crowd. He's walking through with his, his stuffs.
Was that the most expensive Uber Eats in history?
I don't know.
Because, my goodness.
If you drive for DoorDash or Uber Eats or Favor or something like that.
Oh, I don't know that last one. Favor?
Yeah, they'll pick stuff up. Does the price go up if you have to go track the person down in a parade?
Right?
How does that work?
God, man, I can't imagine how expensive that one would be. But yeah, there were reports people were already lining up last night around 10 p.m. to get ready. And then I saw a snippet from Get Up this morning, and this was at like 7 o'clock, and the parade was starting 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock Eastern time, so 9 o'clock our time. And they said that the police had informed them that all of the spots were full.
Really?
And I was like, wow, that's crazy. Now, to go along with that, I believe NYPD, they deployed 10,000 officers for today's event. That is the largest number of police officers ever assigned to a planned event, the department said.
10,000 for 1 million people?
Yeah.
How many people per cop is
100
that?
to 1?
Oh.
But I mean, like,
look, man, we saw the thing after.
Is now the time to commit crime elsewhere?
No. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
We saw.
I'm just kidding. Don't do that.
After the game, I'm sure that things will go, very cordially. There will be a lot of people that are just there for the fun part, and all their versions of fun are the same.
Somebody is getting punched out and stomped out today at that parade. That's a fact.
I hope the best for the day.
I do too, but
I hope the best for,
also, it's going to happen.
We had 700,000 people for the Rangers parade, and I remember sitting there like I was kind of looking around, going, "Man, there's a lot going on out here." And I remember Alec looking up at one point and seeing, oh, there's a sniper right there, and there's a sniper right there, and a sniper there, and then there's just one over there. And they were all on top of the buildings that were surrounding the area that we were in. And I was like, I think we're in the safest place you could possibly be right now. Like in that moment, just knowing that we had the eye in the sky overlooking us, I was like, I think we're going to be all right.
I tried to get them to wave at me. Didn't work.
Oh.
Because they were busy, Kevin.
I'm sorry.
They were focused.
I'm sorry about
that. And things went well.
But I got to thinking about this. It's been 53 years since the Knicks had won a title. A lot of people think this is England's best shot at a World Cup since they last won the World Cup in 60 years. Are we in the season of breaking championship droughts? And if that's the case, my question for you is twofold. Which long-suffering sports franchise will be the next to end their sorrow? And could it, maybe, possibly, be your Dallas Cowboys?
The next?
The next. I have a whole lot of options for you, too.
Well, let's think about this. A World Series will be won before the Super Bowl.
That's true.
So could a baseball team do it?
The Cleveland Guardians are the team that immediately jumps to mind from that perspective. And man, oh man, have they been close numerous times. They last won a title 78 years ago in 1948. They currently have a winning record.
Yep.
Although they've won 3 of their last 10 games.
That's a lot of cool things that you just said, Kevin. The Dodgers exist. So
that's a no.
You could have just scratched any baseball team off the list immediately because the Dodgers exist.
What about, could you see England winning the World Cup?
England winning the World Cup.
First time in 60 years.
Dude, I know Harry Kane's a good player. those hips looked a little stiff yesterday. And there were some moments where I was like, he's still good, though. You know?
Is that why he needed the second
He needed
PK?
the first one, I was like, but the dude was off his line, so he got a second opportunity, and you knew he was going to bury that one. Dude, what was amazing about that was if you watch the slow-mo replay on the second kick, you see Harry Kane as he's diving into the kick, he looks and he sees that goaltender dive the other way, and he just puts his head down and goes, yep, here we go.
Got
it. No, I can't see them doing it.
From the 858, I could really see the Dodgers breaking their 11 or 12-month drought in baseball. That's
what a drought it's been, too.
I don't know if this is Derek Holland's phone number. From the 214, nah, it's the Browns. They're all in this
That
year.
is not Derek's number.
Oh, okay. So we'll get to the NFL.
I bet there's some good teams.
In just 1 second.
All right.
Because I think that's going to be your most viable option. The Sacramento Kings have not won an NBA championship in 75 years, and even that title was when they were the Rochester Royals. So you could argue that the Sacramento Kings have never won a championship. In hockey, the Hockey Cowboys, the Toronto Maple Leafs, haven't won a title in 57 years, so since 1969. So all viable options. I know Toronto just got a new coach. The Sacramento Kings, well, good luck with that. But then football feels like it has the most possibilities, we'll say.
Mm-hmm. And I think football basketball has been very random as far as who's going to win each year.
You want to know my big, bold statement next year?
Because there's a lot of parity there.
Next year, one of the last 8 teams that has won the title will win again. We're going to end the streak of new consecutive champions.
Okay, all right. That is a very bold prediction. Did you not want to save that for the bold predictions segment?
What time is that segment?
Sure, it's coming up.
1:30.
1:30 today.
Don't forget the Rangers game. We'll be on right about then.
I'll be listening. I think there's a lot of parity in the NFL too that lends itself to, and like a Detroit has come up pretty quick, and they're on that cusp. They're in that area. I know we even talked about preseason favorites yesterday, struggling to win it all. So even right now, where you're feeling like the Rams have done it, there's still so much there. When are we getting to the Cowboys here? Is it time yet, or do you have some other teams?
Tell me where you think they fit in this hierarchy of 4. The Bills.
Okay.
They've never won a title. The Lions, they last won in 1957, so that's 69 years. The Browns, they last won a title in 1964, 62 years ago, or the Cowboys, 31 years ago in 1995. So in that hierarchy of Bills, Lions, Browns, Cowboys, where do you think the Cowboys sit in just that?
The Jets aren't in that conversation?
The Jets won Super Bowl III.
Okay.
So
bit of a drought there.
I guess they're more recent than the other ones.
Not the Cowboys, though.
That's true, but I elevated the Cowboys up because I felt like that was more compelling than, next, will the Jets finally win a Super Bowl? No.
This is tough because I just don't think the Bills can.
Okay.
There's something holding them back, dude.
Like some sort of...
There's some beam that they just can't get past.
Bigger? Wow.
It's like they get to the velvet rope and the bouncer just goes, no. It's more fun with you on the other side of this. But so that it's definitely not the Browns this year.
Or?
It's not the Browns this year.
All right.
No.
You say the same thing about the Jets, though, right?
Hey.
The Jets don't give a damn about this season. You know it, and I know it.
Man, do the Miami Dolphins get in this conversation, too?
Ooh, the Miami Dolphins are way more recent compared to these other teams.
All right, with the Cowboys and Lions, though. The Lions beat the Cowboys last year, but the Cowboys had Jack for defense.
Right.
And could not stop St. Brown. They were like...
Now they have Christian.
And St. Brown, at the same time, was like... He was hurt that night. Remember, we were going into that game.
Man.
And we were just like, I don't know if I can do it.
And then he's out in the pregame workouts, cutting left and right. Looks like nothing's wrong with him. And I'm like, oh, we're going to lose.
And Pickens had a couple moments that we were like, what are you doing? You're on a national stage. Don't alligator arm that ball. So I want to say that I feel like it would be Bills, Cowboys, Lions, even though I think the Bills can't do it. But I think the Bills are the most likely out of that group because they have the best quarterback out of the group. But the Lions and Cowboys, I think they flipped this year. I think they flipped during this offseason. But I'm putting a lot of weight on the idea that Christian Parker can change this defense. They did add some talent to the defense. That is for sure. They definitely added some players that I have more faith in this offseason. But I still think there's too many steps away from being a legitimate Super Bowl contender right now.
From the 405, what about the Bears? So the Bears, you go back to 1985.
They're the one.
41 years.
That's the closest one.
All right. So if I
think it would be the Bears.
Okay. If I go across all these sports, Bears, Bills, Lions, Browns, Cowboys, Maple Leafs, Guardians, Kings, English soccer. That's kind of fun. Kings followed by English soccer.
The Kings and English soccer.
Do you think the Bears, above all those others, are most likely to break the streak this year?
I think they have the coach. I think they have a quarterback with a little bit of a chip on his shoulder who's also into marketing right now, so I'm concerned about that. I think they have. I think they got better on defense, and I think that they have got a running game that supports their offense well. I think that they are the closest team to it. They just need to establish the consistency offensively that they've been looking for. Because we know Caleb Williams can make a clutch play, but can he make all those other little plays that get you to the end of the game? So you don't have to make the clutch play. That's what I'm looking at. Somebody threw the Vikings out there, and
because the Vikings never won a Super Bowl.
I mean, they have arguably the best receiver in the league, and coin flip at quarterback. So,
and that's what holds me back. All right, Alex, so I go to you. You can throw the Vikings in there. You can throw another team in there if you like.
Hold on. It's the Cardinals, especially because the Rams have to go through them.
Man, that is still one of the dumbest quotes I've heard all month. And I'm going to go with the Bills just because I enjoy the buildup only to be let down. And so the Bills specialize in that. Across all these sports, from English soccer to the Vikings, what's the team that you think would be most likely to next break their streak?
Ooh, I'm between two NFL teams for very different reasons. I'm stuck between the Bills and the Vikings. The Bills because you have to, the bad luck has to end at some point. It has to stop. Mathematically, it has to end at some point. And then the logical side, the Vikings, I say that because the NFC outside of the Rams and Seahawks, I feel like is always unpredictable. And
you think Kyler could maybe step it up this year, right?
I think he's going to impress people. I really do. I think he's going to be the no-doubt starter for that team the entire season as long as he's healthy. And it helps whenever you have the best wide receiver on planet Earth on your team as well. And a good tight end, a good offense, a great play caller. I'd probably lean towards the Bills just because Josh Allen. The Josh Allen effect is real. It seemed like they did a little bit this offseason to try to help out that defense. And the AFC is not as strong as it used to be. You don't know what the Chiefs are going to look like. I think that there could be a bit of an opening for them.
You know, somebody brought up the Commanders. I'm not going to include the Texans in this group. They haven't suffered long enough. But the Commanders are at 35 years, going back to 1991. But I like...
What about the Raiders?
I mean...
The Mandalorian.
If you want to pick them, you can. But I'm more apt to go with your selection of the Bears or obviously the Bills than either of those teams.
Okay, what about this? Which version of the Raiders would give you more promise to win the Super Bowl?
Fernando Mendoza.
Kirk Cousins.
Nope.
Or Fernando Mendoza.
Once you said Kirk Cousins, my selection was the other one. Even without hearing what it is. And
I've been on that tirade for a while. I'm glad you're on my side with this one.
From the 469, you know what, Kevin? You're pissing me off. Fair. If you would care to elaborate on what specifically, I will attempt to address that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy and the return of MVP Showdown. Next on The Fan.
Segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Shuck. Oh, here they come up the middle. He got away from one. He got away from Vea. Here he goes. No way. Touchdown! His second touchdown run today. Shot from 13.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to talk with Jared Sandler in about 20 minutes. So right now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip it and rip it.
And let's start with Cam Scattaboo. And thank you very much to Men's T Clinic for firing this up, as always. He says he's going to be the same player running people over after the injury. I don't doubt that is the case. Do you believe that is going to lead to a far shortened career for him?
I mean, typically it does for guys that are looking for contact on the field. Tony Pollard, remember we asked him about that, and he was like, I am looking to not get tackled. So
yes,
I will. I mean, it just...
Which is a strong strategy, too.
It's the more risky option is trying to run dudes over. So I would say be careful for that, buddy.
Now, I wanted to do the MVP showdown again, if that is good with y'all, but I did want to give you an update. Of course, Brendan Sorsby's agent was on with Sean and RJ yesterday right here on 105.3 The Fan, and his agent said that Cincinnati was well aware of the gambling that Brendan Sorsby had done. Cincinnati, they responded via statement.
Oh, wow.
Quote, we will reiterate what we have said before. All of our student athletes receive extensive gambling education multiple times throughout the year, and we would never knowingly play an athlete who violated NCAA sports wagering regulations.
They wanted to make sure they let people know.
Never happened.
We didn't do anything like that.
So they are calling him a liar. And he's calling them a liar.
How will he respond?
I will tune in to Sean and RJ to find out. I would love it if he just called in tomorrow morning. He's like, I heard what the Cincinnati jackwagon said, and you're like, it's Bearcats. But still, I think that would be a captivating start to the interview. But we'll see what happens. All right, MVP showdown. Both of these players are 45-1 to win the NFL MVP this season. Who is more likely, Jackson Dart or CJ Stroud?
I'll say Jackson Dart.
You seem very confident in that.
I'm not very confident in that. I'm not very confident in either one of those. And it's kind of like a slight edge. I'm kind of going on the idea that if Malik Neighbors comes back, that's the best receiver out of the groupings.
Right.
So, I also don't have faith in C.J. Stroud after what I saw in the playoffs.
It's a tough one.
That was such a brutal playoff run. I still blame some of it for the offensive line, and they did some work there, but it just was so bad. So, yeah, I'll go there.
Mr. Medford, 45-1. Jackson Dart or C.J. Stroud?
This is gross.
You just wait, buddy.
Oh, no.
I specifically got some terrible ones for this, too.
Gee, thanks. I'm going to go with Stroud, and I am super confident in that, if you could tell. That's just because of the experience factor. I hated what I saw in that postseason run, too. Everybody did. It was disgusting. But I don't know. I'm a big fan of Nico Collins down there in Houston as a receiver as well. I think he's awesome. I'm just going to give the edge to the experienced player here because I've seen Stroud do it before. I think he can get back to there. As my buddies in Houston say, as long as he stops hanging out with Drewski and hanging out on social media, I think he's going to go back to his winning ways.
Oh, okay. All right. MVP showdown at 100-1. Who do you think is more likely to win the MVP? Bryce Young or Aaron Rodgers? 100-1, Bryce Young or Aaron Rodgers?
Bryce Young. I think Aaron Rodgers is done winning MVPs. Sorry, Aiden. Don't ever say that word to me. That's really rude, man. That's a rude word to say to me, Aiden.
Did he say disagree?
He keeps saying it, too. And now he's holding his hand up, and it's only one finger over and over. And it's not a thumbs up. This is unnecessary, Aiden. But I say Bryce Young because I think Tet McMillan is the best option of receiver. I really like what he does, and I know they can run the ball. And if they can win 12 games, I think Bryce Young has better odds than Aaron Rodgers.
Mr. Medford?
And again, it is Mike McCarthy, though.
Oh. Would you like to ingratiate yourself to Aiden and say Aaron Rodgers or Bryce Young? 100-1.
I would like to ingratiate myself to Aiden, but not in that way, because Aaron Rodgers is done winning MVPs, and he's done winning many football games because he's not good. Yeah, Bryce Young, I guess. I do really like what I saw from him last year. I thought I saw some growth, and it felt like Dave Canales was figuring out how to win with him, and he kind of figured him out. It seemed like even in that playoff game against the Rams, there was poise, there was control. I kind of like Bryce Young as a football player now.
Now, you heard the audio, so you should have known this player's name was going to come up. MVP Showdown, 90-1. Tyler Shuck or Bijan Robinson to win NFL MVP. And the fact that Bijan is 90-1, I think, is just a reflection on the award itself, and that is a travesty.
I would say Bijan. Now, I know running back, nobody but quarterbacks gets this award anymore.
Pretty much.
But Bijan, I think Tyler Shuck's going to be a pretty good dude with Kellen Moore. I really do. Bijan has the ability to be the best running back in the league, one of the best receivers out of the running back position to score the most touchdowns. He has lots of opportunities, and I have seen Tua and his work with running backs too. So, I know that if he's starting, he knows how to dump it off to his running back and let him go eat. So, I think Bijan Robinson's still an extremely talented player. I don't know why you would pick him out of the top 3 in running backs if you're in a fantasy league. So I'd take him.
Mr. Medford, Shuck or Bijan Robinson at 90-1.
Robinson is far away the better player here. 100%, it's not even a question, but this award is dumb. It only goes to quarterbacks. And you know what? Dang it, the Saints did the right thing and they drafted Jordan Tyson. So maybe they go scorched earth. Kellen Moore, he can call some plays, man. So I could totally see a world where Tyler Shuck has some pretty decent passing numbers. So why not? To quote Booker T, shucky ducky quack quack. Give me Tyler Shuck.
Kellen Moore just said, get my man some receivers, and then we'll be fine.
Would you like me to stick with MVP Showdown or move on to something else?
MVP Showdown's fun.
All right. I'll give you a good one. 14-1. This is your chance of redemption, gentlemen, with one Mr. Butler. 14-1. Caleb Williams or Jordan Love. Who is more likely to win the MVP at 14-1?
I mean, this one's pretty easy.
Sorry, Aiden. I know it.
He loves to sling it around the field, and his coach does too.
Do it.
It's Caleb Williams. Look, Jordan Love won't stay healthy long enough to be out on the field. Everybody knows that. So, that's one of the biggest problems for Jordan Love is he'll miss 2 games due to some elbow injury or something like that. He'll have a shoulder
even specific
impingement.
on the injuries.
This is how it happens for Jordan Love. But when it comes to Caleb Williams, look, this is just between these two, all right? I'm not saying the most likely of all, but I would put Caleb Williams' numbers up there. And I think that he, dude, he almost got Jared Goff. Ben Johnson almost got Jared Goff in the consideration of MVP. So I think and that was with efficiency. That didn't include the running yards that Caleb Williams can also throw out there.
I don't know if did Aiden go in your room, Alec?
He is now threatening. He is threatening Alec. He's standing over him.
If you did not know, Aiden is a big Green Bay guy.
He had a can, which he has now formulated into a shiv, and he is threatening. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So at 14-1, Caleb Williams or Jordan Love for MVP.
This one's a lot tougher of a thought process, not because I'm being threatened as we speak.
And tougher in a positive manner.
Yes, because
I have one more terrible one for you.
As each year has gone by, I've started to appreciate Jordan Love more. At first, I was like, what are we doing? The home, sit on the bench, figure it out later whenever Aaron Rodgers doesn't want to be here anymore. I'm gonna lean Jordan Love if he's healthy. And I'm assuming he's going to be healthy, which, Corey, I totally see.
I did not assume that.
I totally see your hypothetical. I could see that coming to life 100%. But I think Love is the better pocket passer. So I'm just going to go with that just because of fundamentals.
All right, now I just want you guys to remember I gave you a positive one, so don't be upset about this one. 200-1. Who's more likely to win the MVP this season, Kirk Cousins or Geno Smith? At 200-1, Kirk Cousins or Geno Smith? And bonus question, are either one of them more likely than Aaron Rodgers to win MVP?
Who is the receiver in Oakland? Like, do you have a clue? At least you got Garrett Wilson in it for the Jets.
Okay,
and I'm just trying to figure out, like, I don't know that I love any of the receivers in Oakland that much, and that I guess at tight end you do have Brock Bowers.
Exactly.
Yeah, in Vegas, you do have Brock Bowers. That's a big one. But I'm not loving Trey Tucker. Man, I'm gonna dude. This is weird.
Oh man,
because I would never pick this in any other scenario than the one time Reggie said it. And Reginald Attitude, our old producer, who's now in Houston hosting a radio show, he said this is the year that Geno Smith will put it all together. And holy hell, Geno Smith actually put it all together that year.
Kinda.
But because he has Breece Hall and Garrett Wilson, I have to go with Geno Smith. And they're going to be airing it out too because their defense can't intercept the ball.
Right.
So they're going to have to throw the ball a lot. There's not a single team in Oakland. You're right. No sports in Oakland.
Alec, at 200-1, MVP showdown, Geno Smith or Kirk Cousins?
I'd rather put money on Jonathan Mingo leading the Cowboys in receiving yards.
Wow!
That would be wild, dude. Can you imagine that?
I'd go Geno Smith because Kevin asked the question and I have to give an answer. That's why. Kirk Cousins, I don't think he finishes out the year as the starter. So I think just by simple math, I think Geno's going to finish the year because they're trying to get the number one pick.
Okay. Now, a couple of other notes for you if you care. The UFL Championship game drew 985,000 viewers. Last year was 983,000. And it looks like, I think they're getting back to work, but construction briefly stopped on the Broncos training facility because they were investigating the death of a worker.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so they found a worker confined in the ceiling area Monday night, and so the sheriff's office was investigating everything going on. It feels like it's not like murder or anything like that, but obviously it makes sense that they paused the construction so they could get to the bottom of all of that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's baseball time in Texas, so let's talk with Texas Rangers broadcaster Jared Sandler next right here on The Fan.
Coming up.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, the #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to talk with Jared Sandler in just a minute. Don't forget, Rangers game today. We will lead you into the Rangers. That'll get going with the pregame at 1 o'clock, and then the Rangers and Twins will finish up their series about 1:37 first pitch. All of it right here on 105.3 The Fan, and this feels like, it might be ridiculous to say, but it feels kind of must-win-ish because you don't want to have another sweep tagged on your ledger.
I will say there is a less than 1% chance that we get a 2.5-hour rain delay game, but not zero.
I mean, I would hope so. We have a roof.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, speaking of, brought to you as always by Blue Nail Roofing. It is Rangers broadcaster, the man who knows more about baseball than I could ever imagine. It is Jared Sandler. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, fellas. How you guys doing?
We're good. And, you know, since the Rangers are playing the Twins, I did want to know, growing up or looking back, were you more of a little big league guy? Were you Rookie of the Year, Sandlot? Like, how do you rank those?
Well, I love all three, but Little Big League to me was awesome because that was like my first real introduction to Ken Griffey Jr., and how awesome he was. And then then I started to watch him play like actual games and realize he was also awesome in those games too. But Little Big League was great because, I knew that Kevin Elster, the play for the Rangers was a part of it. And I always thought Mickey Scales was just like super cool at second. And then, you had Pudge, and I think Rafi was in it as extras. I think as I've gotten older, I love Little Big League. I think it's underrated. Should have won an Oscar for Best Picture probably in multiple years, even though it was never eligible. I mean, the Sandlot's really cool for a ton of reasons as well, especially the fact that Scotty Smalls ends up as a broadcaster, which is, I obviously relate to, I think. I was a better baseball player than he was, but he probably was a better broadcaster than I was. Just, getting to call games for the Dodgers and Benny the Jet Rodriguez.
Hey, he did better than he did in life, too.
What's that?
He did better than he did in life, too, right?
Benny the Jet Rodriguez?
That's right.
Yeah, there were some struggles later on in life for him. Yeah.
Like the real kid?
Yeah, the real guy.
The real guy.
What's his name? Mike something? Mike something, right? I feel like it's his name. I don't know. Anyway.
I really hope it's not Mike now just because of that.
What if we just spend the entire segment with me rambling on in this answer? I did like Rookie of the Year, but Rookie of the Year is third out of those three for me. The other two are tied for first.
Is it because when Rowan Gardner really uncorks it for the first time, they make a tag at first plate at home plate after the ball has gone over the wall as if that ball is still live and in play?
Yeah,
unrealistic.
There are some inconsistencies. Listen, one of the greatest scenes, I think, for me as a kid in Little Big League was when they were trying to test Billy Haywood and his baseball acumen, and I think it was something involving the Yankees and Steve Farr, and he broke it down like, well, yeah, but if you walk this guy, then you take the bat out of this guy's hands, and you got these two guys in the ball. Like, it was just, I was like, wow, that guy's awesome. Like, that's badass. And like now, like that's, you think through these situations, and those are the sorts of things you think about. Like, well, I don't want to walk this guy because then it exposes this person, and now you got to think of who your options are. But like, I know it's scripted, but he knew his stuff. Don't mess with Billy Haywood. He was great for the Twins.
Okay, and that's why they stayed after they lost that game to give him the standing ovation. I kind of want to ask you a sort of analytical question. What do you think about the Mariners' piggyback strategy with all six of their starting pitchers?
So I'd say, first of all, it's important for your players to be on board with things, right?
Right.
You don't want to alienate and take your players off. And especially when you've got established guys like they have, right? It's not like they got a bunch of rookies who they don't know any better. They got guys with skins on the wall. So if they're on board with it, and I'd imagine maybe they are, then what I would say is we have no idea as an industry how to keep guys healthy. We just don't. On the pitching side, we don't like. the fact that we think of it as a coin flip as to whether or not guys can stay healthy on the mound, to me is, that says we don't really have a clue. I don't expect it to be 100% health rate, obviously, but it's sad that we look at a pitcher. I mean, Mike Maddox always used to say, there are two types of pitchers: guys who have had Tommy John and guys who are going to have Tommy John, right? And it's sad that that's the way it is, but that's the way it is. So if they think that this is going to help not only keep guys healthy, but also for a team that really rode their pitchers last year, and they should have because they're studs and they stayed healthy relatively, and then they made a deep run of the playoffs. If they think that's going to help them sustain health throughout the year and be ready to go in August and September and October, because they absolutely are a team that has aspirations to play beyond 162. All right. I mean, it's not conventional, but again, we do not have as an industry any sort of a blueprint or map on keeping guys healthy and effective consistently to where I think it would be fair to criticize any of these strategies or opinions. So I'm curious to see how it works out, and it's going to frustrate people maybe in a given game when Logan Gilbert only goes 4 innings because it's his turn to be a part of the piggyback. But if it helps them in September and then in October, I'm willing to just as an unbiased observer of this, I'd be curious to see and willing to see how it plays out for sure.
We talked with Skip this morning too, and Kevin did ask the question about Rocker and the opener down the road, and Skip said you kind of have to keep looking at that as an option. But do you look at what happened the other day as a step back for Rocker?
I look at it as a bad start. I guess if you are operating under the thought that every outing is either a step in a direction, then I guess so.
Makes sense, yeah.
I'd be curious why the slider velocity was down a little bit. Was it just kind of a mid-season dead armish thing, or did he not have great feel? Was he? I don't know. I think as far as the step back, I think with Kamar, it's just about consistency and consistency with shape and profile of pitches and stuff like that. It seemed like on Tuesday he wasn't able to command the pitches the way he wanted to. So I don't know. It's tough for me to say it's a step back beyond just it wasn't a good start. He had been really good. He had the second best ERA in the rotation. It's not the case, currently. But again, I guess, step back, if it's got to go in a direction, it definitely wasn't a step forward. And maybe just granularly a step back in terms of trying to figure out the first inning struggles, right? Yeah. Because, that is something that has been under a little bit of a microscope. Now, Corey, what I don't know is this. Did he struggle in the first inning because it just wasn't a good start and he didn't have it? Or did he struggle in the first inning because he has had a tough time getting settled in the first inning? That's where it's tough for me to know the difference. But, obviously the first inning wasn't kind to him, but the third inning was even less kind to him. And then the fourth inning wasn't much better, during his time in the fourth inning, although that was the inning which Brandon Nimmo was unable to catch that one fly ball.
Running theme of the season.
Well, what's that? Not catching balls in the air?
Yeah, not just Nimmo, but I'm saying the defensive play is not made a running theme of the season.
100%. And Nimmo, to his credit, I think has been really good in right field.
Yeah.
He has not been
not just him
a part of that. Yeah, but you're right. Defensively, it's been a challenge. And again, when you're not scoring a ton of runs, and the Rangers do not lead the league, or they're not close to leading the league in offense, any run you can prevent, it becomes that much more valuable, right? If you're playing in Vegas where you're going to score 20 runs a game between the two teams, all right, one run doesn't have the same value as it does when there's only going to be 7 runs scored. And right now in this ballpark, but just in general, this lineup, run prevention is incredibly important. It always is, right? It's never not important to prevent runs, but when you're not scoring 5, 6, 7 runs with some regularity, then it becomes even more important.
There are theoretically, in my eyes, seemingly 3 worthy all-stars on this team, and Duran, Young, and Latz, but that feels very unlikely for a sub-500 team. Who do you think at least one, if not two, might be getting the nod for the Rangers at the All-Star break? Or do you think it's still so close that it'll depend on these next couple weeks?
Yeah, I mean, I do think it's close. I'll say this, Kevin. The Rangers had this odd run of multiple All-Stars during that stretch between 2016 and 2023. Right. And there was one year, it was a 21 or 19, where they had 3 All-Stars, and they were a little more competitive in 2019 than, say, 2021. But it's possible, and it's also possible just because a guy might drop out and then someone gets added in. I would say right now it'd be tough to not acknowledge the season Josh Young is having. Unfortunately, there are a couple good American League third basemen who I would understand if based on numbers, people said, hey, they deserve the nod over him. I would really like to see Josh Young get in. Ezekiel Duran, if you look at the American League second baseman, he should be in.
Yeah.
He deserves to be there. Ernie Clement's going to win the fan vote because he's been good and he has the entire country of Canada voting for him. But he should definitely be in. No, I mean, it's just, I don't mean that like as a shot.
No, I get it, yeah.
But I do think Jacob Latz deserves to be in. I think a dark horse, just because of name, and he has been good, but if Jacob deGrom, puts together a couple more really good starts, maybe you see that ERA creep to the, 3.0 something. I think it's 3.18 right now. I think you could see Jacob deGrom maybe get a little consideration, but gosh, it'd be tough to leave Jacob Latz out. But there are some really good relievers and closers in the American League who might get the nod just because they're on better teams, like record-wise. But I'd love to see Jacob Latz go to Philadelphia.
I know we still got a few weeks, but Justin LeBron, Jared Grinlinger, Logan Redeman, what are we feeling on the draft front?
I'm a big LeBron guy, so I'm always in on LeBron. So Justin LeBron, the Alabama shortstop, right? I never, when you're not picking like top 5, it's so tough to know. What I've heard about this draft is that the top of the draft, higher floor guys, maybe not super sexy ceiling. You don't have like the Paul Skeens type ceiling. I don't really want Logan Redeman because I just don't like UCLA guys, but he's pretty good. I'll say this, I'd love to see the Rangers, if the right guy was there, to get a good bat, a bat who you could, hope to put in the middle of your order in the next 2, 3, 4 years, whatever it might be. But yeah, I really don't know. When you're picking 16 like the Rangers are, it's such a crapshoot. But Justin LeBron, I've probably seen him play like 2 games total in his time at Alabama. But, I'm a LeBron guy, so I've always been partial to him.
Thank you very much, good sir. We'll catch up with you again soon.
See you, fellas.
There you go. Jared Sandler, always in the know on all things baseball.
He'll be celebrating his first Father's Day this year.
Oh, I didn't even think
Sunday.
about that.
Yeah, I just realized that.
Get him back on the phone. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next.
You'll be celebrating your 30th, right?
So many Father's Days. 22nd?
Wow.
Hey.
Wow.
Our brand new World Cup segment, When the Pitch Hits the Fan. Next right here on The Fan.
by our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now.
Let's get something away!
Oh, I was not ready for that. 877-881-1053. Caller number 10.
Now,
will win a pair of tickets to go see Government Mule and Ziggy Marley at the Pavilion at Toyota Music Factory on October 17th. You can buy tickets from Live Nation, or you can win them for free right now. 877-881-1053. And in the meantime, it's time for our brand new soccer segment, When the Pitch Hits the Fan. And let's start off. Will you go ahead and give me cut number 1, because it was a happening at AT&T Stadium yesterday.
Bellingham, as that wasn't dealt with by the Croatian defense, and Jude Bellingham running it from a tight angle and dead off the post! From one end of the field to the other, Jude Bellingham puts England back in front 90 seconds into the second half!
Now this match had everything. Jared was there. Skip Schumacher was there. Petter Musa from FC Dallas scored a goal.
Yeah, my friend's kid went.
Oh.
Yeah.
And there was a double penalty kick because of a rule thing that I did not know about either. But in the end, England is victorious 4-2 in maybe the most exciting game of the World Cup so far. Or if not, it's certainly in the mix, because we have another one from yesterday that was crazy exciting at the very end.
Yeah, this was the one that it did feel, because it was here, a little different, you know?
For sure.
And I'm starting to get that vibe now that there's a little more focus. The streets are a little quieter because the game's going on too.
Which you always love. I always would love that from like a TV show or a movie where the town is closed because they're all like at the high school football game. I realize that's not exactly what happened,
no.
and the scale is different, but it's kind of like that.
Yeah, I mean, seriously, yesterday as I was kind of cruising around, I was like, what is going on? But then, once I got home, turned everything on, and was like, all right, let's get these games rolling. But there is something about England winning that, I don't know, does it feel like they're one of us? Does it, like, because we're birthed of them or something? I don't know how it works.
See, okay, first of all, I love the way you described that. I'm going to say no, but I think England is kind of like Texas football, where there are some runs where they're absolutely competitive and like with the best of the best, but it just feels like the sport could be more exciting, or you have somebody easier to root against when they're good. And this looks like a heck of an English squad.
I have enjoyed the English that have come to find out how good our barbecue is.
Will you retell that story that you said?
I saw one dude post, and he was like, this brisket just melts in my mouth. I can't believe that the city of Dallas, or DFW, has 50 of these types of restaurants. At least 50 of these. And I was like, yeah, like we kind of take that for granted.
Sure.
That we got the Hurtado. You know, we have so many different places around here. You can go to so many different barbecue restaurants, and we can just have a plate of brisket anytime we want, and it's delectable. And they have brisket that probably is tough and beef jerky. And they have to deal with that, and they have no clue what's happening here all the time. But that's just the way the cuisine here is in DFW. So for all the new English fans that are out there, because I know y'all were like, where do I find good radio? And somebody was like, 105.3 The Fan. Congratulations on finding the fan. You can also use this on the Odyssey app. You can download the Odyssey app and listen to us across the pond if you like. But also, congratulations on finding brisket.
Oh, man. Both. I'm going to say both equally great. I know it's a lot of bragging for the fan.
Kevin, the Portugal game let me down, though. And I'm sorry, I know you wanted excitement, but I thought that after Mbappe, Haaland, and Messi having a hat trick, that you would get a showing from Cristiano Ronaldo.
Here we go. Because those are real superstars. And then you have faux superstar Cristiano Ronaldo, who didn't score in this match.
No, he didn't.
Just like he didn't in his last World Cup match, or the one before that, or the one before that, or the one before that. He has been held scoreless in 5 straight World Cup matches. And you're like, well, that's not fair. Fine. He has now been held scoreless in 10 straight major competition matches, which why he tucked his tail and ran to the money to go play in an inferior league in Saudi Arabia, because he knows that he can't hang anymore. There are some people who think he should be benched, and there are other people who point out that if his team doesn't directly have the ball, specifically in the opponent's third, it's a 10-on-11 game. Because he's just there to watch it all transpire and then think, when can Cristiano Ronaldo score? I think they should consider bringing him off the bench if that's all he cares about. There's my hot soccer opinion for the day.
Yeah, I'm with you, dude. I appreciate that. I believed a little more. When it comes to him, he's got to be the center of their universe, and that's not how team soccer is won.
Unless you want to make him the center of your universe for the last 20 to 25 minutes of the match. I think he could thrive.
You want him to be a closer?
In that environment. Exactly. All he cares about is that anyway. He's not playing the other 2/3 of the field for the most part. So why not use him as a sub outside of his ego? Like, does he run your soccer federation? And if he does, then you can't do this. If he doesn't, I think you should take a look at it.
The 817, out of all the FIFA locations this year, do you think our location is the most ideal place to be? The international airport definitely gives us, it gave us the matches.
And we are centrally located.
Also centrally located in DFW is Arlington.
Right.
Where you have lots of entertainment venues. I do wonder if the English were like, hey, let me know, people from England and Croatia, we're all like, hey, I got to go hit up the Hurricane Harbor. I got to go hit up me some Six Flags. Like, there's a lot to do out there.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And look, you got so many matches, but you also got a good mix. Like, you have 9 matches, but they're not all group stage matches. I think you have 3 knockout stage matches. Maybe I'm off on that. But you also got a semifinal. So, like, you have the high stakes matches. You have the most matches. I think this is a great hub for the World Cup. I really do. And I don't understand. And because
they're also getting their opportunities to try Shinerbach beer, and that's a great opportunity for them because you've never had anything like that, have you?
That is probably true. I'm going to talk more about beer in just a second. But, like, even FIFA recognizes that. That's why they made this the communications and media home for the World Cup. Not enough to get the final, but whatever. We'll take care of that in 2031 when the women are in the final here at AT&T.
Can you imagine the scale of that media hub, too?
Oh, my goodness.
It's got to be gigantic.
Now, you mentioned...
Don't do that, Alec.
Fact. You mentioned beer. So let's go to the Boston Beer Company.
All right.
They said in a news release that from last Thursday to Sunday, the Tartan Army, that is Scotland's supporters, because remember they were at Fenway and everything like that, drank 4 times what the company normally stocks during a typical 4-day holiday weekend or stretch like 4th of July. They had to add an emergency delivery of beer on Saturday morning and are adding extra deliveries throughout the week because they ran out of beer. They drank 4 times as much as the 4th of July holiday.
I heard the cut this morning. This is the dude, and he was drinking a Shiner. He was like, I love the beer. I love the food. I love this country. And she goes, so what's the plan? What's the plan today? And he goes, well, before the game, we're going to get drunk. And then during the game, we're going to get drunk. And then after the game, we're going to get drunk. And
Big facts.
That's exactly what their plan is.
Yes.
But that's what they do at home. Like, that's what it seems like they do at home. Now, I will say this. What some of my friends have told me that are from over there, when it comes to beer, they're like, our beers aren't 6, 9, 12%.
Yeah,
our beers are like 3 or 4%. Because they're like, we want to be able to have like 7 of them. But whenever you have these, they hit you a little bit harder.
Here's the thing, Corey, and I've thought a lot about this. When your destructive habit has a purpose, it makes you feel better. Like, I feel great on Super Bowl Sunday because my destructive pattern of eating is in regards to a football game, right? And so there, like, I'm supporting my team, not just getting drunk, and that makes you feel more focused.
817, I work for a local alcohol distributor. We had to deliver a hot shot to Texas Live yesterday. 1,200 cases and 200 kegs of beer.
1,200 cases?
Cases. Texas Live built just in time, guys. Like that was built just in time to host a party like that.
That's freaking amazing.
Awesome. Kevin, can I throw something out there real quick?
We do still have more matches to talk about, but yes.
The TSA has issued a warning because the people that are coming into America are finding ranch for the first time. And they're telling people because you can't take liquids on your carry-ons.
Oh, like the dipping sauce ranch?
Dipping sauce ranch,
okay.
So they're tasting it for the first time. You can't take liquid on your carry-ons, so they have signs posted at the airports that say, please avoid chugging your ranch. Because people would typically like drink their water and leave the bottle there or whatever.
Awesome.
And they're like, we don't want you chugging ranch and getting onto the airplanes.
I think they should chill out a little bit. That's probably not what you want to hear from TSA. All right, so a few different things. So there was a report from Front Office Sports that some Fox executives were upset because ESPN didn't give enough attention to the World Cup, specifically America's win over Paraguay. One unnamed source told the Front Office Sports, I was trying to say Sports Business Journal as well, we're talking about a historic performance by Team USA. Where the hell was ESPN? ESPN came back out and said a statement like, praising their World Cup coverage and saying they're there for it. I believe they've added a talking head for soccer to Get Up just so they can kind of like cover that base as well. All right. So
there was a time they would have covered it very strongly, though.
I agree. Look,
it's the whole world's changed.
We've talked about it before. It is what is your corporate synergy. Like ESPN for the longest time was very invested in WNBA, so they were hyping up WNBA. You're seeing it literally play out right now with their partnership with WWE. There is nothing more complex than what are we invested in. So if Fox is carrying all this stuff, I could see in theory why that might happen. Now, you mentioned England defeating Croatia 4-2. Portugal with a disappointing tie against Congo 1-1. Colombia beat Uzbekistan 3-1. But I want to take you.
Cash that Kalshi.
There you go. To the Ghana-Panama match. It is 0-0. And we're in stoppage time for the second half. Give me cut number 2.
Semenyo knocks it forward. Long run there. Thomas Asante got free. He's in the box. Asante across. It's a goal. You're in shape.
Now, thank you very much to Fox Sports and FIFA for that highlight. There was about a minute and a half left in that game when they broke the scoreless tie. The only thing more amazing than that yesterday was that there was a giant watch party in Portugal, and there was a group of about 15 fans of the Democratic Republic of Congo, and when they scored to tie the match, there is video of them all jumping up and cheering in their little circle, and thousands of people around them just looking pissed beyond belief.
That is fun. Somebody asked what the most hyped soccer match is today. Would you say the Mexico-Korea Republic?
I think
that's the later game tonight.
That makes sense because Mexico looked strong in their first match, and they're one of the host countries.
This would be the host country, probably a key there. I think this seems like the weaker day of them all. There's some favorites here for sure.
And tomorrow is a good day because obviously you have the United States playing. You want to see if Turkey is going to bounce back. What is Brazil going to look like after a disappointing draw in their first match as well? So I do think tomorrow and then Saturday are solid days as well. But still, if you want to just veg out, watch soccer all day, that can be accomplished.
And don't forget about Scotland, Kevin. It's been so many years since they've been here, and they're just loving it right now.
And that's why people are drinking all of the beer.
The Boston
too.
Beer Company had to shut and close their doors.
Well, no, they figured it out.
Oh.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, how about we do a little NFL overreaction or reality right here on The Fan?
KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, let's fire up some NFL overreaction or reality, gentlemen. And I will start with this. Overreaction or reality? Nate Thomas can actually win this left tackle competition.
Reality. I think my personal opinion is that Tyler Guyton has like the more agility. He has all those other things. He has just a little bit of an edge on everything.
Yeah.
But he doesn't play like it. And he hasn't had the opportunity, or he hasn't shown to be able to play like it consistently due to a health situation.
Right.
But Nate Thomas, if you can be healthy, be there, and be on the offensive line more often, and win your battles, then you have the edge over the other guy. With offensive lines, a lot of times it does come down to synchronization and just being able to play with that group the right way, knowing what your reads are. That comes with experience and being on the field. It doesn't come with being on the sideline watching. And so he's going to get those opportunities. They're going to do it. I think he can, but I do think Tyler Guyton has we really want you to win it, but I don't think they're going to gift it to him.
Alec, it goes to you. Overreaction or reality? Nate Thomas can actually win the left tackle competition.
Overreaction, I don't think he can. I think this is Guyton's job to lose. And I even heard John Machota on with G-Bag yesterday saying he doesn't even think there's a real competition here.
I was about to ask you that. Okay.
I don't think it's real. I think they're saying that out loud intentionally to try to light that fire underneath Tyler Guyton of kind of what Corey was saying. Like, they want him to win that job. That's their way of saying, dang it, dude, just care a little bit more. Put a little bit more effort into it. Really show us that us ever saying that was pointless. Prove us wrong kind of thing. So I think it's more of a tactic to try to get him to push himself a little bit more and give a full 17-game season.
Smart tactic?
I think so. I think he needs it.
Overreaction or reality? The 2026 Bengals have the chance to be special. Now, they have the easiest schedule in the NFL, and Joe Burrow came out, and he's been talking a lot about things like this, and he goes, you go back and watch what I've said before, 2019 season at LSU, I feel very similarly about this team. I'm so excited to get started and get moving, and that feels different than just being like, hey, I think we could have a great season. He's setting high expectations.
All right. He's kind of in the same boat as the Cowboys. In that your defense let you down over and over again.
Right.
But you also have lacked the ability to be not injured a lot. And so, that's where is that balance of, hey, it's the defense's fault. Oh, and Joe, maybe we have a good defense this time, but Joe Burrow's not healthy. I think they got a shot at it, dude. That division is up for grabs. I really do think it's up for grabs. Now, Alec might disagree with me because of his love for Jesse Minter, but I think that there's a level playing field in that division for three of the teams. And actually, three of the teams in that division. So, I think this could be the year they put it all together.
Alec, overreaction or reality? The 2026 Bengals have the chance to be special.
This is tough. I'm gonna go overreaction. I don't know if special is the right word. I think they can be really good.
Okay.
I do think that. What I'm worried about is what we've kind of, discussed a little bit with the Cowboys getting some new defensive additions, a new defensive coordinator and whatnot, is pump the brakes a little bit. I'm worried that Joe Burrow might be going through minicamp and OTAs and he sees, my defense is not as dumb as a box of rocks. They're actually smart players, and he's drinking the Kool-Aid a little bit because he's seeing an above mediocre defense for the first time in years. So I'm worried that's what he's kind of seeing right now, but I do think that, kind of like we talk about here in Dallas, it's hard to be much worse.
Bonus question. Rick Bonus.
Oh, no. Do you get to say that even when you say bonus question?
You know what? 877-881-1053.
Don't text in.
Do you Tolos also say Rick Bonus whenever Kevin says bonus question?
I bet they do.
You guys have mentioned Zach Taylor multiple times in this whole conversation. And I just wanted to know what your feeling is on Zach Taylor.
It's astonishing to me that he kept his job.
Because I think he's one of the reasons Joe Burrow is as good as he is as well. I think their connection offensively is the reason. But he is the head coach, and if I understand that's the thing is you're supposed to be coaching everything too, but his offense has consistently been pretty good.
I'll step out on the ledge here then and say that Zach Taylor was the beneficiary of a quarterback that was always going to be as good as he is now.
Okay.
I think he's also the beneficiary of a cheap-ass ownership group that doesn't want to pay two head coaches at the same exact time. So
that actually
they also don't
makes a lot
like
of
changing
sense.
coaches either. Like
don't.
they're just not. I mean, Marvin
Unless
Lewis
your contract's up.
Marvin Lewis was there for 800
my God,
years.
That's a good point.
And he was good, very good.
Overreaction or reality? Because Sean Payton was just talking about this, I think, yesterday. The UFL is turning out to be a very useful minor league system for the NFL.
It can be. Is it though?
I think it is. Because I was just looking back at this week. Like, we just talked about the cornerback the Cowboys signed. The Lions picked up 3 wide receivers. One of the things that Sean Payton was talking about was how many players they've picked up from the league in the last couple of years. And I think about, Turpin, Aubrey, all those people
So very useful
post-merger.
for special teams.
I mean, Devontae Turpin is a full-blown wide receiver now.
I'll believe it when I see it. I feel like yes, you were saying they picked up a bunch of guys. The Cowboys have picked guys up. I mean, I see it. But those guys are, in my mind, bodies.
Okay.
For camp, and then bodies for special teams. I haven't seen a single one of them come in and that I'm aware of right now that I'm just like, he took the league over.
Sure.
But that doesn't necessarily even happen all the time in the minor leagues either.
Yeah.
Like Nelson Cruz did finally have his come up, right? He finally did. After years in the minor leagues, he finally turned into a legitimate baseball player. But I'm just trying to figure out. I think it's a good way to fill the roster with some cheap, viable players that can be maybe not stars on your team, but they can be available for you.
Alec, what say you?
I think reality. I know the stardom.
So I said
sample.
overreaction. I'm sorry, Alec. That was my overreaction. Is what I didn't say overreaction or reality.
I was very confused, so thank you.
Those are the rules.
Yeah.
I think in terms of superstardom, obviously, there's a very small sample size for high success rate and just household name, what have you. Devontae Turpin obviously stands out. But, you think about guys I think who started it was Donald Parham. He was a tight end here for the Renegades, and he obliterated the league. And then he goes to the Chargers, and he's catching touchdown passes from Justin Herbert. And I was like, interesting, kind of like a revival route. And you mentioned Sean Payton bringing that up. The Denver Broncos added a bunch, and they're probably going to find creative ways to get those guys involved, especially pass catchers. It seems like Sean Payton can never have too many pass catchers. So you're starting to see it more and more. The Cowboys are doing it. I like it, and I think it's a smart way of filling out a roster, even if at minimum it's just to get yourself that extra man in camp.
What I would really love for the UFL to do is become a hotbed for quarterback development. Because right now, and I wanted to do this segment this week because I wanted to talk a little bit about Arch. Sarkisian said that he on Kay Adams' show, he thinks that he wouldn't be surprised. No, not that he thinks that, but he wouldn't be surprised if Arch came back for another year. And he pointed out all the reasons. Like, there's a lot of things to like. You don't have to do anything. Like, you're not in a rush. He can develop another year, add to what they've already done at Texas, maybe win a championship. But he wouldn't be surprised. And I think that and my question was, if he did that, would that set a precedent for more people to do the same because of, the money and all that? But then it kind of puts the logjam at the quarterback position if a bunch of quarterbacks stick around for their senior years. And then now you get the logjam, but they also are more developed by the time they get to the NFL.
Yeah.
And you're seeing it. There's a lack of it. And you were talking about it yesterday with Sorsby. There's just not enough quarterbacks to go around. I would love for the UFL to be a place where you can actually develop as a quarterback and then say, this is where we're going to final. And we're still getting them out of college. But these dudes we're pulling out of the UFL, we're getting some really good dudes. That's what the UFL would benefit from, the whole league saying we're going to actually develop the best quarterbacks.
I think that is a very fair way to put it. Overreaction or reality? Bijan Robinson is the best running back in football.
End
of discussion.
Overreaction.
Oh, not end of discussion. Who do you put up there?
I mean, McCaffrey is still in the conversation for me. Saquon's still in the conversation for me. I know last year was a struggle. That team was miserable. I think Jahmyr Gibbs is fantastic. So I think that's too close to call.
Ooh, too close to call. All right, Alec, it goes to you. Overreaction or reality? Bijan Robinson is the best running back in football.
Reality.
Ooh.
Yeah, whenever I watch him, he's just different. He can do everything that is asked. He stays healthy. He catches passes. He runs after the catch. He creates missed tackles in the open field. He runs through traffic when it's between the tackles, hard-nosed running. He can literally do everything. He can be the perfect blend of McCaffrey and Derrick Henry combined in any given game on any given drive. He's the best two-dimensional, three-dimensional, including pass protection, back in the NFL, if you ask me.
All right, there you go. Overreaction or reality for the day.
Most fantasy football sites have him 2 to Jahmyr Gibbs.
Fascinating. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105. 877-881-1053. I love the enthusiasm. Caller number, you know what? 4.
Oh, my gosh.
Right now will win a 4-pack of tickets to experience the Family Field Day at Globe Life Field on Sunday, June 28th. That is courtesy of Rev Entertainment. You can win them for free right now. Caller number 4, 877-881-1053. And coming up next, it's time for some Rangers Prices Right and baseball nuggets all crammed into one next on The Fan. KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You know, we were just talking about the Wings. They have 2 of the top 6 vote getters for the All-Star game so far. Paige Beckers, 2nd. Jessica Shepard,
dude,
6th. She's been awesome this year.
The great thing about her, and again, somebody who's like always, are they forcing you to talk about the Wings? No. I'm genuinely interested in the Wings and what they're doing because we got to talk with Paige a couple different times. She likes us. Well, it's a good relationship.
It's true.
I thought Fudd was fun. The coach likes us too. We like what they're doing too. They're building a winner right now. But Jessica Shepard, dude, you can do so many things with her because the ball can go through her. Kind of like they did with Kat, right? They were like, that's our big. We're going to work the offense through him. They can work the ball through her, but she's a rebound machine. She can play, man. She's fun to watch.
Give me cut number 5, please, sir.
The 0-1, that one is hit high and deep to right. Smith going back, gets turned around, watches with the rest of us as it sails out of here. Home run number 5 on the season for Jock Peterson. He's put Texas back in the lead at 2-1.
We will lead you right into Rangers Twins, 1 o'clock pregame, 1:37 first pitch right here on the Fan. But want to get some Rangers prices right going for today, some of those predictions, and also some baseball nuggets. We'll try to mix and match it all up. Go ahead.
Can I say something? This is unrelated to baseball.
Okay.
Would that offend you?
No.
You brought this up earlier in the week, I believe, and it was Jalen Brunson.
Okay.
Not saying anything. And
right.
He was quoted today in front of the crowd. There are a lot
At the parade?
There are a lot of people who have a lot of opinions, but when you prove them wrong, you don't have to say S to them. Nah, they don't deserve it. Thank you. That was his speech. Like that, so that was
in your face, Becky.
The angle you said the other day, and you were like, "Man," he's like, "I still am not. It's not that I'm not taking the bait. I'm just not letting them get that satisfaction at all of even getting a response." And that dude right there, like that's a winner. He absolutely is.
Winner is a perfect way to describe it throughout the entirety of his competitive life. Now, on the baseball Nuggets front, though, feel free, 877-881-1053, send in your predictions on the Franklin Injury Attorney text line. I thought this number was astonishing. So The Athletic is rolling out their annual player poll. They asked 101 players, do you believe there will be a lockout at the end of the season? 19 said not sure.
Why 101?
I don't know. They were probably done.
They got 100, and there was one that was like, I wanted
it was
in on this.
Aaron Judge.
Yeah.
And they're like, all right,
okay,
fine.
Gotcha.
19 said they're not sure. 2 said no. 2. And the other 80 said yes. That is,
lockout?
Yeah. And it fits with the idea that we all think it's not an if, it is an inevitability.
It is.
First movie Thanos.
It is a lockout, right?
Yes.
Like it's the owners saying,
correct.
Sorry, guys, you can't play baseball because you're not agreeing to our terms.
Correct.
And baseball players saying, show us your books, and then maybe we'll agree to those terms. And the owners are like, nah, we still won't do that.
Or, here's the books. And they're like, yeah, but what about all the ancillary revenue from these things you've been able to build up around the ballpark? And they're like, that doesn't count.
Mm-hmm.
And the baseball player's like, of course it counts. What the hell are you talking about?
Yeah.
Hence why we're going to get where we're going to get.
That's unfortunate, dude. We might not have baseball next year. But
I think you're going to miss some.
But didn't we, during this offseason, look at some of the signings that were happening and some things that were going on, and we were starting to think this is becoming more of a reality because of the way the owners were doing things?
I know people point their fingers at the Dodgers. There is no better reason for a hard cap to me than Juan Soto. Shohei got $700 million, which is an insane amount of money because he pitches and hits.
And is one of the top
he's the
3
best.
players in all of baseball.
So I just
top
assumed 2. Every other signing you'd be like, well, yeah, but you don't pitch or you don't hit. You don't do both.
But then they were like, no.
Yeah, and then the Mets were like,
you.
Screw it. Let's give Juan Soto more money. Mm-hmm. And I realized
because they were scared that he was going to go Tampa or Miami?
Yeah, definitely not Tampa. There's no way they have that much money. But you're right. I think that is the contract that was just so freaking ridiculous.
I got you. Like, I mean, that makes a lot of sense. And I know there are a lot from the owner's perspective that they're like, we got to figure something out because we can't just keep upping the number on this.
Yeah.
But it does seem a lot of times that they are kind of outbidding themselves on these.
Sure.
Because they also understand, Kevin, how many of those seats get filled because of those superstars.
I mean, look.
And that also is that money in their pocket, too.
And if you have to look in the mirror and say, maybe we can do a better job, that's more difficult, obviously, than the alternative. Now, speaking of Ohtani, he had another rough pitching outing yesterday. He gave up a season-high 4 earned runs. Again, if that's the most earned runs you've given up all year, that's not so bad.
Yeah, I mean, he's dealing with blisters and a sore knee.
And his hand is kind of messed up. And all of those runs are scored in the 5th inning. The Dodgers did come back to win 5-4. Shohei's ERA went up to 1.47, which is still the second best in the league behind Jacob Mizorowski. He also had the opportunity to pinch hit, and he saw one pitch and grounded out.
Oh!
But as you can imagine, the stadium went freaking bananas because he was coming out there.
And he probably, the ground out was probably because the pitch wasn't 104 miles an hour, and he's like, I don't know what pitches that don't look like that. So.
That is an interesting idea. Now, speaking of the crowd going wild, last night, Josh Hart, Jalen Brunson throughout the first pitch at Yankee Stadium. Do you have any issue with the fact that they threw out the first pitch several steps in front of the mound and on flat ground?
I do not.
Is that what you would do?
No, I would not. I would pitch from the rubber, and I think, like, if you have the confidence to do it, I've done it before. Some people have never stepped foot on a mound before, and they don't realize how different that is. Some people have no clue how to throw, all right? Like, there's a lot of things that go into this. Roger Staubach practiced. He built a mound in his backyard and practiced at 60 feet 6 and threw from the rubber on a mound in his backyard for weeks before he got to throw out the first pitch. And Nolan gave him the, hey, come on down here. And he was like, no, I got this. And you got to love that. But no, for a lot of other people, dude, get down there. Get down and throw from flat ground. It's more comfortable. It's easier. That's perfectly okay.
Something to keep an eye out on. Julio Rodriguez left the game for the Mariners yesterday with a hamstring spasm. I don't know if I've heard it exactly described like that before. And then I know you will be shocked to learn this. Shocked, I tell you. Max Scherzer is going on the injured list.
You are kidding me.
I know. It's probably not a bad idea. He is 1-4 this year with a 10.23 ERA and a whip of 1.73. His WAR is already a -1. He has thrown 22 innings with 14 strikeouts and 11 walks. It was a mistake.
41 years old.
Yeah, we're done. It's time to wrap it up.
He wants to do everything
I know,
he can.
and for his kiddo, and I get that.
Apex competitor.
Sure.
Like he wants to, but somebody's got to tell him no at some point, right?
Yes.
And be like, dude, you should not do this anymore.
I think that is correct. Now, Major League Baseball, they're going to alter the home run derby format again. They're going back to the swing-based system instead of the clock.
MLB today proposed an overhauled domestic amateur entry system that removes high school players from the draft.
What?
Makes college players eligible after sophomore year, shortens the draft from 20 to 12 rounds, and cuts bonus pool from 358.7 to 200 million, sources have told Jeff Passan.
Man, I wonder if you have to reallocate that money into veterans, and if that's the case, easy pass through for the Players Association. But they tried this. I mean, look, it is a weird system that baseball has where you can be eligible for the draft after your high school year. But if you go to a 4-year college, you have to stay there for 3 years. Now they're going to roll that back to 2 years because the fear is, right, that it's just going to turn into college basketball.
Eliminating the high school kid, though, altogether is fascinating because of how many years they've spent trying to get
I know.
Trying to use that, and it hasn't really worked all the time.
And kind of crazy, like there's a high school kid, Grady Emerson, who might still go number 1 in the draft. And if not, I don't see him falling out of the top 3. Like, can you imagine under the new revised system, they're like, hey, I know you're there. You got to wait 2 more years.
Yeah.
But what I imagine will make that an easier pill to swallow, though, is the NIL money, right? Because otherwise, there's no money in college baseball. I don't care if you were A-Rod. All right, we'll give you $100,000, which, again, for a human, a lot of money. For him, not so much. But with NIL, that changes the entire deal. All right. Rangers, Twins. Close out the series. Rangers win?
Let's get a win today, baby. We got to take one.
All right. I like that confidence. Alec, are the Rangers going to win?
A 1-0 win.
All right, I'll go the opposite direction. I will say somehow, some way, they're going to win the game 8-7. All right, so still 1 run. They still win, but we'll go with a different score. Rangers Twins coming up next. Pregame starts at 1. First pitch at 1:37. We will be back tomorrow. KNC Masterpiece, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
This